This is Audible.
Blackstone Audio presents Legion by Julie Kagawa. This book is read by Caitlin Davies, Tristan Morris, MacLeod Andrews, and Chris Patton. To Tasha, Lori, and Nick, my trio of awesome.
Part 1. Sacrifice is necessary.
Dante. She was always the favored one. Ember, Mr. Gordon sighed for the second time that hour. Please pay attention. This is important. Are you listening? Yes, my twin muttered, not looking up from her desk, where she was doodling cartoon figures into her textbook. I'm listening. Mr. Gordon frowned. All right, then. Can you tell me what the fleshy part of a human's ear is called? I raised my hand. As expected, Mr. Gordon ignored me. Ember, he prompted when she didn't answer. Do you know the answer to the question? Ember sighed and put down her pencil. The earlobe, she said in a voice that clearly stated, I'm bored and I want to be somewhere else. Yes, Mr. Gordon nodded. The fleshy part of a human's ear is the earlobe. Very good, Ember. Write that down. It will be on the test tomorrow. All right, he continued, as Ember scribbled something in her notebook. I doubted it was the answer, or anything to do with the test, so I jotted the definition down, just in case she forgot. Next question. Human hair and fingernails are made of the same substance a dragon's claws and horns are made of. What is this substance called? Ember. Ember blinked. Clearly, she had no idea. I don't know. I started to raise my hand, but stopped. There was no point. We discussed this yesterday, Mr. Gordon continued sternly. All through class we talked about the human anatomy. You should know this. A human's hair and fingernails and a dragon's claws and horns are all made of... Come on, Ember. I thought at her. You know this. It's in your brain, even if you were staring out the window most of class yesterday. Ember shrugged, slumping in her chair in a pose that said, I don't want to be here. Our teacher sighed and turned to me. Dante! Keratin, I answered. He gave a brisk nod but turned back to Ember. Yes, Keratin. Your brother was paying attention, he told her, narrowing his eyes. Why can't you do the same? Ember glowered. Comparing her to me was always a surefire way to make her mad. I don't see why I have to know the difference between scales and human toenails, she muttered, crossing her arms. Who cares what it's called? I bet the humans don't know that hair is made of kraken either. Keratin, Mr. Gordon corrected, frowning back at her. And it is highly important that you know what it is you are shifting into. Inside and out. If you want to mimic humans perfectly, you must know them perfectly, even if they do not. I still think it's dumb, Ember mumbled, looking longingly out the window at the desert and open sky beyond the chain-link fence that surrounded the compound. Our teacher's expression darkened. Well, then, let's give you some motivation. If you and Dante don't make at least 95% on your tests tomorrow, you both will be banned from the game room for a month. Ember jerked in her seat, eyes going wide with outrage, and Mr. Gordon gave her a cold smile. That is how important you knowing the human anatomy is to Talon. So I would study, both of you. He waved a hand at the door. You're dismissed. It's totally unfair, Ember raged, as we walked across the dusty yard to our dorms. Overhead, the Nevada sun beat down on me, chasing away the chill of the air-conditioned classroom and warming my skin. Or, should I say, my epidermis. I smirked at my own joke, knowing Ember wouldn't get it. And in her current mood, she wouldn't appreciate it even if she did. "Gordon is a bully," Ember growled, kicking a pebble with her shoe, sending it bouncing over the dusty ground. "He can't ban us from the game room for a whole month. That's completely insane. I'd go crazy. There's nothing else to do around here." "Well, you could try paying attention," I suggested as we neared the long cement building at the edge of the fence. As expected, the suggestion did not go over well. "How am I supposed to pay attention when everything is so boring?" Ember snapped, wrenching open the door. Inside, the living room was cool to the point of chilly. A pair of leather sofas sat in an L around a coffee table, and a large television hung on the opposite wall, its huge screen shiny and dark. It had over 100 channels, everything from sci-fi to news stations to movies and sports. An attempt to keep us pacified, I suspected, though it never really worked on Ember. She would rather be outside than sitting in a room watching TV all day. The room was also spotlessly clean, despite the mess a certain sibling made of it nearly every day. Ember stalked to one of the couches and tossed her books onto the cushions. "They never give me a break," she continued, ignoring the texts as one of them slid off the leather and fell to the floor. "They just keep pushing me. Do better, go faster, pay more attention. Nothing I do is ever good enough." She gave me a half-joking, half-sour glare. "They never do that with you, Tweedledum." "That's because I actually pay attention." I set my bag on the table and headed into the kitchen for something to drink. Our live-in caretaker, Mr. Stiles, was not in sight, so I figured he was either out or in his room. They never have reason to come after me. "Yeah, well, you don't know how lucky you are," Ember grumbled, heading down the hall to her quarters. "If you need me, I'll be in my room cramming for this stupid test tomorrow. If you hear a crash, don't panic. I've probably just smashed my head through the wall." Right, I thought, as the door to her room opened and closed with a bang. Lucky. Alone in the kitchen, I poured myself a glass of orange juice and perched on the breakfast stool, brooding into the cup. Lucky, Ember had said. Of course it would seem lucky to her. She was the favorite, the one they all paid attention to. It had always been that way. In our 11 years together, our instructors always seemed to ask her questions first, show her things first, make sure she knew what she was doing. They pushed her hard and insisted she do things right, not noticing, or seeming to care, that I already knew the answers. And when I did get them to notice, it was always to set an example for my sister. "See, Dante knows the answer. Dante already has this down." I would kill for half the favor they showed her. Draining the glass, I put it into the dishwasher before heading down the hall to my room. I just had to do better, I thought, resolve stealing over me. I had to work for the attention that came so easily to my sister. Ember was hot-headed and always getting into trouble. It was up to me to watch out for us both. But at the same time, if I kept working hard and excelling, eventually they would realize that I always did better than my twin. They would realize that I was the smart one. I was the one who did everything right. If Talon didn't notice what I could do, I would just make them see. "Mr. Hill, the Elder Worm is ready for you. Please, go in." Sitting on the couch in the cold, brightly lit lobby, I raised my head as the present caught up with me, shaking away dark thoughts and the memories of the past. I'd been thinking of Ember a lot recently, her presence weighing heavily on my mind. Guilt, perhaps, that I had failed her, that I wasn't able to keep my twin safe from her worst enemy, herself. Standing, I nodded at the human assistant and walked toward the huge doors of Elder Worm's office. I couldn't think like that anymore. I wasn't 11 years old, desperate to prove I was worth something. I wasn't the pathetic, overlooked twin of the Elder Worm's daughter. No, I had proved myself to all of Talon that I was worthy of my heritage. I was the Elder Worm's right-hand man, the one she trusted with Talon's most important campaign. And someday, if everything worked out, I would lead all of Talon. Someday this would all be mine. I was close, so very close, to achieving what I'd set out to do all those years ago. I couldn't falter now. The enormous wooden doors to the CEO's office loomed above me, brass handles glimmering in the light. I didn't knock or wait for the Elder Worm to call me in. I simply opened the doors and entered. The Elder Worm was sitting at her desk, manicured nails clicking over the keyboard as her eyes scanned the computer screen. Her presence still filled the office, massive and terrifying, even though she wasn't looking at me. I walked quietly across the room and stood at the front of the desk with my hands clasped behind my back. Having an open invitation into the Elder Worm's office was one thing. Interrupting the Elder Worm without waiting for her to acknowledge your presence was another. I was heir to one of the largest empires in the corporate world, but she was still the CEO of Talon, and the most powerful dragon in existence. Not even the son of the Elder Worm was exempt from protocol. The Elder Worm didn't say anything, or look up from her task, and I waited silently for her to finish. Finally, she clicked the mouse button, pushed the keyboard tray beneath the desktop, and looked up at me. Her green-eyed gaze, identical to Ember's and my own, pierced the space between us. "Dante," she smiled, and unlike that of many other dragons who could only imitate a smile, hers seemed genuine. Of course, that was what made her so dangerous. You never knew if what she was showing you was real or not. "Good to see you again. How was your trip back?" "It was fine, ma'am. Thank you." She nodded and rose, gesturing to the duo of chairs in front of the desk. I sank into one obediently, and crossed my legs as the Elder Worm came around the desk to pin me with her stare. The weight of her gaze was suffocating, but I settled back with a calm yet expectant expression, careful not to show any fear. "Plans are in motion," the Elder Worm said, and her low voice sent a shiver down my spine. "Everything is nearly in place. There is just one thing missing now. One last thing we must take care of." My heart beat faster. I could guess what that final piece was. Of course, it would be her. Even now, she didn't realize her importance. Ember Hill must be retrieved. The Elder Worm went on, her tone becoming frighteningly intense. The hairs on my arms rose, and something inside me shrank down in terror as the Elder Worm speared me with that terrible gaze. "It is imperative that she return to Talon. No more mistakes. This is what we are going to do."
Ember. He's gone. I knelt in the salt, holding Garrett's motionless body in my lap, as the sun climbed slowly over the flats and tinged the desolate landscape the color of blood. The soldier's face was slack and pale, his skin still warm as he bled out in my arms. Around me, there were flurries of frantic movement, voices shouting, questions that might have been directed at me. But nothing seemed real. Garrett was gone. I had lost him.
Shit, he's bleeding out fast.
This from Riley, kneeling on the opposite side of the soldier, holding a bloody cloth to his side.
We can't wait for an ambulance. He'll be dead in 2 minutes if we don't do something now. Here,
gasped another voice behind me. Tristan St. Anthony, Garrett's former partner and a soldier of St. George, dropped to his knees beside Riley. He carried a large plastic box and yanked the lid back, revealing an array of bandages, gauze, and medical supplies.
I can do a transfusion right here, Tristan said,
pulling a long, clear tube from the bottom of the container.
But I don't have the correct blood type. His body will reject it if it's not a match.
What does he need? Riley growled.
Oh, positive.
Shit. Reaching into the box, Riley pulled out something that glittered metallically in the cold light. For just a second, he stared at it, as if trying to come to a decision.
I can't believe I'm doing this,
he muttered, and sliced the scalpel blade across his arm, right above the bend of his elbow. Blood welled and ran down his skin, and my stomach lurched. Tristan's eyes widened.
Are you? Shut up and stick that tube in his arm before I regret this even more.
Tristan scrambled to comply. Riley stood, holding the other end of the clear plastic, shaking his head.
I fucking can't believe I'm doing this,
he growled again, and shoved the end of the tube into his bicep. A dark stream of red ran from his arm, twisting lazily through the plastic, inching toward the dying soldier. Fascinated, I stared at the crimson stream, heart pounding, until Riley's voice snapped me out of my numb daze.
Don't just sit there, Firebrand. How about you start patching him up before he starts leaking my blood all over the ground?
I jumped, but Tristan was already moving, pulling out disinfectant, bandages and a needle and thread with grim determination. He glanced up, dark blue eyes meeting mine, and I saw the raw emotion behind his careful soldier's mask. A lump caught in my throat, and I gently lowered Garrett to the ground, then accepted the supplies thrust into my hands. For the next few minutes, we worked to keep the soldier we loved from dying on the barren flats outside Salt Lake City, while Riley loomed over us both, connected to Garrett by a thin stream of red, his expression like a thundercloud.
Riley. Whoa, getting lightheaded here. I swayed, gritting my teeth, as a wave of dizziness washed over me, making me stagger back a step. Thankfully, Ember and St. Anthony, still bent over the soldier, didn't seem to notice. They'd patched up his many wounds, either by wrapping them in gauze or sewing them shut, and he now lay between them on the salt flats, still as death and nearly as white as the ground beneath him. I looked at Ember, at the tear tracks staining her cheeks, and wondered if she would cry for me if I ever bit the dust. "He's still alive?" I asked gruffly. The other soldier of St. George felt his wrist, then nodded once and sat back on his heels with a sigh. "Yeah," he answered, in an equally brusque voice. "For now." "Well, that's good. I'd hate to be getting this nauseous for nothing." I watched him carefully remove the tube from the soldier's arm and tape the final wound shut. The end of the tube dropped to the ground and leaked my blood all over the salt. "You should go," St. Anthony said in a low voice, not looking at me. "Get him out of here, before the rest of the order shows up." I nodded wearily. "I'll call Wes," I told Ember. My human hacker friend waited on standby, ready to speed to our side if anything went wrong. I'd say this classified as very, very wrong. "He should be here in a few minutes." She nodded without looking up, her attention riveted to the soldier, and I stifled the growl rumbling in my throat. Instead, I pulled my phone out of my pocket and pressed a familiar button. "Tell me you're not dead, Riley," said the terse English voice on the other end. I sighed. No, Wes, I got my head blown off, and this is just my ghost speaking to you from the afterlife. What the hell do you think? Well, since you're calling me, I take it things did not go as planned. Did St. George manage to get himself killed? I looked down at Ember and the soldier. Maybe. Maybe? What kind of bloody answer is that? Either he's dead or he isn't. It's complicated. I explained the situation and what led up to it, as briefly as I could. Wes already knew that Garrett had been challenged by the Patriarch, the leader of St. George, to a duel to the death. The soldier had defeated the man, barely, and forced him to yield, ending the fight. But then he made a mistake. He'd spared his life, and while the soldier was walking away, the Patriarch had pulled a gun and shot him in the back. That move had ended his life, as one of his own seconds responded immediately by putting several bullets through his former Patriarch, but it came too late to help the soldier, who now lay like the dead on the salt flats outside the city. So much for the famed honor of St. George, I muttered into the shocked silence on the other end. So now we need to get him and us out of here pronto. Think you can manage that? Bloody hell, Riley, Wes sighed. Can you not, just once, go into a situation without one of you nearly dying? There was a pause, and I heard the growl of an engine as it rumbled to life. I'll be there as soon as I can. Try not to let anyone else get shot, okay? One more thing, I said, lowering my voice to a near whisper and turning my back on the trio kneeling in the salt. I'm initiating emergency go-to-ground protocol now. Send the signal through the network to all the safe houses. Shit, Riley, Wes breathed. Is it that bad? The leader of St. George, their grand poobah himself, was just killed. Even if they don't blame us, which they will, you can be sure of that, things are going to get crazy from here on. I don't want any of us out in the open when the shit starts to hit the fan. No one moves or pokes a scale out the door until I say otherwise. Bugger all, Wes muttered, and the faint tapping of keys drifted through the phone. Even when he was on standby, Wes's laptop never left his side. Initiating protocol now. He sighed again, sounding weary. Right, that's done. So now I suppose we're heading to the bug-out spot to wait for the order to flip the hell out when they hear the news. Get here as soon as you can, Wes. Joy. On my way. I lowered the phone and glanced at St. Anthony, forcing a smirk. I don't suppose you people brought a stretcher? Actually, we did. The other soldier still knelt in the salt beside Sebastian's body. His voice was grave, but a tremor went through him, barely noticeable. The order always comes prepared, though we thought it would just be one body. A chill went through me, joining the dizziness. I lifted my gaze and looked over the huddle of people in front of me to where a still form in white lay crumpled in the salt a few yards away. Like the soldier, he was covered in blood, the back of his once pristine uniform spattered with red from where the series of bullets had torn through his body. The Patriarch of the Order of St. George lay dead where he had fallen, the final look on his face, one of disbelief and rage. I guess I'd be surprised, too, if I'd been shot several times in the back by one of my own soldiers, and not the one I had challenged in a fight to the death. Tristan St. Anthony, the new voice echoed behind us, low and frigid. I saw the human briefly close his eyes before raising his head. Sir, get up. Step away from the dragons, now. St. Anthony complied immediately, though his movements were stiff as he rose and stepped away from Ember and myself. His face was carefully neutral as he turned to face the man standing behind us. Martin, I remembered the Patriarch had called him. Lieutenant Martin. He wasn't a large man or tall. He was older and had that commanding presence I'd seen in unit leaders and veteran slayers. St. Anthony stood rigid at attention, his gaze fixed straight ahead as the other regarded him with stony black eyes. I watched intently, wondering if he was going to shoot the younger soldier right here. Execute him for killing the patriarch, perhaps, even though, in my mind, St. Anthony had done exactly what he was supposed to. The seconds were there to ensure the duel was fair, that no one interfered, cheated, or swayed the fight in any way. Sebastian had won. The patriarch had yielded and the duel was clearly over. Shooting Sebastian in the back wasn't just extreme cowardice. It marked the patriarch, beyond any doubt, as guilty, and St. Anthony had responded as he should have. Maybe it was a knee-jerk reaction, and the realization of what he'd done was just now hitting home, but his response had probably saved both their lives from two vengeful dragons blasting them to cinders. But I didn't know St. George policies or politics, only that they were severe to the point of being fanatical. Maybe it didn't matter what the patriarch had done. Maybe killing the revered leader of St. George was an immediate death sentence, no matter the intent behind it. It wouldn't surprise me. By the look on St. Anthony's face, it wouldn't surprise him either. The officer regarded the younger man in silence for a moment, then sighed. "You did what you had to do, St. Anthony," he said in a stiff voice, making the other look up sharply. "In accordance with the rules of St. George, the patriarch was guilty, and his actions called for immediate reprisal." His voice didn't quite match the look on his face, as if he would give anything to believe that it wasn't true. "You did your duty, though the council might not see it that way," he added, making St. Anthony wince. "But I will speak on your behalf and do my best to ensure you are not punished for it." "Sir," St. Anthony breathed as, with the crunching of salt, the other officer walked up. He was older than either of them, with a white beard and a patch across one eye, and his face was twisted into an expression of hate as he glared at us. "Know this, dragons," he snapped, his voice shaking with rage. "You might have won the day, but you have not broken us. The Order will recover, and when we do, we will not stop until Talon is destroyed. This war isn't over. Far from it. It has barely begun." I smirked, ready to say something suitably defiant and insolent, but Ember lifted her gaze from where it had been glued to the soldier's body and glanced up at the humans. "It doesn't have to be this way," she said in a soft, controlled voice. "Some of us want nothing to do with Talon or the war. Some of us are just trying to survive." She looked at St. Anthony, holding his gaze. Garrett realized that, which is why he went to you in the first place, why he risked everything to expose the patriarch. Talon was using the Order to kill dragons that didn't fall in with the organization. St. George thinks we're all the same, but that's not true. Her voice grew a little desperate on that last word, and she dropped her gaze, staring at the soldier's body once more. "We don't want this war," she murmured. "There's been too much killing and death already. There has to be a way for it to end." "There is." The human's tone was flat. "It will end with the extinction of every dragon on the planet. Nothing less. Even if what you say is true, St. George will not yield. The Order will never abandon their mission to purge the threat your kind represents. If anything, this has only proved how treacherous you dragons really are. Perhaps this was Talon's plan all along, to strike a critical blow against the Order by removing the patriarch." "Are you really that stupid?" I asked, and all three humans glanced at me sharply. "Is the Order so blind and rigid that it won't even consider another way of thinking? Open your damn eyes, St. George. You have 2 dragons in front of you that hate Talon just as much as the Order. And if you believe this was some elaborate plan by the organization to off the Patriarch, you're not thinking that through. Why would Talon want to kill the Patriarch when they were pulling all the strings and had the Order right where they wanted? I gestured to myself, Ember, and the motionless soldier. Had to expose this alliance, or Talon would have just kept using you to wipe us off the map. Maybe you should think hard about what that means. St. Anthony, I noted, was still watching Ember, who was kneeling by the soldier with his hand clasped tightly in her own. His eyes were conflicted, a tiny furrow creasing his brow. But then the man spoke again, his voice as hard and cold as ever. "Take Sebastian and leave this place," he said, stepping back. "The Order will not pursue, at least not today. But there will be a reckoning, Dragon. And when that happens, I suggest you stay far away or be consumed with the rest of your kind." "Martin, St. Anthony," he said, and walked toward the body of the Patriarch lying in the bloody salt a few yards away. The one called Martin followed immediately, but Tristan paused a moment, still staring at Ember before he, too, turned on a heel and marched off with his shoulders straight. Neither of them looked back. I knelt, putting a hand on Ember's arm and leaning close. "Wes is on his way," I told her. "We'll be out of here soon." She nodded without looking up. Do you think he'll make it?" she whispered. I didn't want to upset her, but I didn't want to lie either, to give her false hope. "I don't know, Firebrand," I muttered. "He's lost a lot of blood. I don't know if that bullet hit anything vital, but he's not in a good place right now. I think you have to prepare yourself for the worst." She closed her eyes, a tear slipping down her cheek as she bowed her head. My dragon stirred, and a bitter lump caught in my throat. I remembered her words as the soldier lay dying in her arms, the whispered confession as the human slipped into unconsciousness, and I knew she would never say those words to me, unless he was gone. Sickened with myself and the dark, ugly thoughts of my inner dragon, I rose and walked away to scan the barren horizon. So, the Patriarch was dead. We'd accomplished what we'd set out to do. Not kill the man exactly, but expose him to the rest of the Order and break up the alliance between him and Talon. The organization could no longer pull the Order's strings because their prize puppet was out of the picture. This would throw St. George into chaos, and they would want retribution for the death of their leader. But at least they would be distracted for a while. And while they were figuring out what to do, I could move my network even deeper underground so we'd be well hidden for the inevitable retaliation. But that still left Talon to deal with. A chill went through me as I watched the sun creep slowly over the flats, staining the horizon red. Something was coming. I could feel it. Talon was out there, and killing the Patriarch would cause them to react as well. Maybe that had been their plan all along. I felt like a pawn in a chess match, one who had just taken out the bishop, but then looked up and there was the queen, smiling at me from across the board. I shook myself, frowning. I was getting paranoid. Even if Talon had expected this, our plans wouldn't have changed. We would have had to expose the Patriarch regardless, and everything would still have led to this, with the leader of the Order dead, and the soldier who had exposed him hovering between life and death in the blood-stained salt. I looked back at Ember and the human, huddled together on the bleak, unforgiving flats. The soldier's face was as white as the salt beneath him. Half his blood, and probably a little of mine, already drying in the sun. Try not to die, St. George, I thought, startling myself. Things are going to get even crazier from here, and you're not bad to have around when everything implodes. If Talon decides to come after us full scale, we'll need all the help we can get. Plus, if you die now, Ember will never be able to forget you. And I don't want to compete with a damned ghost for the rest of my life.
Garrett. I was flying. The clouds stretched out below me, a rolling sea of white and gray that went on forever. Above me, the sky was a perfect, endless blue that made me dizzy to look at. I could feel the wind in my face, smelling of rain and mist, and the sun warming my back. How long had I been flying? I couldn't remember, but it felt like an eternity and a heartbeat at the same time. Why was I up here? I was looking for something, I think, or chasing something. Or something was chasing me. A low rumble echoed behind me. I looked back to see a wall of black clouds boiling up from the white, spreading toward me with frightening speed. Chilled, I tried to fly faster, but the sky rapidly darkened, and lightning flickered around me as the storm drew closer, filling the air with the smell of ozone. "Garrett," a voice shivered across the cloudscape, soft and female, making me falter. I knew that voice. Where was she? Why couldn't I see her? "Garrett, I'm here. Just hold on." "Where are you?" I tried to call, but my voice had frozen inside me. At my back, the boiling wall of darkness loomed closer, streaks of lightning flashing in its depths. "How's he doing?" A different voice joined the first, low and strangely familiar. It made something inside me bristle. I couldn't remember the face or what it had done, but a low growl rumbled through my chest before it died in my throat. "He's fighting." The female voice sounded choked, making my stomach clench too. "His temperature is far higher than normal, and he's been delirious the past few nights. Wes thinks his body is trying to adapt to the transfusion, and that it's causing some weird side effects, but we really don't know anything." She sniffed, and her voice went even softer. "All we can do is wait, and hope that he comes out of it." The others sighed. "At least he's still alive, Firebrand. I did the only thing I could think of." "I know." Their voices faded, swallowed by the darkness and rising wind, and a stab of desperation shot through me. "Wait," I wanted to shout, straining to hear her voice, to follow it until I found the person on the other side. "Don't go! Don't leave me here!" No answer except the howling of the wind and the rumble of the storm at my back. Before me, the sky continued on forever, rolling gray clouds with no end in sight. Behind me, the dark wall boiled steadily closer, a wave swallowing everything in its path, filling the air with the tingle of electricity. I suddenly realized what I had to do. I twisted around to face the oncoming storm. For a split second, hanging upside down in midair, I caught a glimpse of my shadow in the clouds below, lean and sharp, with an elongated neck and wide sweeping wings. Then I was rushing toward the wall of darkness. The clouds filled my vision as I shot into the flickering blackness, and everything around me disappeared. I stumbled forward, and flames surrounded me, roaring in my ears. The entire warehouse was engulfed, tongues of flame curling around the iron beams and snapping hungrily at the aisles of crates and boxes. Everywhere I looked there was fire, screaming and crackling, tinting everything in a hellish glow. But I wasn't afraid. A nearby tower of pallets collapsed with a deafening roar, and a cloud of embers billowed into the air, swirling around me. But there was no discomfort or pain. I could feel the heat, smell the smoke and ashes settling in my lungs, but it didn't bother me at all. "Firebrand?" That same voice, low and husky, drifted from one of the aisles. "Ember," it said again, its tone laced with worry. "You've been sitting here for 8 hours. Go to sleep. Let me or Wes take watch. He's not going anywhere." "No," said the voice that made my heart leap in my chest. "I want to be here. When he wakes up, I should be here. He was almost lucid a little while ago. I think he was calling for me." I started toward the voice, ducking a burning beam, feeling the heat against my back and neck as I hurried forward. The voices continued, but they were fainter now, swallowed by the roar of the inferno. Overhead, a skylight exploded into shards of razor glass and rained down, pinging off the cement. Impatient, I shielded my face with a hand and jogged forward. The patriarch emerged from the darkness of the aisle, dressed in white and red, a sword hanging loosely at his side. Flames engulfed him, burning his uniform, clawing at his beard and leaping from his hair. His face was blackened, the skin cracked and oozing, but his blue eyes glowed in the haze and smoke, and he pointed a fire-wreathed hand in my direction.
"Traitor," he whispered. "Dragon lover. Like your parents before you. You are damned, Sebastian. Your soul has been tainted beyond all redemption, and you must be put down like the demon you are."
He took a step toward me. I raised my gun and fired point blank at his center, and the patriarch exploded into a cloud of swirling ashes and scattered into the smoke. But his voice continued to echo through the warehouse.
"You cannot escape your destiny. Evil is in your blood, Sebastian. You will fall, and you will burn in the flames of your own making, as your parents did before you."
Lowering my arm, I strode through the ash cloud into the blackness beyond. Sunlight blinded me. Wincing, I raised my arm, trying to see past the sudden glare. The scent of salt and sand filled my nostrils, and I heard the sound of waves, crying gulls and distant laughter. Blinking rapidly, I lowered my arm to find myself on the edge of a beach, a strip of white sand stretching out to either side, and the brilliant, sparkling ocean before me. Recognition sparked. This place felt familiar, though I couldn't remember why. Hadn't I been here before? If I had, why did the sight of the ocean fill me with both excitement and dread?
"Garrett,"
Tristan said at my back. His voice was impatient, and I turned to face the other soldier. He wore shorts, a tank top, and a slight frown as he gazed down at me.
"You okay?"
my partner asked.
"You went all glassy-eyed for a few seconds. Did you hear what I just said?"
"No," I muttered, as memory came back in a rush, reminding me why we were here. Find a dragon, kill a dragon, like we had done all those times before. So why did this seem so different? I felt like I was missing something important. "Sorry," I told Tristan, rubbing my eyes. "What was that again?" He sighed.
"I was saying the dragon is hiding right over there, and that maybe you should go talk to it before it disappears."
He pointed. I turned, squinting against the light and the glimmer coming off the ocean. Farther down the sand, a group of teenagers clustered by the water's edge, laughing and occasionally splashing each other. Between the sunlight and the blinding glare, I couldn't see their features, just moving silhouettes against the water, sand, and sky. I don't see a dragon," I murmured, walking forward a few steps.
"Really?"
Tristan followed, his footsteps shushing quietly through the sand.
"It's standing right there, plain as day. Maybe if you weren't so blinded by love, you'd see it for what it really is. And then I wouldn't have to kill you."
I turned. Tristan stood behind me, a gun held level with my chest. His eyes were hard as they met mine, and he pulled the trigger. There was no sound. The flash of the gun filled my vision, and I felt myself falling. I opened my eyes. The sky overhead was gray and dim. There were no clouds, no glimmers of blue or sunlight through the haze, just a flat gray sky that seemed much closer than it should be. I blinked a few times, and it resolved itself into a concrete ceiling with cracks running across the surface. I lay on my back in a small, empty room. A sheet pulled up to my chest and my hands draped over my stomach. My body felt numb and heavy, and my head felt like it was full of cotton, which made it very hard to think. Where was I? How did I get here? The last thing I remembered... My mind stirred sluggishly, trying to sift through what was real and what was nightmare. What had happened to me? Memories rose up, familiar faces and voices, but it was difficult to separate reality from hallucination. Had I been injured? Or had I been chasing something? Slowly I turned my head, trying to take in my surroundings, and my pulse stuttered. A girl slumped next to my bed, seated in a metal chair pulled close to the mattress. Her arms were folded against the sheets with her head cradled atop them, bright red hair mussed and sticking out at odd angles. Her eyes were closed, and her slim, bare shoulders rose and fell with the rhythm of her breathing. Ember. I drew in a breath, feeling the strangeness of the dream world dissolve as reality took its place. Suddenly all those things, where I was, what had happened to me, how much time had passed, didn't seem important anymore. Just that she was here. I stretched out my hand, not trusting my voice, and touched the back of her arm. She jerked away and looked up, green eyes wide and startled. For half a heartbeat she stared at me in confusion as her mind caught up to the present. I saw my reflection in her gaze and wanted to say something, but my voice hadn't returned quite yet. "Garrett," she breathed, her voice barely above a whisper, and then she threw herself forward, wrapping her arms around my neck in an almost painful embrace. I slid my arms around her, feeling her heart beat against mine, her warm cheek pressed against my throat and jaw. I closed my eyes and held her, trembling in my arms. "Hey, you," I whispered. My voice came out raspy and weak, and I swallowed some of the scratchy dryness in my throat. I became aware that I was very hot, my skin burning with fever. I could practically feel the heat radiating off me, and was thankful that only a thin sheet covered my body. "What happened?" I husked out as Ember pulled back, regarding me with shining green eyes. "Where are we?" She gave me a solemn look. "We're in one of Riley's safe houses, an old bomb shelter he renovated from the Cold War era. We are literally underground right now. Hang on." She turned, sliding off the mattress, and reached toward a small end table beside the bed. A bowl and a wet cloth sat on one corner, a glass and a pitcher on the other. She poured the last of the pitcher's contents into the cup and turned back, cocking her head. "Can you sit up?" Carefully, I struggled to a sitting position, feeling weak and unstable as I leaned forward, and Ember adjusted the pillows at my back. When we were done, she handed me the cup, and I forced myself to drink slowly, though the burning in my throat and deep in my chest made me want to down it in 2 gulps. Putting the empty glass on the bedside table, I looked at Ember again. She ran her fingers over my forehead, brushing back my hair. Her fingers were cool and soft and left a soothing trail over my heated skin. "What do you remember?" I don't know." Everything was still fuzzy, and now the heat in my veins had become even more pronounced. I pressed a palm to my face, trying to clear my thoughts and to ease the pressure behind my eyes. "I was fighting the Patriarch, I think," I said. "He challenged me to a duel, and I agreed to fight him. That's all I can remember." Ember nodded. "You won," she said quietly. "You beat the Patriarch, but when the fight was over, he shot you. In the back." A feral gleam entered her eyes, and I wondered if the Patriarch was still alive, if he had survived the vengeance of an enraged red dragon. "You nearly died," Ember went on, the murderous look fading to one of anguish. "You were bleeding out, and the only way to save your life was to perform a blood transfusion right there. There was no time to take you to a hospital, and no one else had the right blood type, so Riley became the donor." She paused. "Riley saved your life, Garrett." For a few seconds I didn't understand the significance, why she looked so distraught. Was she afraid that I would resent the fact that a former enemy had saved my life? Given our past, I was shocked that the rogue dragon had offered his own blood to save a soldier of St. George. Did Riley himself wish that he'd let me die? I didn't think he was that vindictive, but I was a rival. No longer an enemy, but a challenger in the worst way. Competition for the girl beside me. If I was out of the picture, Riley would have Ember all to himself. Then it hit me. The heat in my veins, the feeling of molten fire crawling beneath my skin. I let out a long breath. I have dragon blood in me. Ember winced. It's been causing some complications, she said in a near whisper. Some of it has been good. Your wounds have been healing at a much faster rate than normal, but you've been delirious for the past week and a half. Until today, we didn't know if you would pull out of it. At my incredulous look, she dropped her gaze. Wes thinks it's your body trying to compensate for the infusion of new blood, and that it should eventually adjust, but he's not certain. This has never been done before. We don't know what the effects will be, long-term or otherwise. Dazed, I sank back against the pillow. Riley had saved my life, and he'd done it by injecting me with dragon blood. Was that why my heart was pumping like I'd run a marathon, even lying here on my back? My mind, already wandering and confused, began spinning in strange directions. What would this infusion do to me, inside and out? Was I in danger of dying as the dragon blood cooked my organs from the inside? Or could it do even more outlandish things? Dragons were magical creatures. A tiny bit of ancient supernatural power flowed through their veins. Even the Order of St. George acknowledged this. What would that do to the human body? Would I come out of this completely normal? For a moment, I had bizarre, delirious thoughts of waking up covered in scales, or getting out of bed to find a tail coiling behind me, before I shoved them aside. That wasn't possible, I told myself, struggling to hold on to logic as it twisted and squirmed away from me. Blood couldn't do that to a person. I was in no danger of morphing into some sort of strange half-dragon. The most it could do was kill me, if my body rejected the new blood and shut down organs one by one. Ember, I realized, was watching me carefully, waiting for my reaction. I reached for the hand lying on the mattress, and she curled her fingers around mine and held on tight, like she was afraid to let go. It's okay, I told her, smiling as I met her gaze. I'll deal with the complications as they come. But right now, I'll settle for still being here. She let out a breath that was half laugh, half growl, and leaned forward, pressing her forehead to my cheek. Damn it, Garrett, she breathed in my ear. I thought I lost you. Don't do that again. I'll try not to, I whispered back. Her skin was cool against mine, and I slid my fingers up her arms. But will you still feel the same if I sprout wings and a tail? I felt her silent laughter. Actually, that would be pretty awesome, she admitted. Though you'd never be able to wear shorts in a public place again, so there'd be some kinks to work out. I wanted to drag her closer, to pull her against me and listen to our hearts beat together. But my eyelids were suddenly heavy, and sleep was clawing at me, even as I struggled to stay awake. What happened with the order? I asked, determined to get some sort of answer before I succumbed to exhaustion. We don't know, Ember said, drawing back. After the duel, they took the Patriarch's body and left. We came straight here from Salt Lake City and haven't been up top since. I nodded. That was smart. The Patriarch was dead. The revered leader of the Order of St. George had been slain by the enemy. Even if there was no immediate reprisal, staying off the Order's radar right now was a good idea. Still, the lack of information was worrisome. What was happening in both St. George and Talon? We had thrown a huge wrench into the works of both organizations, and something had to come of it. Sooner or later, they were going to respond. We had to be ready when they did. But not right now. At least not for me. Staying conscious was becoming increasingly difficult, even though I had about a dozen more questions I wanted to ask. And something else hovered at the back of my mind, a feeling that I was forgetting something important. Something about the Order and me. Ember must have noticed, for her cool fingers brushed my forehead again, and her lips briefly touched my temple. "Get some sleep, soldier boy," she whispered, the relief in her voice washing over me like a wave. "You're safe here. I'll see you again when you wake up." Lulled by that promise, I obeyed.
Ember. I watched Garrett fall asleep, relaxing into the pillows, his breaths even and slow. It was a sound, peaceful sleep this time. No jerking, mumbling, or fluttering eyelids. No thrashing around in nightmare. Hopefully, the fever had broken, and he was on his way to recovery, though his skin remained disturbingly hot. Hotter than any humans should have been. But he was finally awake and lucid, and that itself was a massive relief. Watching while he'd jerked and muttered nonsense in his sleep had been horrible. One night he'd thrashed about so violently, we'd considered tying him down. I knew it was the dragon blood working its way through his system, causing fever and sickness as his body tried to adapt to or reject the infusion. I knew that without it, Garrett would most certainly be dead, and that Riley had saved his life with his quick thinking. But watching him moan and thrash, trying to ward away phantom enemies, hearing what was almost a snarl erupt from his throat one night, I couldn't help but wonder what he would be like when he finally came out of it. If he came out of it at all. Thankfully he had, and it didn't appear to have changed him. At least, not on the outside. What was happening inside him was anyone's guess. As far as any of us knew, no human had ever received a transfusion of dragon blood, so there was nothing to compare it to. I doubted Garrett would sprout wings and a tail, as cool and disturbing as that might be, but I also doubted any human could get injected with the blood of a dragon and not experience side effects. Right now, watching him sleeping peacefully for the first time in over a week was all that seemed important. He was alive, not delirious, and now I could rejoin the rest of the world. Riley, I knew, would be relieved. I'd barely seen him and Wes since our arrival, and the only times I'd left this room were the instances when I'd fallen asleep at Garrett's side, and Riley had carried me to my own bed. I knew he'd want to hear that Garrett was awake, if for no other reason than I would stop worrying about him. With one final look at the unconscious soldier, I tiptoed out of the room and slipped into the hallway beyond. I nearly scraped my skull on the low, curved ceiling, again, and ducked my head with a stifled growl. The corridor was actually an enormous corrugated steel tube with rooms branching from it. A steel ladder at the far end of the tube led up to a tiny concrete hatch in the middle of nowhere, Wyoming. As fallout shelters went, it was pretty typical. Riley said he'd stumbled onto it many years ago and had modified it into an emergency fallback center. It was dark, it was claustrophobic, but it was, according to Riley and Wes, the most secure place we could hope for, a refuge where we could wait out the craziness up top and know that St. George wouldn't come for us all in the night. I didn't know how much I liked the idea of waiting things out. Now that I knew Garrett would be all right, sitting here doing nothing, just hoping Talon and the Order would forget about us, was sounding less like a plan and more like a stall tactic. Neither was going to forget about us, and we had worked so hard to strike a decisive blow against both organizations. Breaking up the alliance between Talon and the Patriarch was a huge victory, even if it had almost cost one of us his life. To pull back and hide seemed the opposite of what we should do right now, but good luck convincing Riley of that. The room beside Garrett's, where Riley and Wes shared a bunk, was empty, so I headed to the one other place they would be, the command room at the other end of the tube. Like everything in this underground facility, the command room had low ceilings, concrete walls, and just enough room to move around. A square table sat in the middle of the floor, with maps and files and other documents scattered over it, and a desk with an old computer was shoved into the corner with a couple shelves. Amazingly, Wes had been able to get power running to this place. The opposite corner held a very old, yet working television, and it was on at the moment, an overly cheerful weather reporter announcing that we were in for a soggy weekend. As I walked into the room, I blinked in shock. Wes, unsurprisingly, sat at the computer, both his laptop and the other screen open and active. Riley stood at one end of the table, with both hands on the surface, gazing down at the map spread out beneath him. He was dressed in black jeans, boots, and shirt, and his dark hair was unkempt. I felt a stirring of heat inside me, my dragon coming to life as she always did when he was around. But it was the third person in the room that caught my attention. She stood on the other side of the table, arms crossed, straight black hair falling to the center of her back. Jade? The slight Chinese woman, in reality a 40-foot-long adult Eastern dragon, turned and gave me a faint smile as I stepped into the room. "Hello, Ember," she greeted me. "It's good to see you again. From what Riley has told me, I was expecting not to catch a glimpse of you for days." "What are you doing here?" One slender eyebrow arched. "I said I would return, did I not? When I made certain the monks were safe and had found a new temple, I promised to come back. And there is still a war to be fought." She lifted her hands slightly. "So here I am, though it seems I have come at a, if not bad, rather uncertain time." "Ember." Riley rose quickly, his gold gaze meeting mine across the table. For a moment, his expression was apprehensive. I hadn't voluntarily left Garrett's room since the day we'd arrived. There were only 2 reasons I would leave it now. "St. George?" he asked cautiously. "He's awake," I said, making him slump, but whether it was in relief or disappointment, I wasn't sure. "The fever has broken. He was talking to me a few minutes ago. I think he's going to be okay." "Well, that's something at least." Riley raked back his hair. "Nice to get some not horrible news for a change. If the bastard gets back on his feet soon, I could use his perspective on what the hell is going on out there with the Order." Mention of the Order brought the current situation rushing back. I'd been so distracted by Garrett, I'd nearly forgotten about it, but now it rose up again, looming and ominous. "Why?" I asked, stepping to the edge of the table. What had I missed? "What's going on? What's the Order been doing?" He shot me a frustrated look. "Nothing," he growled, making me frown. "Not a damn thing. We haven't heard a peep from them since we left Salt Lake City. There have been no raids, no strikes, no activity at all. The Order has gone completely AWOL." "I'm confused," I said, cocking my head. "Isn't that a good thing? We exposed the Patriarch to the rest of St. George, and Talon's hold on them is broken. They're not going after your safe houses anymore." "Not right now." Riley crossed his arms, "but it's still too quiet. I don't trust this complete lack of response. It's not like them at all. This is probably the calm before the shitstorm." "The Order is not the one we should be worrying about," Jade insisted, as if I hadn't said anything. "So you keep telling me," Riley said, glaring at the Eastern dragon. "But I don't know what you expect me to do against Talon. If the organization is up to something, all the more reason to keep off their radar. We hide deep, and we hide hard. That's the only way we're going to survive." "It is not a plan to simply hide and do nothing." "I'm sorry. This from one of the Eastern dragons who, for hundreds of years, have done nothing but sit on their scaly butts in isolated temples while the rest of us fought the war?" While they were talking, the news story changed to show a young reporter standing on a narrow stretch of pavement that snaked into a forest. A pair of orange and white barricades blocked the road behind her, warning lights flashing in the gray drizzle. "Authorities are still struggling to discover the reason behind the accident that caused a cargo plane full of fuel to crash into a small Arkansas town last week," the woman was saying. "As you can see, the road to the town has been blocked, and authorities have closed off the area. Rescue crews are on the scene now and have been combing through the rubble non-stop, but so far, no survivors have been found." "When did that happen?" I asked. Riley gave the television a cursory glance.
"Couple days ago," he said in a brusque voice. "Apparently, a plane full of jet fuel took a nosedive into some hillbilly community in the mountains. Caused a spectacular explosion and wiped out the whole town, according to the news. It's been on every station for days." He shrugged. "Tragic, but not something we need to worry about."
"Correct," agreed Jade. "We should be worrying about Talon and what their plans are, now that the order has been disrupted."
"And what is it you think we can actually do against the organization?" Riley said, turning back to her. "For that matter, what makes you think Talon is up to anything at all?"
While they were arguing, I turned my attention to the TV. The scene had changed from a map of the United States to what looked like a news conference, with a man behind a podium speaking to a handful of reporters and flashing cameras. After a moment, he stepped down, and a woman took his place behind the podium. She was tall and attractive, with jet-black hair and striking blue eyes, and for some reason, my instincts prickled when I saw her.
"Oh, bloody hell,"
Wes breathed from the corner. Riley and Jade didn't hear him, or the quiet horror in his voice. Puzzled, I turned, but he wasn't looking at any of us. His attention was riveted to the television in the corner.
"Shit!"
Wes swore again, and glanced at Riley, still in a heated argument with Jade.
"Riley, bloody shut up for a second. Look who it is."
Riley craned his neck toward the TV, and his eyebrows shot up.
"Miranda?" he exclaimed. "What the hell? Why is she there?"
His eyes narrowed, jaw tightening as he shook his head.
"Damn it,"
he growled. "What?" I asked. "What's going on? Who's Miranda?"
Riley swore again. "She's an agent with the NTSB, the National Transportation Safety Board," he answered. "They're a federal agency that's called in to investigate aviation accidents across the U.S.
He sighed, his gaze sharpening.
"She's also a chameleon, and one of Talon's best, which means that the whole story is a bloody cover-up," Wes muttered darkly. "If Talon sent a chameleon herself to the site, they're neck-deep in whatever is going on down there."
Jade's cool gaze held Riley's across the table, and there was a warning in those dark eyes. "Talon is on the move," she said in an ominous tone. "How long can we remain ignorant? How long can we hide while they put their plans into motion unopposed?"
"As long as it takes," Riley growled back. "Breaking up the order is one thing. Saving hatchlings from the organization is another. Dragons who go head-to-head with Talon die. That's all there is to it. I'm the leader of this underground. It's not just my hide on the line. I have an entire network of dragons and humans to worry about, and I will not bring them under Talon's fire. No, we stay here. We hide. We let this blow over. I'm not going to put anyone in danger if I can help it."
"And what if it doesn't blow over?" I challenged. "What if it just gets worse?" I pointed at the screen. "Riley, if that's a cover-up, then Talon might have destroyed an entire town. That's not like them at all. They would never risk that kind of exposure unless they're planning something huge to counter it." Riley glared at me, making my dragon stir, but I held my ground. "Jade is right. Something is happening with the organization. Something big. We need to know what Talon is up to before it's too late."
"Don't you start too, Firebrand." "They're right, mate,"
Wes said quietly, shocking us all speechless. We turned to him, but he was staring at the screen, his gaze dark.
"Talon might have blown up a building or two in the past, but they're always careful to make it seem like an accident. This?" He shook his head at the TV. "This is a whole different animal. I've never heard of them taking out an entire town for no reason. That place is in the middle of nowhere. Unless we're missing something big, There's nothing left there that Talon would want. His jaw tightened. I don't like it, Riley. They're changing the game on us. We need to find out what the hell they're doing before it bites us all in the arse. That's too Wesley, Riley growled, but before Wes could reply, he turned to me. Hang on a second, Firebrand, he ordered, before you go charging off again. I think you're forgetting something. He gestured at the door. What about the soldier? He can't come with us, not with that injury. He'll slow us down or get himself killed. Hell, he can't even stand now, much less hold a gun. How do you expect him to keep up? I bit my lip. He was right. Garrett was in no condition to go running into yet another dangerous mission, but I also knew that we needed to find out what Talon was planning. I'll stay behind, I told Riley. I'll keep an eye on Garrett while you, Jade, and Wes go see what Talon is up to. Riley snorted. Very noble of you. I would come with you, Riley. You know I would, I said firmly. I want to go, and I want to see for myself, but... I started to rub my arms, then stopped myself. I won't leave him behind. Not alone. And we have to figure out what Talon is doing before they surprise us with their next horrible scheme. So, the three of you go ahead. I'll stay here with Garrett. No, you won't, Wes sighed, shocking me again. I will. Riley turned to him, and he shrugged. I can do just as much over the phone as in person, he said in a reasonable voice. And you'll need someone watching the safe houses while you're gone. Let's face it, mate. She's better in a fight, and if bugger all goes down, 3 dragons have a better chance of making it out alive than 2 dragons and a human. I'll stay here, provide support, and make sure St. George doesn't bleed to death, and the nest don't explode. He'll be safe with me, and don't give me that look, he added as Riley raised a brow at him. The Tulsa is useful. I'm not too much of a bastard to admit it. If keeping him alive means he'll kill more of St. George and Talon in the future, then by all means, I'll give him whatever he needs. I smiled at his gruffness, seeing the flush that crept below his scruffy jawline. Thanks, Wes. Yes, thank you, Wesley, Riley echoed in a mock sincere voice, for dragging me into yet another insane scheme. I suppose if I refuse now, these 2 morons will go to this crash site without me. He shook his head and raised a hand before I could protest. Fine, great. Into the jaws of death once more. Must be a Tuesday. So now that you mutineers have decided where we're going next, why don't you tell me how long it's going to take to drive from Wyoming to Arkansas? Wes's fingers flew over the keyboard. About 18 hours, he confirmed, squinting at the screen. If you drive straight through. Riley exhaled and shook his head in exasperated defeat. All right, he muttered. If we're really going to do this, let's get it over with. Straightening, he became confident again, his tone brusque and commanding. We'll leave tomorrow. Wes, send a message to all the safe houses. Tell them, again, they are to stay put and not move unless they are 100% certain Talon or St. George will kick down their door in the next 24 hours. I'll get things together so we can leave as soon as we can. He gave me an appraising, golden-eyed stare, and one corner of his mouth curled up. I swallowed, ignoring the slow flame coiling through my insides. Get some rest, Firebrand, he ordered. You've gotten only a couple hours a night this whole time, and most of that has been slumped in a chair. I know you're tired. Go to sleep. I smirked back, ready to tell him I was fine, but then I realized he was right. I was more than tired. Between the stress of nearly losing Garrett, his sickness, and the constant bedside vigil, I was completely exhausted. Sleep sounded wonderful right now. Yeah, I agreed, drawing back. I'll do that. Don't leave without me. Wouldn't dream of it. I checked on Garrett one last time before continuing to the room next door. He was still dead to the world, his breath slow and deep.
I tiptoed out to avoid waking him, walked into my own room, and collapsed on my tiny cot in the corner. The lumpy, metal-framed mattress felt like heaven. I was unconscious almost before my head hit the pillow. A knocking at my door pulled me out of a dead, dreamless sleep. Groping for my phone, I stared blearily at the glowing numbers. 6:42 a.m. Holy crap! It had been 7 in the evening when I'd fallen into bed last night. I'd zonked out for nearly 12 hours. The knocking came again. Probably Riley or Jade, impatient to get on the road. 18 hours was a long drive down to Arkansas. I thought of Garrett and felt a stab of worry and guilt for leaving him. But he had been shot and nearly killed less than 2 weeks ago. He certainly couldn't come with us. "I'm up," I called, scrambling off the mattress. Geez, the floor was cold. "I'm coming. Just give me a couple seconds." I ran my fingers through my hair, smoothing it down as best I could. Yawning, I walked to the door and pulled it open. It wasn't Riley. Or Jade. "Hey, Dragon Girl," Garrett said, smiling at me over the threshold. He wore jeans and a white t-shirt, and his short blonde hair, clean and brushed back, glinted under the bare bulbs. His metallic gray eyes were shining as they met mine. "You didn't think you were going to leave me behind, did you?"
Garrett. I shouldn't be up. Not because I felt weak or because I was still healing. I literally should not be able to stand right now, not with the injury I'd sustained. I'd nearly died. My body had suffered a massive amount of trauma that should have taken weeks, if not months, to fully heal. But last night, I'd woken up groggy and confused, and the air under the sheets had felt like a sauna. Without even thinking about it, I'd swung out of bed and slipped down the hall until I found a room with people in it. When I'd walked through the door, Wes had nearly fallen out of his chair, and Riley had uttered a very emphatic curse. "Shit, St. George!" The rogue had given me an incredulous glare. "What the hell are you doing? You want to kill yourself? There's no way you should be up right now." I'd tried to clear my bleary thoughts. Only then had I realized I was shirtless and my entire chest was wrapped in bandages and gauze. How long have I been down? "More than a week." Riley had stalked forward, gold eyes narrowed and appraising. "And truthfully, I have no idea how you're even standing, unless you're so delirious you don't feel anything." Jade had appeared in the doorway, slender brows rising as our gazes met. I'd been surprised as well, just how much had happened while I was out.
"Well," the Eastern Dragon had commented in a wry voice, "according to Riley, I was not expecting to see you for quite some time. But it appears that you are not— what is the saying again? On death's doorstep, after all?"
Like hell he's not. It had been Wes's turn to stalk forward, yank up a chair and grab a first aid kit from a cabinet. "Sit down, you bloody stubborn bastard, before you tear yourself open. If you die now, that damn hatchling is going to kill something." I'd sunk wordlessly onto the chair as the hacker began cutting gauze from my back and chest. As he'd peeled back the wrappings, cool air had hit my skin, and the human had uttered a breathless curse. Bloody hell, are you kidding me? I'd felt a cloth brush my skin, right over the wound, but it had barely stung. "Are you seeing this, Riley? Last week there was a hole the size of a golf ball. Now bloody nothing." The rag had swiped my back, a little harder this time, sending a twinge through my side. "This looks like weeks of healing, not a bloody few days." Holy shit. Do you realize what this means?" I'd twisted in my seat, causing him to fumble with the bandages and swear. "Where's Ember?" I'd asked, looking around the room. I was still groggy, lightheaded and confused. I hadn't known where we were, what had happened, or why Jade was back. I'd needed answers, but first I needed to see Ember again. "Asleep," Riley had answered. The rogue leader had stood above me with an unreadable expression on his face. These past few days, the only times she left your room were to use the bathroom, and when I forced her to eat something," he'd gone on. "You're not going to wake her up now, St. George. She needs all the sleep she can get before we leave tomorrow." "Leave?" I'd furrowed my brow. "Where are you going?" He'd frowned back, and I could tell he was kicking himself for saying that. But Jade had pulled up another chair and sat down beside me, her expression somber. "We think Talon is planning something," she'd said, and proceeded to explain everything that had happened from the time I'd been shot. She'd spoken slowly, answering any questions that I had, and when Wes was finished rebandaging my wound, I'd been almost clear-headed again. "I'm coming with you," I told Riley. He'd snorted. "Figured that's what you would say, St. George," he'd growled, and waved a hand. "Your funeral, of course. I certainly can't stop you if you want to come along, but you're going to have to keep up. That won't be a problem, will it?" I'd risen smoothly and felt my back twinge, but it had been forgettable. I'd endured far worse, though I knew I shouldn't be this recovered. I'd seen soldiers shot in battle many, many times. I knew that one did not get up and walk around a little more than a week after the injury I had sustained. But I was not going to stay behind, not when Ember was rushing straight into danger again. "No," I told the rogue, who'd nodded briskly as if he'd expected it. "No problem at all." Ember's mouth fell open. She stared at me in shock, her eyes huge as they scanned my face. She blinked once, as if making sure I wasn't an illusion, and then reached for me. I shivered as her fingers curled lightly around my arm. "Garrett." Her voice was breathless, but worried. "How?" She shook her head. "You shouldn't be up," she whispered. "You were shot just over a week ago. And not just in the leg or the arm, you nearly died." "So everybody keeps telling me," I murmured back and smiled. I know I shouldn't be here. I shouldn't even be standing for a few days at least, but..." I gave a helpless shrug. "I'm fine. Wes checked me out, both last night and this morning. The wounds are mostly healed. He said that my healing is nearly on par with a dragon's regenerative abilities, that he's never seen anything like it before in a human. I guess having dragon's blood is a blessing in disguise." Her brows lifted in amazement, and I grinned. "So you don't get to leave me behind, dragon girl. Even if I do grow wings and a tail, I'm not leaving your side. You'll just have to get used to me being..." Ember interrupted me by lacing her fingers behind my neck, pulling me down and pressing her lips to mine. I groaned and wrapped my arms around her waist, drawing her close, feeling her heart beat against me. Heat spread through my insides, roaring in my veins, as the tension in my stomach melted away. When I was with her, everything that had happened to me, being shot, nearly dying, being infused with something I wasn't sure wouldn't eventually kill me, seemed insignificant. I would die for this girl, I realized. I would happily take a bullet for her, if it meant that today I could hold her one last time. When we drew back, Ember's eyes were bright, almost seeming to glow. I was wrapped in a cocoon of heat and warmth, feeling it pulse between us with every heartbeat. I wanted nothing more than to pull Ember into her empty room, lock the door, and see how long it would take before the flames consumed us. Gazing down, I stroked her cheek and offered a wry smile. "Riley is waiting for us," I murmured, and she nodded with a sigh. "He wanted me to tell you to grab your things. We head out as soon as you're ready." Rising on her toes, she kissed me once more, long and lingering, before pulling back and stepping away. I took a furtive breath to calm the inferno within, and waited outside the door while she gathered her meager belongings. Her black viper suit was the last item to be stuffed unceremoniously into a bag before she zipped up the duffel and joined me at the door. I took the bag, shouldered the strap, and together we walked down the hall to the command room. Riley, Wes, and Jade were all there, the two dragons standing around the table discussing something in quiet undertones, while Wes sat at the computer, furiously typing away. As we came into the room, Jade inclined her head to me with a faint smile. I nodded back. There you are, Riley announced, looking at Ember. Sure you got everything, Firebrand? It's a long way to the Ozarks, and we're not turning around this time. One corner of his mouth curled into a smirk. We don't want to be halfway through Colorado before you realize you left your Viper suit in the bathroom. That was one time, Riley, Ember rolled her eyes. And we lost 15 minutes, tops. Let it go. All right, Wes interrupted, rising from the chair. That's done. I sent the final message through the network. Everyone is on high alert, with instructions to stay put unless absolutely necessary. We're ready to move out. Since I didn't need watching anymore, Wes was coming too. The rogue shook his head. Right, he said, sounding not at all thrilled with the whole idea. Let's get this over with. 18 hours is a hell of a drive, so we're going to have to do it in shifts. St. George, since you're feeling so magically rested, he tossed me a pair of keys. You're driving first.
Dante. 3 years ago. Finals week was always hell. Watch it! I snapped, as Ember closed the refrigerator door and nearly ran into me with the milk. Don't you ever look before you bash into people head first? She snorted. Geez, grumpy much? She sidestepped me and headed to the table. Did something crawl up your butt in the shower? I yanked open the fridge door. Sorry, I muttered, pulling out the juice. Just tired. I was up till 2 last night studying. She wrinkled her nose as I joined her at the table. Again? You did that yesterday, and the day before, and all afternoon. Yes, because I want to pass, I snapped again. Because unlike you, I can't half-ass my way through life. Because unlike you, everyone expects me to do better. So yes, I have to study and not spend my evenings watching TV in my room. Hey, jackass, I've been studying too, Ember snarled back. Every night, I'll have you know, so don't pull that I'm more persecuted than you crap with me. If you choose to stay up all night, don't bitch at me if you're tired. It's not my fault. I started to snarl back at her, but stopped myself. She was right. We were both cranky and exhausted. The past week had been nothing but exams, studying, and more exams. Not just in math, science, biology, and all our academic studies. We also had daily tests measuring how human we could be. These were to see if we could remain under control in extreme, stressful situations, or if we'd lose it and shift to dragon form. Yesterday, one of our exams had involved sitting in the middle of a circle, trying to answer calmly while everyone around us had screamed in our face or asked demanding questions. I'd kept my cool and passed easily enough, but Ember had come out of the room bristling and ready to snap at anything that touched her. Sorry, I offered again, and managed a half-smile. She relaxed and smiled back, mollified for now. At least it's the last day, she said in a relieved voice. After this, things will go back to normal. Yeah, I nodded. I hope so. God, they'd better, Ember muttered. If I have to endure another scream-in-your-face for a half-hour exam, I'm going to bite someone's head off. She curled a lip, then took a hard bite of her cereal, crunching down with vigor. Anyway, I have reasons to pass these stupid tests, too. Did you know that Mr. Gordon will take us to see the new horror movie if we ace the final exam? I smirked at her. You might have mentioned that once or twice. She ignored my sarcasm. I'm so tired of these same stupid walls, she went on, glaring at the walls in question. I need to get out of here, for a couple hours at least. And come on, Dante. You're excited, admit it. You've been dying to see this movie, too. Yes, though you know what I'm not looking forward to? Being woken up at 12 a.m. by someone sneaking into my room because she thought she heard her closet door open. I don't know what you're talking about, Ember answered breezily. But you should probably leave the sleeping bag on the floor just in case. I shook my head, finished my glass, and headed to my room for my books. Testing was brutal. I was tired, and about an hour in, my head started to ache. But I gritted my teeth and pushed myself to finish early. Ember, shockingly, finished a few minutes after me, indicating that she had been studying, as she'd said. I felt bad for snapping at her. After the 2-hour science test, we were ordered outside. It was mid-afternoon, and the sun beat down directly overhead, baking the dusty earth. A car waited for us near the gated entrance of the compound, engines humming, a man in a suit standing at the front. I was surprised, and a little wary. Testing wasn't over yet. Far from it. Why would they have us leave the school premises now? The doors were opened for us by black-suited Talon employees, and we climbed in without a word, knowing questions were useless and never answered. The car pulled out of the gate, and the school soon vanished in the rear window. As usual, it was cold in the car, a little too cold for my liking. But the tinted glass between us and the driver prevented any questions or requests to turn down the AC. Ember gazed out the window, eager to be out of the compound and away from school, no matter the situation. I was a little less enthused. Not that I wasn't happy to be outside, of course. I just didn't know what Talon had planned. Why were they taking us out of school in the middle of testing? Where do you think we're going? I mused out loud, watching the desert speed by beyond the glass. Ember shrugged. Who cares? We're out of school and not stuck in testing for 6 hours. They could be taking us to the gas station and I wouldn't complain. She thought about it, then shrugged again. Maybe they're taking us to see the movie early because we did so well. I grimaced. I highly doubt that. Abruptly, the car made a sharp left, cruising off the narrow private road and bouncing into the desert. Startled, and now even more wary, I watched the road disappear as we went deeper into the middle of nowhere. Just as I was about to run some crazy theories by Ember, the car slowed and came to a rolling stop in a billow of dust. With a faint buzz, the glass separator rolled down a few inches, just enough for us to see the top of the driver's head over the rim. Get out, both of you. I looked out the window. There was nothing beyond the glass. No gas stations, roads, signs of cars. Nothing but desert, stretching to the horizon in every direction. Here? Ember asked, echoing my confusion. Why? Questions regarding orders were generally discouraged or went unanswered, so I was surprised when the driver answered. Part of your testing, he replied brusquely. The first to make it back passes, the other fails. My stomach dropped, and I stared at the driver, wondering if he was serious. What happens if we come back together? Then you both fail. He made a gesture with 2 fingers, indicating that we leave the car. Go. Stunned, we slid out. As soon as the doors closed, the vehicle tore off in a cloud of dust, cruised over a sand rise, and disappeared, leaving us alone in the middle of the Mojave Desert. Ember looked at me with defiant green eyes. The hell? What kind of stupid test is this? The first one back passes and the other fails? Like they expect us to race each other across the desert on foot? With no phones or water or even a compass? Glaring around, she shook her head and made a hopeless, frustrated gesture. This is crazy. Do you even know which direction the school is? Yes, I said quietly, and she blinked in surprise. Judging from the time and the position of the sun, I squinted at the sky, then nodded and turned away, confident in my assessment. The school should be that way. Ember sighed, crossing her arms. Well, I'm not going to go charging off without you, she announced. That's insane. They can suck it if they want me to pass this stupid test. We crossed the finish line together, and they can just deal with 2 failures, right? For just a moment, I paused. It was likely that what Talon was really testing for was loyalty to the organization. I realized that. But if I did what Ember suggested, it would be my first real failure. I'd always passed my exams with flying colors. If I screwed up now, it would stain my perfect record. I don't know, I began, but Ember tapped my arm. Wait a second. There was a look on her face now, the one that always worried me. The one that said she was just coming to a realization that would probably get us in trouble. If you know where the school is, does that mean you know where the town is, too? I frowned. Yes, I said slowly, gazing around. I think so. The nearest town was a tiny, dusty settlement with a handful of gas stations, restaurants, and one very old movie theater that we'd never been to. It was 30 minutes away by car, and by my estimation, we were probably closer to the town than the school right now. Why? Ember's eyes gleamed, a faint, defiant grin crossing her face. Here's an idea, she said fiercely. Screw their stupid test. Let's go to town instead. I stared at her. Skip the test? Are you crazy? Why not? Ember gestured at the terrain around us. They dumped us here in the middle of freaking nowhere. Why shouldn't we have a little fun for once? Let's go to town and watch that movie. We can say we got horribly lost and wandered around for hours and hours. How are they going to say otherwise? When I still hesitated, she rolled her eyes. Come on, Dante. We're going to fail the test anyway. You know that, right? What have we got to lose? Unless you really want to race me across the desert. I took a breath. It was tempting. I was tired, and not just physically. I was tired of tests, tired of studying, of staying up all night only to face another grueling day of exams. And, truth be told, I was angry at Talon for giving us this impossible test, requiring the one thing I refused to do, abandon my twin. I looked at Ember and nodded. Yeah, I said, ignoring the brief stab of fear to the gut. Let's do it. It took us all afternoon to reach town, even knowing which direction we were going. The desert stretched on, eternal in its sameness. Even for 2 dragons, who normally thrived in the heat, hours of trudging through the desert in over 100-degree temperatures began to wear on us. By the time we saw the first of the roofs across the desert, we were hot, sweaty, thirsty, and desperate to get out of the sun. Made it, Ember breathed, sounding triumphant. She grinned at me, eager and relieved at the same time. Her skin was slightly pink from the sun, and my own felt uncomfortably tight, making me wonder if it was possible for dragons to get sunburned. Come on, she said, gesturing toward a distant gas station on the edge of the road. I'm spitting sand here. Drinks first, then let's go find the theater. My stomach danced as we approached the border of town, either in excitement, fear, or a little of both. This was supremely forbidden. Cutting class, wandering into town alone, deliberately disobeying our instructors. I'd never done anything this risky before. I didn't know if I liked this feeling of nervous exhilaration and utter terror, but we couldn't turn back now. However, as we crossed the road and headed toward the gas station, I spotted a disturbingly familiar black sedan sitting at the edge of the parking lot, and my insides gave a violent twist. Get a hold of yourself, Dante. Not every black car is from Talon. There's no way they could know where you went. The back door opened, and Mr. Gordon stepped out of the car, followed by 2 Talon agents in suits. Ember froze. I went rigid, my mind going blank as our teacher came toward us across the lot, leaving the agents by the car. They had found us. How had they found us? Had the car turned around somehow, to make sure we were heading in the right direction? Had the driver been hiding somewhere with binoculars, watching our every move? Ember! Mr. Gordon's tone was impassive. He didn't sound angry or surprised to find us here. Dante, come along. It's time to go home. Numbly, we followed him to the car. There was nothing more we could do. The ride back was silent. I stared out the window, trying to control the sick feeling in my stomach. What would they do to us? Would this permanently stain my record with Talon? Would they decide to separate me and Ember? I should have been afraid, and I was. I knew Talon's punishment would probably be terrible. But at the same time, the more I thought about it, the angrier I became. They were obviously watching us somehow, waiting for us to screw up, setting us up for failure. It wasn't fair. I thought back to all the times I had excelled, followed instructions and orders without hesitation, and my blood boiled. Hadn't I proved myself by now? Hadn't I been the model student, never questioning instructions, never complaining? Why this one pointless test that we couldn't win? When we got back, we followed Mr. Gordon silently into one of the classrooms, where our other 2 trainers were waiting with displeased expressions. So, Mr. Gordon turned to face us as the rest of the teachers came forward. His expression was stern, disapproving. Decided to have a little fun, did you? In the middle of your exams, no less. Would either of you care to explain what you were thinking today? And please, he added, looking at me, do not attempt to tell me you got lost. I know that you, at least, Dante, know enough to tell which direction is north. So, he raised his eyebrows. What were you doing in town today? Why did you ignore the test? Because it was stupid, Ember growled under her breath. Mr. Gordon's eyes narrowed, and I jumped in before she made things any worse. I didn't understand the point of this test, sir, I said, though my own voice came out hard. I wasn't going to leave my sister alone in the middle of the desert. I might have known the way back, but what if Ember really did get lost? She could wander around out there for days and get hurt or dehydrated. That was unlikely, Mr. Gordon replied. We were watching you both via satellite. Neither of you was in any real danger. Besides, your assessment of the exam was incorrect. We were not testing to see who could make it back first. We were testing to see if either of you would shift into your real forms in order to make it back faster. But as you circumvented the exam entirely, that point is moot. Satellites. So that was how they knew. My heart sank even more. We'd never have a chance to escape. They'd known what we were doing from the very beginning. Mr. Gordon gave me a piercing stare, seeming to read my thoughts. Do let me make this perfectly clear, Mr. Hill, he said firmly. We are always watching you. We are always testing you. Nothing you do goes unnoticed. Remember that. Always. You were tracking us? Ember was completely pissed now, and I winced. When she was this angry, there was no telling what she would say. Well, here's a thought. Maybe that's why we had to get out of here. Everything is work, exams, and these stupid mind games. We can't ever catch a break. Maybe if you would let up a little, we wouldn't be so desperate to leave." Mr. Gordon looked at me, his eyes cold. "And you, Dante? Do you feel the same?" I hesitated, feeling all eyes on me, both human and dragon. Ember was staring at me angrily, wanting but not really expecting me to back her up. The teachers were all watching us, silently judging, always judging. No matter what I did, how perfect I was, or how much I excelled, I could never please them. And suddenly, I was angry too. "Yes, sir." I glared at Mr. Gordon. "From the time I got here, I've done everything you wanted. I never shift. I never ask questions. Never do anything I'm not supposed to. Until now, I've aced every test you've given me, and yet I'm still being tracked. When have I given you reason not to trust me? All I've ever done for the past 3 years is excel." The human regarded us in heavy silence for a moment, then sighed. "Yes," he said, surprising us both. "I know we ask a lot of you. I know it seems unfair at times, but you must understand, it is for your own protection, as well as your future. We push you because it is imperative that you succeed, because you have a destiny with Talon, and it is up to us to make certain you get there." He clasped his hands, seeming to speak more to me now, instead of my angry sibling. "You are not mere humans. You are dragons, and your future is far greater than anything a human could hope for. I know it is difficult now, but if you work hard and do exactly what Talon wants, someday you will be the ones on the other side." The ones on the other side. Something clicked in my head, and suddenly everything became clear. I was a dragon, and Talon was one of the most powerful organizations in the world. If I was in Talon, I would be the one in charge. I'd be the one calling the shots. I wouldn't have to take pointless exams, listen to humans, or worry that my every move was being watched. In Talon, dragons were the bosses, the presidents, the CEOs. If I was part of the organization, no one would tell me what to do ever again. Mr. Gordon noticed my reaction and smiled. "Yes, Dante." He nodded. "Now you understand. Within the organization, you can become whatever you wish. But to get there, you must strive to become what Talon wants, even if it means putting your own desires aside for now. Remember your motto, ut omnibus surgimus. As one, we rise. You are not merely a hatchling. You are part of something far greater than yourself. Sometimes sacrifice is necessary." Ember snorted, still angry and clearly unimpressed with everything. "Whatever," she muttered, crossing her arms. "I just know I'm never going to see that movie now, am I?" Mr. Gordon was still watching me, his dark gaze assessing. His lips curled in a smug smile. "Miss Brunner," he said, still holding my gaze, "please call the theater and arrange a private screening for tomorrow afternoon. Tell them we will need to reserve an entire theater room for a few hours. Tell them that price is not an issue." Ember jerked, eyes widening, and my mouth dropped open. Mr. Gordon smiled. "I think you've earned a bit of a break," our teacher said, finally glancing at Ember, who appeared stunned into speechlessness. "You are correct. It can't be training and exams every hour of every day. If you pass the final stages of your exams tomorrow, we'll all go into town to celebrate. Is that motivation enough for you, Miss Hill?" Ember stammered an affirmative, and Mr. Gordon nodded. But his gaze met mine over her head, and in that dark glare I could see the echo of his thoughts. "This is what power is, Dante," it said. "This is what you could have if you do exactly what Talon wants. At the top, no one will tell you what to do ever again. At the top, you could be free." Ember tried talking to me after we were dismissed, but I barely heard anything she said as we walked across the dusty yard to our rooms. My mind was spinning, and I suddenly didn't care about the movie, or our ill-fated adventure, or anything but the upcoming test. I knew what I had to do now. I had a clear path, and I would not stray from it until I reached the end at the very top, even though the journey would be hard, and I would have to let some things go. It might be painful, but in the end, it would be worth it. Sacrifice was necessary, but I would be free.
Riley. "Riley," said a voice out of the darkness. I turned, shooting a bleary glance at the clock on the wall as the soldier appeared in the doorframe of the cabin's tiny kitchen. 4:50 a.m. Apparently I wasn't the only early riser of the group. That, or St. George hadn't gotten much sleep either. Yesterday had been an exhausting, mind-numbingly long day of travel. The 5 of us, me, Ember, Wes, St. George, and the Eastern Dragon, stuffed into an old black Jeep that was not designed with comfort in mind. We'd taken shifts, both in driving and getting to sit in the front passenger seat, while the rest of us huddled in the back. A couple hours from our final destination, we'd pulled into one of the many small campgrounds scattered at the base of the Ozarks and had rented a cabin for the night. It had been a relief not to have to share space in a tiny hotel room, though my mind wouldn't shut off long enough to let me sleep. Finally accepting that sleep was not an option, I had risen and headed into the kitchen for the strongest black coffee I could make when the soldier appeared in the doorway, wide awake as well. I ignored him, reaching for the coffee maker. Well, what do you know? Someone, probably St. George, had already made a pot. I poured myself a mug and took a swallow. Black and strong enough to strip paint from the wall. Perfect. "What?" I mumbled. A pause, then he took a quiet breath. "I never got the chance to thank you." Surprised, I turned away and opened the cupboard that held the meager supplies we'd brought. "Let's not make this awkward, St. George," I muttered, pawing through cans of soup and ravioli, jerky packages and bags of candy, anything that could be heated up quickly or eaten on the road. Ugh, maybe I would just grab something later from a drive-thru. I didn't see how Ember could eat Skittles for breakfast every day. "You don't owe me anything." "You saved my life," the soldier insisted. "You didn't have to. There was nothing anyone could have done, not with how far away we were from the city. You could have let me die." "How much of an asshole do you think I am?" I growled, shutting the cupboard door to glare at him. "I didn't do it because I like you. I did it because it was the right thing to do. Because you're a decent shot and you'll back us up when we need it. Because you know about the Order, how it works, what goes on in their screwed-up heads, and it's easier to stay alive when we have insider information. I did it for any number of reasons, St. George, and all of them outweighed the desire to watch you bleed out in the dirt." I narrowed my eyes, taking a sip of bitter coffee to swallow the anger. So don't make me regret that choice with stupid questions about why I decided to save your sorry ass. Hard as it is to believe, I don't let any of my team die if I can help it. And I'd be a piss-poor leader if I let personal feelings get in the way of anything. you don't know me as well as you might think." For some reason, that made him close his eyes in a grimace. "Ember told me the same thing once," he said. "She was right. I didn't know anything about your kind back then. Everything the Order taught me was wrong." He drummed his fingers against his arm and glanced down the hall, where Ember, Wes, and Jade still slept in quaint, woodsy rooms. "I want to know more," he said quietly. "I'm trying to understand. Even with Ember, I feel like I've barely scratched the surface. If only you had a dragon around to explain these things to you." He smiled, though his expression remained shadowed and distant. "I don't want to fight you, Riley," he said after a moment, and we both knew what he was referring to. "You're not my enemy. I don't want to feel like I have to watch my back with any of my teammates. I love Ember." He said it simply, like he was telling me the weather. "And I know there's something between you and her, something draconic, I guess, that I might never understand. It's not my place to ask. She'll tell me when she's ready. But I'm here to stay. I'm not going anywhere." I swallowed the growl and pushed Cobalt down from where he was rising up, bristling and indignant. "And you're telling me this, why?" It needed to be said. He stared down the hall again. "We've been dancing around this for too long. I'm done hiding. I'd rather have everything out in the open." "You saved my life," he continued, obnoxiously sincere and calm. "I thought I'd give you the courtesy of knowing where I stood." Anger boiled, but I forced a smirk and pushed past him, into the living room. "Near-death experience making you sentimental, St. George?" "Maybe." His voice remained the same. "But it doesn't change anything." "What are you two talking about?" Ember walked out of the hall, yawning as she came into the kitchen. Her crimson hair stuck out at every angle, and Cobalt stirred at the sight of her. With a brief smile at St. George, she walked to the coffee pot, poured the contents into a mug, and padded back to join us in the living room. "Did we wake you?" the soldier asked, ignoring, I noticed, the previous question. Ember shook her head and brought the mug to her lips. "Couldn't sleep. Heard the two of you out here and thought I might as well get up, go over the plan or something. Ugh, that's awful." She pulled the mug away from her lips, screwing up her face, then took another sip. "I assume it hasn't changed, right? We're still keeping to the same plan?" I sighed. "Yeah." I nodded, taking a bracing swallow myself. "Same plan. As soon as the others are up, we'll head out. We need a few things before we can pull this off." "All right," I said, pulling to a stop on the narrow, winding road that cut through the mountain. Up ahead, a yellow barricade blocked both lanes, and a single police car sat beside it, lights flashing blue. "There's the security checkpoint." I glanced at Ember and St. George in the back seat, seeing a pair of strangers staring back. Like me, both wore black suits, or monkey suits, as Wes so elegantly put it, and dark shades, the few things we had to pick up for this plan to work. I resented the fact that Wes didn't have to dress up for this stupid mission. He got to stay at the cabin. I hated G-Man suits. The tie around my neck felt like a noose, and the jacket was tight in all the wrong places. St. George, obnoxiously, seemed perfectly at ease in a suit and tie, probably used to being in uniform, but I wanted this over and done with as soon as possible. "Remember," I told them and the Asian dragon sitting in the passenger seat, "I'll do the talking, but if anyone asks, we're with the Department of Homeland Security. You two are assistants in training, so any questions should be directed to me or Ms. Long here." "And what are you going to tell them?" Ember wanted to know. "You don't know any more about this security department than we do." "Department of Homeland Security, Firebrand," I corrected. And I might not be a chameleon, but I am a master at bullshitting. Generally, I don't need to know what I'm talking about. I just have to bluster and act like the person I'm talking to is wasting my time, basically be a giant dick, and most humans will cave. If you act like you're supposed to be there, people will generally assume the same. What about you? I asked the woman beside me. Think you can BS your way past a guard? The Eastern Dragon's voice was dry. I'm sure I can come up with something. All right, then. I faced forward and put the car into drive. Let's do this. We cruised up to the barricade, stopping as the door to the police car opened and an overweight human stepped out. I rolled down the window, watching him with as much bored disdain as I could muster as the officer strolled up to the side of our car. Sorry, folks, the human said, peering in at us. The road is closed for now. You'll have to take the detour around. I flashed the fake badge Wes had given me that morning. We're expected, I said in a bored, I can't believe I have to deal with this tone of voice. The DHS? The officer pulled back, shaking his head. Damn, I didn't realize a plane crash was such a big deal. He gave me a furtive look, lowering his voice as if there were people around to hear him. So, what's really going on down there? You government types have been in and out for days. What, was this some kind of terrorist attack or something? Sorry, but I'm not at liberty to say, I replied stiffly, dropping my arm and the badge from view. And you should know better than to ask. You're lucky I don't have time to report you to your superior. Hey, don't get all high and mighty on me, suit. The officer stepped back with a sour look on his face. You government hotshots think you can come through and order us around, but you're wrong. This ain't your town. But he stepped back, waving us through the barricade. Go on. The sooner you're finished here, the sooner you can leave. Triumphant, I rolled up the window and continued down the road, watching the flashing lights get smaller in the rearview mirror until we turned a bend and they were lost from sight. That was easy, Ember muttered. I smirked. Like I said, Firebrand, master of BS right here. Still, we shouldn't press our luck. Try not to talk to anyone while we're snooping around. And if you happen to see the chameleon, let me know so we can clear out right away. The humans might not suspect anything, but she'll definitely know something's up if she sees 3 other dragons wandering around. As we turned a corner, the town came into view. A cluster of run-down houses and trailer homes huddled between the mountains on either side of the road. This is it, I thought. Town might be too strong of a word. Why the hell was Talon even here? What did they want? I pulled off the road, parking the car in the first driveway I came to, well away from the center of town and the scattering of people wandering the street. A lot of government types, I noticed. Men and women in black suits, along with a few in uniform. Something was definitely going on. Everyone stay together, I warned as we exited the vehicle. Remember, we're the Department of Homeland Security, you two are our assistants, and we're here to assess the situation. No civilians, St. George muttered, gazing down the street. Everyone here is an official or agent of some kind. The town is empty. Yeah, I noticed. I narrowed my eyes, trying to shake the unease that had settled under my skin. Something is wrong here. This sure as hell isn't about just a plane crash. As Wes would say, I've got a bad feeling about this. Then it is good that we came to see what is going on, Jade put in. And if I didn't know better, I would swear there was a hint of, I told you so in her voice. I ignored it and started walking. As we began seeing more houses up close, I understood why there were people in suits swarming all over the damn place. And it raised the hair on the back of my neck. The houses were all burned. Some just had a few scorch marks here and there. Others were nothing but blackened shells, crumbling to ash. For more than a few, Only the foundations were left, blasted cinder blocks and scorched concrete lying beneath what used to be a home. Several front yards held a colorful assortment of lawn ornaments, kids' toys, and junked cars rusting side by side. They were untouched, as was the vegetation and trees around the buildings. Only the houses were charred to nothing, as if blasted with fire from the inside. "Jeez," Ember whispered, her eyes wide as she gazed around at the devastation. "What happened here? It looks like a bomb went off or something." "No," I said. "A bomb wouldn't just destroy the houses and leave everything else untouched. Neither would a forest fire or a damn crashing plane. What does it really look like happened here?" St. George's voice was grim. "Like this place was attacked by fire-breathing dragons." "Yeah," I muttered, as a chill crept up my spine and turned the heat in my veins to ice. Though if Talon is behind this, I have no idea what that means. They've never engaged in something so blatant. The cover-up would have to be massive, and I don't see what they would gain from it. If this is Talon... I shook my head, repressing a shiver. Something is definitely wrong. Voices halted us. Up ahead, a pair of humans in white coats stepped out of one of the more intact trailer homes, arguing with each other, and went hurrying away down the street, leaving the door wide open behind them. "Come on," Jade said. "Let us do some snooping." We slipped into the trailer, and I was immediately struck by the smell. The faint, acrid stench of smoke lingered in the air, baked into the flimsy walls and floors. Part of the kitchen wall was gone, blackened and scorched around the edges, and it looked like the flames had spread to the living room. Tables and chairs were tipped over, broken dishes were scattered over the floor, and the windows had been shattered. I wondered what had happened to the people that lived here. Had they been eating dinner or asleep in their beds when a dragon clawed open their door and turned the place into an inferno? Or had something else, someone else, been responsible? "St. George," I murmured as we slowly picked our way through the rubble and charred furniture. "Is there any way the Order could have done this?" He frowned. "It doesn't seem like them," he answered, though he sounded unsure. "They would have no reason to attack this place unless there was a dragon living here. But even then..." He gazed around the devastated living room. "They wouldn't take out the entire community. That would raise too many questions." "Yeah, no kidding. Which is why I'm having a really hard time believing that Talon was behind this. They're just as paranoid about discovery as the Order, if not more so. I mean, that's their entire freaking philosophy. Stay hidden, blend in, don't let the humans know about dragons." I stared through the giant hole in the wall to the house across the street. Unlike this home, it had been completely devastated, burned to the ground, only a few twisted frames poking up from the ashes. Something this huge? It flies in the face of every single thing Talon taught us since the day the organization was founded. Why would they be breaking all their rules now? It makes no sense at all. I raked a hand through my hair, shaking my head as I groped for an answer. Maybe this wasn't Talon or St. George. Maybe this was a random terrorist attack, or something else entirely human. "Riley," Ember said from the living room, her voice urgent. "Take a look at this." I walked to where she was crouched beside an overturned coffee table, staring at a patch of cheap carpet. The carpet was gray and thin, but when she moved the table aside, a large brown stain came to light. I winced. Yep, that's blood. Damn it. Well, I'd say we have a pretty good indication of what happened to the people here. "No," Ember said, putting a hand on my arm. "That's not what I wanted to show you. Look at this." She pointed to the coffee table, holding it on its side. It was scorched on one corner, a large black burn mark covering half the surface, but below that, raked across the wood, were 4 long, straight gashes. "What do those look like?" Ember whispered, and I closed my eyes. "Claw marks." "Excuse me." We turned. 2 men were entering the trailer home, frowning at us as they stepped through the door. "I'm sorry," the older one said, gazing around at us, "but this is an ongoing investigation. Who are you and what authorization do you have to be here?" Before I could stand up or say anything, Jade turned, flashing her badge for both men to see. "Department of Homeland Security," she said in a firm, no-nonsense voice. "We are here to assess the situation and determine whether or not we need to escalate the current threat level." "The DHS?" The older human looked unsure. "No one said you were coming. Do you have evidence to support this was not a terrorist attack made on American soil?" Jade interrupted, stepping forward slightly. The man blinked. No, not really. Then it is possible this was a malicious attack carried out by extremists." "I suppose." The human sighed and looked away, flustered. "Look, we don't really know what we have yet," he admitted. "The evidence we've gathered so far has been strange. The inspector has been trying to keep everything under wraps until we figure out what really happened here. If you want, you can check out the evidence tent at the end of the road. See the weirdness for yourself." "Thank you," Jade said, and gave a brittle smile. "We will do that." She started to turn, but paused, staring at the human as if surprised he was still there. "You may go now." The 2 men retreated, practically scrambling over each other to get out of the house. They fled, slamming the door behind them, and strode away down the road without looking back. Jade, standing at the edge of the room with her arms crossed, allowed herself a triumphant smirk. "Damn," I said as the Eastern Dragon turned back. "That was impressive. I guess I'm not the only one with a master's in BS." She smiled. "The DHS does have a public website," she said. "They list their mission statement, job offers, history, everything. When Wesley told me how we were getting onto the crash site today, I did my research. But yes," her smile widened, "if it is necessary for our survival, I have been known to bullshit with the best of them from time to time." I snorted a laugh. "Wish you were around a couple years ago. I could have used the help." Anyway, I glanced out the hole in the wall, down the road where the 2 men had disappeared. Shall we track down this evidence tent and see if we can uncover what the hell is going on? The evidence tent was hard to find, being a large white structure at the end of the road and the only building that wasn't charred, scorched, or burned to the ground. Humans in suits and white coats were swarming in and out of it, but other than flashing my badge at the entrance, we didn't really get a second glance. Inside, metal shelves ran the length of one canvas wall, each of them holding boxes marked with labels in clear plastic bags. Immediately, Ember headed to the wall, her innate curiosity no doubt driving her forward, while St. George hovered at our backs, watching the crowd. Grateful that the soldier was keeping an eye out, I walked up and peeked into one box. It held an assortment of clothing in more plastic bags, but as I looked closer, I saw that most of the garments had large brown stains soaking the fabric. Blood, and a lot of it, judging from the mangled clothes. I looked at the next box in line and saw more of the same, only this time I could make out several long, straight tears in some of the clothes, as if made by the edge of a knife, or the claws of a very large reptile. "It seems the evidence against Talon is becoming more and more damning," Jade remarked, also peering into the containers. Between the fires, general destruction, and the Talon agent on the news, it certainly seems like the organization is at least partially involved. I still can't believe they'd be this sloppy, I said. They had to have known that something this big would cause a huge investigation, with everyone scrambling to figure out what the hell happened. I snorted. Plane crash my ass. I bet it's not even Talon that's trying to cover this up. The government has no idea what they're dealing with, so they invented a cover story to keep things quiet until they can figure it out. And since Talon has agents seated throughout all the government agencies, they're only too happy to help. That might be true, but it is not the question that needs answering, Jade mused. If the organization is involved, then the real question becomes, why? What could they possibly hope to gain here? Riley, Ember murmured in a warning voice. She pulled a bag out of a nearby crate. I looked up, and my stomach flipped. Resting in the bag was a small, flat oval, pointed on one end and glittering a dull iron gray. Even though the color was strange, one I'd never seen before, I knew what it was instantly. We all did. A dragon scale.
Ember. Give me that, firebrand, Riley muttered, quickly stepping forward and taking the bag from my hands. It vanished into his suit pocket as he glanced around warily. No point in giving the humans any more hints that dragons are real, or at least that something very unnatural went down. He eyed a human wandering by, who looked like a scientist, then lowered his voice again. Regardless, I think we've seen all we need to see here. I agree, Jade said, nodding. From the evidence, it is safe to assume that dragons attacked this town in their true form, and that Talon is at least partially responsible. Unfortunately, that theory creates more questions than it answers. Why would they attack this community? Especially since, as Riley pointed out, the entire point of the organization is to hide the existence of dragons from the human population. Why risk that now? Riley shook his head. I have no clue, but I get the feeling we're not going to like the answer. Abruptly, Garrett stalked back, his gaze intense as he swept between us. The woman you described is approaching this location, he said in a low voice, making Riley jerk up. Hell, Miranda is coming? Come on, we can't be seen by her. We fast-walked toward the end of the room, passing more humans and looking for a way out as we went deeper into the tent. Unfortunately, there didn't seem to be a back exit, and the open room offered very few hiding spots. There, Riley said, nodding toward a corner of the tent that had been sectioned off. Plastic flaps hung to the floor, and the area beyond was dark. With Riley leading and Garrett watching our backs, we hurried across the room and ducked through the plastic walls. My stomach recoiled. The room beyond the flaps was dim and cold, and the sickly smell of death lingered on the air, masked by chemicals and disinfectant. A pair of stainless steel tables stood in the center of the room, and atop the farthest counter was something long and suspiciously body-shaped, covered with a sheet. I drew in a slow breath to quiet my heartbeat and nudged Garrett, who was still peering through the flaps to watch for the chameleon. He glanced at me with a puzzled frown, but it quickly faded when he realized what I was staring at. There she is, Riley growled softly, not taking his eyes from the room beyond. Hello, Miranda. What are you doing here? Covering up for the organization again? I tore my eyes from what was obviously a dead body and peeked through the plastic flaps again, seeing a dark-haired, smartly dressed woman enter the tent, followed by what looked like an assistant of some kind. The woman, or dragon really, wasn't tall or intimidating, not like Lilith, who could walk into a room and freeze you in place with a glare,
but everything about this woman radiated charisma, charm, and confidence, much like another chameleon I used to know. As a certain traitorous brother entered my thoughts, I swallowed the brief pang and forced myself to concentrate on the Talon agent at the end of the other room. She spoke briskly to the assistant and pointed to several boxes along the wall. The human bobbed his head in mute agreement, and the chameleon smiled, then spun and exited the tent as suddenly as she had appeared. "All right," Riley mused, straightening and drawing back from the flap. "So Talon sent an agent to help with the cover-up, but also to make sure certain evidence just disappears. Sounds like them." He nodded. "I think we're going to have to pay a visit to a certain hotel room in town." I frowned at him. "How did you get all that? They were clear across the room." He smirked down at me. "I was a basilisk, firebrand. Among my many enviable talents are picking locks, hiding in plain sight, and reading lips." His grin widened at my surprised look before he sobered and glanced through the flaps again. "Seems that our lovely Talon agent is staying at a hotel not far from here," he muttered, watching the human gather up a couple crates and leave the tent. "Those boxes of evidence are likely headed there now. If anyone knows what Talon was doing here, it will be Miranda. And if they're planning anything else like this, I'd kinda like to know when and why." "I agree," came Garrett's grave voice from behind us. I turned to find him standing next to the counter I'd pointed to earlier, only he had pulled back a corner of the sheet, revealing a truly hideous sight. The corpse lying on the table was barely recognizable as human, as shriveled and burned as it was. It looked more like a piece of charred wood than anything that had once been alive. My stomach heaved, and I had to look away, feeling bile rise to my throat. Was that what my victims looked like, after I'd blasted them with dragon fire? I'd killed both Talon servants and soldiers of St. George in battle. Had they all ended up like that withered corpse? Blackened skeletons of what had once been human? "If Talon is planning another attack," Garrett continued in that same somber voice, though his steely eyes glinted in the darkness, "we need to stop it before this happens again." We followed the chameleon from the crash site, tailing her white sedan, until it pulled into a normal, innocuous-looking hotel. Not the Ritz, but not a Motel 6 either. From across the lot, we watched the chameleon walk briskly into the hotel, followed by two large men I assumed were bodyguards. Left behind, her poor assistant hauled several boxes out of the trunk and staggered after them. I looked at Riley as the human vanished through the hotel doors. "So how are we going to do this?" I asked. "Wait to sneak in tonight?" He shook his head. "No time for that, firebrand. She could be leaving today, and taking all the evidence with her. If we want to see what Talon is up to, we need to get in there now." He frowned and drummed his fingers on the steering wheel. "Problem is, I can take care of Miranda and get us into the room, but if she leaves any of her guards behind, that's going to make things difficult. If she comes back and finds an unconscious human lying on her floor, she's going to guess someone was there and warn the organization." "Don't worry about that," Jade said, surprising us all. "You just concentrate on getting the Talon woman away from the vicinity and finding her room. I will take care of the guards." He eyed her, raising a brow. "And how are you going to do that, exactly? Eat them?" "Please, I would very likely get food poisoning." She wrinkled her nose and sniffed in clear disgust. "Do not worry. As I once told our soldier friend, a Shenlong has her ways. You get the Talon agent out of the building and find where her room is located. Leave any guards to me." Riley stared at her a moment longer, then shrugged. "You're awfully certain about that," he muttered, pulling his phone out of his jacket pocket.
But as we're a little short on time, I guess I'll have to trust you know what you're doing. Hang on a second." He pressed a button on his phone, then put it to his ear. "Wes, we're at the Wingate Hotel, about 10 miles from the crash site. I need you to find which room Miranda's staying in." A pause, and he rolled his eyes. "Of course we're going to sneak in. What do you think?" "I don't know. The Eastern Dragon thinks she can get past the guards." He sighed. "Don't argue, Wes. Just do it." A couple minutes passed, and he nodded. 318. Got it. I'll call you if there's trouble." He frowned. "Thank you, Wesley. Your votes of confidence are always so inspiring." "Okay," I said as Riley lowered his arm. "One problem down. We know what room she's in. How are we going to get her to leave long enough to search it?" "Don't worry, Firebrand." Riley gave a wicked smile. "King of BS right here. Remember? Watch and learn." Pressing in a number, he held the phone to his ear and waited a few moments as it rang. "Hello, front desk? Yes. Could you please connect me to Miranda Kent's room? I believe she's staying there tonight." A pause, and he grinned. "Thank you." I held my breath, watching Riley and counting the number of imaginary rings in my head. At 3 rings, he raised his head. "Ms. Kent? This is Director Smith from the crash site. Sorry to bother you, but we recently found something of an anomaly near one of the victims, and thought you might want to see it." As he spoke, his other hand reached into his suit pocket and pulled out the plastic bag, holding it up with narrowed eyes. "Well, we're not entirely sure. We've never seen such a thing before. It looks like some kind of reptile scale, but far bigger than any species in known existence." He stopped, as if the voice on the other end had cut him off, and the gleam in his eyes grew brighter. "All right, then. We won't do anything until you get here." "Thank you." "Clever," Jade remarked, as he lowered the phone. Riley snorted. "I just know how Talon works, is all." He stuffed the phone and the scale into his pocket again and leaned back in smug satisfaction. If Miranda's job is to cover this up and make all evidence of dragons disappear, something like this is going to light a fire under her tail like nothing else. She'll be desperate to get to that evidence before Talon hears about it. We should see her any time now, like a bat out of hell. Less than 2 minutes later, the hotel doors opened, and the chameleon and a single guard strode across the lot, setting an even brisker pace toward the car, the assistant scrambling along in their wake. The woman's normally smiling face was taut as she entered the passenger side and slammed the door shut. As the guard opened the driver's side, the assistant nearly tripped over himself getting into the car. The sedan backed hastily out of the parking spot, barely missing the hood of a truck as it did, and peeled out of the lot. Riley snickered and straightened in his seat again. "And that," he remarked, watching the sedan turn onto the road, cutting off a van as it merged into traffic, "is how you freak out a chameleon. But we do need to hurry before she realizes Mr. Smith is no longer at the crash site." "One of her guards wasn't with her," Garrett observed. Riley nodded. "Yep, which means he'll be in her room, just like I thought." He turned to Jade, who seemed perfectly calm and serene, even as my heart was pounding with nerves and anticipation. "All right, oh great and mysterious Shenlong," he stated, and waved his hand at the hotel. "It's all yours." Jade nodded. Taking off the suit jacket, she laid it over the back of her seat. Her heels followed, and then her earrings, being placed carefully in the cup holders as we looked on in bewilderment. "How long will you need to be in the room?" she asked, unbuttoning the cuffs of her white shirt. Riley blinked. Not long," he said, watching her finish with the sleeves and unbutton the top. 5 minutes at most." The Eastern Dragon nodded. "Give me 10 minutes," she said, and left the car. We watched her walk barefooted across the parking lot, pulling the tie from her bun as she did,
and enter the hotel through the front doors. Riley shook his head and glanced back at Garrett. "If this goes spectacularly to hell," he told him, "I'm blaming you. You realize that?" The soldier just smiled grimly. 10 long, tense minutes later, Riley blew out an explosive breath and reached for the door handle. "Okay," he announced far too brightly. "Let's go see if our Eastern princess has managed to eat anyone." We cautiously entered the hotel and made our way through the long aisles toward room 318. Along the way, a maid stepped out of one of the rooms, pushing a cart, and Riley quite literally ran into it. He tumbled to the floor with a yelp, and the poor maid began a string of rapid apologies, rushing over and asking if he was all right, while Garrett and I looked on in confusion. Riley, picking himself up off the floor, suddenly switched to perfect fluent Spanish, making soothing motions with his hands and, from what I could tell, assuring her he was fine. He said something that made her laugh, and then she thanked him and walked away, pushing the cart down the hall again. I stared after her, then at the rogue, who seemed very pleased with himself. "What the hell was that?" I demanded. "I've seen you move, and there's no way that was an accident. You ran into her on purpose, didn't you?" Riley grinned, dusted off his pants, and then held up a card between 2 fingers. "I was going to say I left my keycard in the room, and could she please open the door for me?" he admitted as we quickly moved toward the elevators. "That's always worked in the past, but I figured this might be faster." "Risky," Garrett remarked. "What if you couldn't lift it without getting caught?" Riley smirked. "I don't get caught, St. George. Now let's get to Miranda's room before anything else happens." We took the elevator to the 3rd floor and easily found room 318. The hallway was silent, and no sounds or light came from the room beyond the door. Riley cast furtive glances over his shoulder, making sure no one was around, and raised the card he took from the maid. "All right," he said in a low voice. "Here goes. Let's see if that Eastern dragon actually did what she said she could." He slid the key into the slot. It beeped green, and we pushed the door open. The room beyond was empty. Riley let out a breath, and beside me, Garrett relaxed. I slumped in relief, letting muscles that had tensed up for a fight uncoil. "Okay," the rogue nodded, shutting the door behind us. "I don't know how she did it, but I'm not complaining. Let's find that evidence and see if we can discover what Talon is up to. But remember," he warned, as we stepped farther inside, "try not to disturb anything. We don't want Miranda knowing we were here. Let's find what we're looking for and get the hell out." That sounded like a good idea. The hotel room wasn't large, and we did a sweep of the place fairly quickly. There was nothing in the main room or the bathroom, but when Riley pulled open the closet door— "Damn it," he muttered, gazing at several cardboard boxes stacked neatly in the corner. They were taped, sealed shut, with shipping labels stuck to the sides. "Well, here's the evidence, but we can't get inside to look at it. Not without Miranda knowing we were here. Where are they sending these, I wonder?" He pulled one of the boxes toward him and looked at the address on top. "New Tech," he growled and shook his head. "Son of a bitch. There's another lab. Firebrand, grab me a piece of paper or something, would you? Looks like we need to check this place out. Maybe Wes can find something on them." I hurried to the desk in the corner and reached for the complimentary notepad sitting beside the phone, then hesitated. The chameleon's laptop lay open and dark on the surface of the desk, a mug of coffee cooling beside it. As if she might have been working on something and had to rush off before she could complete it. I reached for the touchpad and jiggled the screen to life, bringing up a page with an unsent email across the surface. "Mr. Hill," the top line read. My stomach turned to ice. I sank into the chair, scanning the rest of the message as the cold spread to every part of my body. I have arrived on scene, the email read. Per Talon's orders, all evidence at the crash site has been gathered and logged accordingly. The human officials are all too willing to accept the cover story, as they have no idea what they are dealing with. They know something unnatural happened, but so far their posited explanations range from the mundane to the absurd. I believe the organization to be in no danger of discovery. As you requested, the first boxes of evidence we have taken from the site will be sent to the specified location today. Expect their arrival in no less than 24 hours. Ut ominus surgimus. Miranda Kent. Ember? Garrett's voice echoed softly across the room, wrenching me out of my daze. I might have gone a little pale, because his gray eyes were worried as they met mine. What's wrong? Dante, I whispered, and both he and Riley jerked up at the name. Dante is part of this. He's behind the cover-up. This message is to him. Both boys came to my side immediately, peering over my shoulders at the laptop screen. Well, shit, Riley growled in my ear. Then we definitely need to visit this specified location and see what the hell is going on. I stared at the screen, seeing only my brother's name standing out from the rest. Dante. All the feelings I thought I'd repressed, hurt, dismay, anger, betrayal, surged up again, making my stomach turn. Why are you involved in this? What the hell are you doing? The words on the screen seemed to mock me. I was vaguely aware of Riley grabbing a scrap of paper and scribbling something down. All right, that's it, he announced, straightening quickly. I think we've found everything we can. Let's get out of here before her guards come back. I shook myself, following Riley to the door with Garrett close at my back. Now was not the time to dwell on traitorous siblings. I would think about my brother and his role in this whole sordid mess later, when we were away from the hotel and shady Talon agents who could return at any moment. But as Riley opened the door and peeked out, voices echoed down the corridor, making him jerk back. Through the frame, I saw two people walking toward us down the hall. One was a large man with a thick neck and chest, one of the guards we'd seen with Miranda. The other, walking beside him, was a small, slender woman with long black hair, dressed only in a towel. For a second, my brain stuttered. It was Jade. I could see that, but the woman walking toward us with the guard was as different from the poised, elegant Eastern dragon as a swan was to a chicken. Snatches of conversation drifted to us, with Jade thanking the guard for escorting her back to her room, and how silly she felt for locking herself out. Her voice was high-pitched, giggly, and slightly slurred, and she swayed a bit when she walked as if very drunk. Of course, the guard wasn't paying any attention to his surroundings, being distracted by the beautiful Asian woman in nothing but a towel. But we were still trapped. They were still coming toward us, and if we tried to leave now, the man would definitely see us. Jade looked up, and for a moment, her eyes met mine through the crack in the door. Slowing, she reached out and snagged the guard's sleeve, tugging him to a halt in the middle of the corridor. The guard turned, frowning, as Jade rambled on, asking him questions and talking so quickly it was hard to understand her. Now's our chance. I nudged Riley, and he nodded, silently pulling open the door. But as we stepped into the hall, the guard, apologizing to Jade, started to turn back toward the room. For a second, my heart lurched, knowing he was going to see us. There was nowhere we could hide. Jade dropped the towel. My eyes bulged. Riley froze. The guard turned back instantly, his attention definitely not in danger of landing on us anymore. As Jade's high-pitched giggles rang out in the stunned silence, Garrett, his cheeks as red as a tomato, immediately took advantage of the distraction and began walking away. I glanced at Riley, saw him staring wide-eyed at the scene in the center of the hall, and punched his arm. Hard. He jerked, giving me a sheepish grin, and we fled the floor, ducking into the elevators and out of sight. Jade rejoined us in the parking lot 15 minutes later, fully clothed, sliding into the passenger seat as if nothing had happened. Her serene expression remained unchanged as she shut the door and began putting on her shoes and earrings, not noticing, or choosing to ignore, the stunned silence from the rest of us. "Well," she said, finally turning around, "I trust you found what you were looking for, yes?" As she glanced at Riley, her lips curled in a faint, defiant smile. "Please tell me you were able to acquire what you needed from the Talon agent's room. I would hate to have given you a show for nothing." Riley gave a bark of laughter, as if he couldn't help himself, and shook his head. "I think I've been dethroned," he chuckled, as the Eastern Dragon raised a brow at him. "The king of BS is dead. Long live the queen."
Garrett. "Are you bloody serious?" Wes exclaimed later that night. "You're going to try to sneak into yet another Talon facility? Is our life not exciting enough, or do the lot of you just have some sort of mutual death wish?" It was late evening, and the four of us were back in the cabin, having explained to Wes what we had found at the crash site. Riley stood in the center of the living room, arms crossed, while Wes watched him from the kitchen counter. I leaned against the far wall, and Jade sat peacefully in an armchair, watching everything in silence. The only one not in attendance was Ember, who had retreated to her room as soon as we'd arrived, claiming that she had a headache and wanted to lie down. She had been quiet and withdrawn ever since we'd left the hotel, probably brooding over her brother and his involvement with Talon. I worried for her. Dante was the one person who could get under her skin and make her question everything. Riley sighed. "It's not like it's a heavily armed secret compound, Wes," he said. "You researched it yourself. It's an office building, certainly owned by Talon, but in the middle of a city. There's not going to be guards with machine guns walking around." "You hope," Wes shot back. "This is Talon. I wouldn't put anything past them. And you should know better too, Riley. You could be walking into a death trap." "You're the one who wanted us to uncover what Talon is up to." "Bloody hell, I realize that, but I didn't think we were going to be waltzing into Talon itself." "This is necessary, Wesley," Jade said in her cool, unruffled voice. "This only proves that Talon is planning something, and we must discover what that is before it is too late." "And you know you're going to go along with it," Riley added. "So can we just skip the whining and get to the part where you actually start helping?" "I could do that," Wes said, scowling at him. "But then who would tell you what an absolute wanker you are?" He sighed and opened his laptop, then bent over the keys. I rose and slipped quietly from the room toward the hallway where the bedrooms were located. Riley watched me leave over the back of Wes's stool, but he didn't say anything as I continued into the hall and walked to the door at the very end. Light glimmered through the crack at the bottom, and I tapped on the wood. "It's open," came the muffled voice beyond the frame. I pushed the door back with a squeak. Ember sat on her bed with her back against the headboard and one leg drawn to her chest. She had changed out of the black suit, which lay in a crumpled pile at the foot of the bed, and now wore jeans and a long-sleeved shirt, though I could still see the slick material of the viper suit poking up through her collar. I knew she rarely went without it anymore, just in case she needed to shift into her real form, either to escape or to attack. Her hands rested in her lap, one of them curled around an item I couldn't see. "Hey, Garrett." Green eyes rose to mine as I entered the room, and she offered a tired smile. "Shouldn't you be out there plotting our next move with Riley? Or should I say secret agent man?" The smile widened the tiniest bit. "I meant to tell you earlier, you look good in a tie. You and Riley both. I think we should pretend to be government agents more often." I smiled as I closed the door, though my mind wasn't on clothes right now. Good luck with that. I think Riley changed out of his suit even before you did. Walking to the bed, I gazed down at her, feeling that odd heat start to spread through my insides. You all right? I asked softly. She nodded, scooting aside to make room for me on the mattress. Yeah, she admitted, as I settled carefully beside her, leaning back against the frame. Sorry I wasn't out there. I was distracted. Her arm brushed mine, and my pulse stuttered. Gently, I reached for the hand pressed against her knee and turned it over to see what she was holding. A small quartz crystal lay in her palm, glimmering softly in the light as her fingers uncurled. Ember smiled as she gazed down at it. Dante gave this to me, she admitted, years ago when we were just kids. He knew I liked shiny things. He did too, actually. Maybe more than I did. She chuckled, though it sounded a little sad. That's one thing the stories get right. Dragons love treasure. We each had our own little hoard that we hid from each other. I knew he wanted to keep this. She tilted her palm so that the crystal gleamed under the lamps. But he gave it to me instead. It's the only thing from Crescent Beach I've been able to take with me. She wrinkled her nose. Well, besides the damn Viper suit. Everything else I've lost or had to give up. But I still have this. Her eyes were shadowed. Reaching down, I took her hand, curling my fingers over hers. I'm sorry, I murmured. I know you miss him. What is he doing, Garrett? Ember whispered, closing her eyes. I keep going over that email in my mind from every possible angle and coming to the same conclusion. I thought I knew him. I thought Talon was just deceiving him, lying to him like they do to everyone else. I was sure that if Dante really understood what they were about, what they really did, he would never have stayed with them, but... She opened her eyes and her expression was tortured, making my insides knot. If he was involved with the cover-up, then he knew what was going on, what Talon was doing. He knew that they killed everyone there, massacred an entire community like it was nothing. She curled her fingers around the quartz again, making a fist. What's happened to you, Dante? She whispered, and her voice was almost accusing. How could you have been a part of that? Damn it, if I ever see you again, what am I supposed to do now? Ember. Reaching out, I gently pulled her against me, wrapping my arms around her. She was quiet, curled up against my side, the hand that clutched the quartz trapped between us. I thought I could save him, she whispered at last. I wanted so badly for him to be with us. I thought that if I could just make him see what Talon is really like. She trailed off, pressing her face to my chest, making my heart thump in my ears. I said nothing, just holding her, feeling the heat pulse between us, until she let out a ragged sigh and drew back. I guess I was fooling myself, she went on, her voice harder now. He's one of them now. I think I've always known, especially after what happened in Vegas. Dante had always been 100% Talon. I just didn't want to believe it. Don't give up just yet, I told her, running a thumb over her cheek, making her blink at me. I know it feels like he's betrayed you, and now it's us against him and Talon. But you can't lose faith that someday you'll be able to make him see the truth, that he'll realize what he's doing, what the organization is really about, and he'll leave, turn his back on the entire thing. I don't know, Garrett. Ember half closed her eyes, circling my wrist with her fingers. How long can I keep hoping? How long can I afford to believe that he'll somehow just abandon everything Talon has taught him? She sighed, running her palm down my arm, making my skin tingle. I know how stubborn Dante is, and now he's further within the organization than ever before. She shook her head. I don't know him anymore, Garrett. Even if I could get to him, could I ever change his mind? You changed mine. She opened her eyes and peeked up. I gave a half smile. It's because of you that I'm here, I told her. that I'm fighting Talon and St. George and trying to save the rogues. I want to make up for my past, but it's more than that. I took her hand, holding her gaze. Ember, because of you, I have to believe that I can get through to Tristan and Martin and the entire Order of St. George, to convince them that we've been mistaken this whole time, that some dragons aren't soulless killers that deserve death. I think we have a chance to someday end this war and to stop the fighting for good, to finally have peace. I pressed a palm to her cheek. I believe that because I met you. She blinked rapidly. I ran my fingers gently through her hair, brushing it back. So don't underestimate yourself, Ember, I murmured. If you can convince a soldier of St. George to completely abandon the Order and start fighting for dragons instead, there's nothing you can't do. Rising to her knees, she laced her arms behind my neck, leaned forward and kissed me. I sighed and slid my palms up her back, pulling her close. Her lips were gentle but insistent, and I parted my own slightly, feeling my blood heat as her tongue teased mine. A fire seemed to ignite in the pit of my stomach, crawling up toward my heart, which thumped faster in response. Ember drew back and sighed, resting her forehead against mine. "Thank you," she said as I drew in a cooling breath. "You have no idea how glad I am that you're here." Her fingers traced my neck as she sat up, making me shiver. "Sometimes I think you're the only thing keeping me sane." "I doubt it, Dragon Girl," I replied, offering a wry smile as she cocked her head. "I doubt you need me for anything, but—" Reaching up, I stroked her cheek. "I'm glad I'm here, too." She gazed down at me, eyes shining emerald, her fingertips brushing the side of my face. "I love you, Garrett," she said softly, making my heart turn over. I thought I'd heard those words before on the salt flats of Utah right before I'd slipped into darkness, but that had been a hazy dream. This was real. "You know that, right? I was afraid I'd never get the chance to say it, and I should have told you a long time ago." "I love you too," I whispered back. "The rest of my life, however long that is." It was amazing sometimes how quickly she could make me forget. Forget the war and the Order, Talon, everything. Outside this room, Riley and Wes plotted how we were going to sneak into another Talon facility. The organization was up to something big, and I had no idea what was going on in my own body. If I should be worried about the constant sensation of molten fire in my veins. But, much like in Crescent Beach, nothing seemed quite as urgent when Ember was this close. I could let go of the perfect soldier's discipline and be myself, the Garrett I'd had no idea existed before I met her. And I could say things I never would have considered a year ago. I met those emerald eyes and gave a rueful smile. "We might not have a lot of time," I said quietly, and ran my hands up her arms. "But however long we have, I'm not going anywhere. I'm yours, Dragon Girl. I always have been." Her eyes went a little glassy, and she kissed me again. I leaned back against the headboard and closed my eyes, feeling the inferno flare between us once more. It flickered and pulsed, like my blood was boiling on the inside, and Ember was the fire that ignited it. But rather than wanting it to stop, it pushed me to continue, to drag the girl closer until nothing separated us, until the flames rippling under my skin burst free and surrounded us, burning but not consuming. Ember's fingers dug into my shirt, the echo of a growl rumbling in her chest, and I felt something inside me respond. A crash from the living room made us freeze. Both our hearts were pounding wildly, and the tiny space between us almost shimmered with heat as we listened to the muffled voices through the wall, ready to rush out if there was trouble. But after a moment, it appeared that nothing was wrong. Someone had just dropped a mug on the hard wooden floor. Wes was applauding someone, probably Riley, who growled at him to shut up. Ember gave a small smile and drew back. "I wish we could stay here," she said, her voice a little breathless. But I guess we should head out and see what the others are planning, huh? Before Riley comes banging on the door. She winced. Or through it. I echoed her wince. I wanted to stay here too, but angry dragons and log cabins seemed like a bad idea. You ready for this? I asked, and she nodded. Yeah, she sighed, sliding off the bed. Back into Talon. Back into heavily armed facilities crawling with security guards and people shooting at us if we're caught, with no real idea of what we're actually looking for. What's one more crazy suicide mission, right? She grinned at me and held out a hand to pull me to my feet. We lead an exciting life, huh? Yes, we do, I agreed, lacing our fingers together as we headed for the door. Riley might see us and be angry, but I wasn't going to hide what I felt any longer. And I have a feeling it's going to get more exciting from here on out. When we re-entered the living room, a man stood just inside the front door. He was bald, wearing orange robes, and he was talking to Jade in low, furtive Mandarin, while Riley and Wes hovered close by and watched warily. What's going on? Ember asked as we swept inside. No clue, Riley muttered. This person showed up a few minutes ago banging on the door with an urgent message for Jade. He shrugged. I'm guessing a temple is in danger or a group of monks need her help with St. George. No. Jade turned to us, her eyes grave. Worse, I'm afraid. I am needed elsewhere. I will depart tonight. Again? Riley frowned. Can't these monks do anything themselves? It is not the monks, Jade said. I have been called home to China. A summons has been issued, the first one in over 2,000 years. She looked away, her eyes distant and troubled. The Shenlong are gathering. I must go. You're not coming back this time, are you? I said. It was a heavy blow. Jade was not only a powerful, dependable ally. I had come to see her as a friend as well. The Eastern Dragon paused as she glanced at me, her eyes troubled. I do not know, she replied. Perhaps. I know that our work here against Talon is of utmost importance, but this cannot be ignored. My people are a solitary race. A gathering is called only in the most dire circumstances, when the fate of our very existence hangs in the balance. I suspect that the upheaval within the Order and Talon's move to destroy my kin are at the heart of it. If they have called a summoning, then I must be there. Riley shook his head. Well, if you have to go, we can't stop you, he said. Lousy timing, though. We could have really used your help inside Talon. But if this summoning thing is that important... It is, and I am sorry I cannot go with you to Talon. But my duty to my people comes first. Keep in touch, I told her, as Riley crossed his arms. At least give us a call when you know what's going on. I will. Jade took a step back toward the door. If I can, I will return as soon as I am able. That is a promise from a Shenlong. She turned to the monk and said something in Mandarin. He bowed deeply and walked out the door. Good fortune to you all, the Eastern Dragon said, and gave me a slight bow before turning to follow the human out the door. Hopefully, we will meet again.
Ember. I hated long stakeouts. I wasn't going to complain. Sitting on the top floor of a parking garage, peering at a building across the street through a pair of binoculars, was better than fleeing through twisty aisles while being shot at by human maniacs. And it was certainly better than sitting alone in a hotel room, waiting for something to happen or for someone to return. But after a few hours of nothing, seeing the same building, same street, same everything, I began to get restless. I wanted to get out and do something. Not something frivolous. I knew what was at stake. I knew I couldn't be distracted from our mission. But I wasn't good at sitting still for long periods of time without getting incredibly bored. "What are we looking for again?" I asked Riley, who sat next to me in the driver's seat with the windows halfway down, also peering through a pair of binoculars. Wes perched in the back with his laptop open, of course, and Garrett had been sent to scout the other side of the building. I'd wanted to go with him, but Riley wouldn't let me, saying that I was way too recognizable by Talon to casually stroll around the building, where any guard or security camera could pick me out of a crowd. Garrett, well, he wasn't exactly unknown to Talon, was less familiar, and could blend into the throngs of humanity wandering the streets. He was also better at spotting undercover guards, cameras, concealed weapons, and other threats. So he was down at street level, doing the soldier thing, while I sat up here with Riley and Wes and watched the office building, not really knowing what I was looking for. Riley sighed and lowered the binoculars. "This is just surveillance, Firebrand," he explained, giving me a sideways look. "We don't want to go charging in half-assed without knowing what we're up against. I want to know when the security shifts change. I want to know where their guard posts and cameras are located. I want to know if anyone I recognize is working here now, because they're sure to recognize me as well. This is Talon." He raised the binoculars again, peering down at the huge glass doors across the street. "I'm not leaving anything to chance if I can help it. Wes, has St. George placed the camera? Do you have a visual of the other side yet?" "Hold your bloody horses. I'm working on it." The side door opened, and Garrett slid into the back, hoodie and dark glasses making him appear like a stranger for a moment. "There's an entrance to an underground garage on the other side," he announced, brushing back the hood and stripping off the shades. "But it's guarded, not open to the public. I put the camera under a bench across the street from the garage entrance, so we should be able to see who's going in and out." "All right, then," Wes muttered, typing something on his laptop. "And there we go." "Huh. Well, not bad, St. George. I can see every bastard coming and going, down to the license plate numbers. And it's not in a planter box where all I see are leaves." "One time I did that," Riley growled. "There was also that instance when a dog peed all over the camera because you stuck it on a hydrant." "Shut up and watch your computer." I gave Garrett a smile and turned back to the window, raising the binoculars. Below, the streets and sidewalks bustled with people like every other city. Cars and humans cruised blissfully past the office building, unaware of its true nature, unaware that, right above their heads, their movements were being watched by a pair of dragons and a modern-day knight. A black sedan with tinted windows pulled in front of the building and stopped at the curb. The front passenger door opened, and a large man in a suit and shades stepped out, looking distinctly bodyguard-esque. I was about to prod Riley to see if he recognized whatever Talon hotshot was about to leave the car, when the bodyguard reached out and opened the passenger door. And Dante stepped out of the vehicle. I gasped, and for a moment, the world lurched to a stop. I hadn't seen my twin since that fateful night I'd fled Crescent Beach, when Dante had sent Lilith after me and Riley, the night he'd betrayed us to Talon. I remembered him in shorts and a t-shirt, with a baseball cap perched atop his head and a backpack slung over one shoulder. He looked different now, in an expensive black suit and tie, his previously longish red hair cut short. He looked poised and important and busy as he stepped onto the sidewalk, talking into his phone and ignoring everything around him. He looked like a true Talon executive. My heart ached, and I swallowed hard, watching as my brother hung up the phone and slipped it into his jacket pocket. I'd been secretly hoping Dante was unhappy in Talon, that he had realized his mistake and was regretting everything that had happened. But seeing him like this, watching him straighten his tie, gaze imperiously down the street, and head briskly toward the office building, it was like he had stepped into the role he was destined for. "Well, well," Riley growled beside me, and I heard the anger in his voice as he peered through his own binoculars. "Look who showed up. The little snitch himself." "Dante is here?" Garrett echoed as the lump in my throat grew bigger. He leaned forward, gazing through the windshield at the street as my brother and his bodyguards walked up the steps and vanished through the glass doors. "Why do you think he's come?" "Who knows?" Riley muttered, "but I'm guessing it has something to do with that evidence. If he was involved with what happened at the crash site, maybe he wants to see it for himself." My hands were shaking as I lowered the binoculars, but I wasn't sure which emotion it was attached to. Grief? Rage? Excitement? Something else? All three? "I have to see him," I said quietly, making both Riley and Garrett glance at me. "I have to talk to him before he goes back to Talon. This might be my only chance." "Ember," Riley began, his voice a warning. I turned on him with a growl. "It's Dante, Riley," I said, narrowing my eyes. "I don't care that he's part of Talon now. He's still my brother."
"Damn it, Firebrand. You know what he's like," Riley snarled back, gesturing down at the street. "You know we can't trust him. Brother or not, he sold us out to Talon. Hell, he sent a Viper to kill you. Remember that? Remember Faith and Mist? That was all Dante, Ember. Family doesn't matter to him anymore. After everything he put us through, you should know that by now."
"I know," I said in the most reasonable voice I could manage, though it was hard not to snarl back at him. Frustration and anger boiled, made worse by the dragon and the sudden heat erupting inside me. But I kept my words calm. "I know I can't trust him. I know he'll sell us out to Talon again." I gazed down at the office building, at the doors my twin had vanished through, and clenched my jaw. "I want him to confirm it. I want to look him in the eye and ask why he would give the order to have his own sister killed because she wouldn't conform to Talon." My voice trembled a bit on the last sentence, and I took a breath to steady it. "I want to ask why he chose the organization over me, and I want to see his face when he answers." Garrett placed a hand on my arm and squeezed gently before returning to Riley. "If Dante was involved with what happened at the crash site, then he'll likely know what Talon is up to," he said calmly. "If we want answers, he might be the best one to ask."
"If we can even get to him," Riley muttered, crossing his arms, "and that he'll actually talk when we do." He gave me an exasperated look. "If he's as stubborn as his sister, I foresee all kinds of problems."
"Also, not to be the voice of reason or anything," Wes broke in, "but this is a Talon facility. You're not going to just stroll in the front doors and say, 'Hello, we're your most wanted dragons, and we've wandered right into your office. Cooperate with us, please.' I say you and not me, because there's no way you're getting me anywhere near that building. I will stay up here with the sane people, thank you very much, which I think is just down to me at this point." I narrowed my eyes at the rogue. "You know I'm going to see him, Riley. With or without you."
"Shit, yes, I know," Riley sighed, raking a hand through his hair. "I just want you to be very sure, Firebrand. Dante is part of Talon. I don't want you going down there thinking you can convince him to leave. He's dangerous, because he's your brother and you're not seeing him as the enemy. But he is. Do you understand? He is just as dangerous as Lilith or Faith, maybe even more so. A Viper will kill you without blinking an eye, but you at least know where you stand with them. Chameleons, though, are masters of manipulation and lies. They'll tell you exactly what you want to hear, and they'll screw you over while smiling at you all the while."
He shook his head in disgust, giving me a piercing glare.
"So you can't trust anything he says, Ember, no matter how much you want to believe it. He'll try to get us to lower our guard, to relax around him, and then he'll sell us out to Talon at the first opportunity."
"I know," I said, though my chest squeezed tight at Riley's words.
"Repeat it back to me, Ember. Just so I know you get it.
I can't trust him, I echoed bitterly. Dante is part of Talon and will betray us all if we give him the chance. Satisfied?
Wish I wasn't.
Riley exhaled and peered down at the building again. For a few moments, he stared out the window, eyes narrowed, mouth drawn into a thin line. I saw the echo of cobalt in his profile, a phantom blue dragon with sweeping black horns and bright golden eyes, and felt a flicker of heat pulse through my veins.
All right, the rogue muttered at last. This is what we're going to do.
Dante. Welcome, Mr. Hill. The man in the business suit greeted me as we came through the front doors. We cannot express what a pleasure it is that you are here. How was your flight? Fine, I returned shortly. Then, in an attempt not to let my mood get the better of me, I added, mostly uneventful. Thank you. Good to hear, Mr. Hill, the human continued, and began rambling about how truly privileged they were that I had arrived, how they hoped this office was doing wonderful things for the organization, and other useless compliments that were mostly lip service, as if I couldn't smell the fear that radiated from the human like body odor. How he was trying so hard to appear normal and conversational when he knew exactly what was happening. Have the packages arrived? I asked when there was a break in the stream of endless chatter and adulation. The human bobbed his head as we stepped into a narrow elevator, squeezing into the center of the floor. My two guards loomed over us, silent and menacing, and the human eyed them nervously as the elevator climbed toward the higher floors. Yes, Mr. Hill, all arrived safely this morning. The man pulled a handkerchief out of his jacket pocket and dotted his balding head with it. And the boxes you requested were delivered to Conference Room C for your inspection. We're headed there now. Good. The elevator stopped on the 11th floor and opened with a ding. I followed my bodyguards out and immediately turned, pressing my palm into the doors to stop them from closing. The human blinked at me across the threshold. I can find my own way from here, I told him. Thank you for your assistance, but I'm sure you're busy enough without having to escort me around the building. We'll be fine. He hesitated, and I gave a wry smile. I'm actually fairly adept at finding my way around Talon offices. It's no trouble at all. You can return to your work. The blood drained from the human's face in relief. Of course, sir, he almost whispered. Right away. If you need anything, please don't hesitate to call. I won't. Thank you. I stepped back and the door slid shut, taking the human from my sight. I turned and made my way down the nearly empty halls, passing a few humans in business attire, until I found Conference Room C. Wait here, I told my guards at the door. I don't want to be disturbed. They nodded mutely before placing themselves on either side of the frame, hands clasped in front of them, and proceeded to look stern and intimidating. Opening the door, I stepped inside and closed it behind me. Silence descended. The room was dim and cool, with stark white walls and no windows to the outside world. A long table surrounded by black leather chairs sat in the center of the carpet, and a single rectangular box had been placed atop it. For a moment, I didn't move, staring at the box sitting inconspicuously on the tabletop. It was unmarked and unremarkable, the first of several boxes that would stop here before continuing their journey to the vault. I knew it had been packaged with utmost care, so that no sloppy mistake would reveal their contents. No one from the human world could guess what lay inside. My stomach churned, and I shook myself angrily. Stop it, Dante, I told myself. You're being ridiculous. There is nothing to fear. Setting my jaw, I walked across the room to the table. A box cutter lay on one of the packages. I snatched it up, and without hesitation, slashed the blade down the center of the cardboard. Within the box was another, even smaller box, and I cut that one open too. As I pulled back the flaps, the smell of smoke and charred things wafted up, making my stomach turn again. The container was filled with clothes, sealed in plastic and neatly labeled, but the stench of smoke still clung to everything. The fabric was burned, singed, and in tatters, but I knew that wasn't enough reason for it to have been taken from the scene. Setting the bags on the table, I examined them carefully, and finally saw why these pieces of clothing had been removed. Not only were they singed, but several of them had been ripped apart. A few had puncture holes left from pointed fangs and talons. The fabric around the holes stained dark with blood, evidence that not only had these clothes, and whoever had been wearing them, been burned, they had been savaged as well. Torn apart by dragons. My dragons. The vessels I sent to destroy the town. I stared at the ravaged piles of fabric, forcing myself to acknowledge what had happened. Massive death and destruction. Blood and pain and fear. By my hand. I hadn't set the fires or torn into those humans myself, but I had given the order. The vessels were my tools, as surely as a gun or a blade. I had used them for slaughter. Sacrifice is necessary. I knew that was true. I knew everything we did was for the good of our race, and the vessels were our most powerful force to date in the war with St. George. With them, we could finally start to turn the tide, strike a real blow against our ancient enemies. Numbers had always been our weakness, not enough bodies to fight back against the Order, and every loss we took was devastating to our entire race. The vessels would change that. Without them, we would still be heavily outnumbered and outgunned. Without them, St. George would still be pushing us toward extinction. But there was a difference between sending the vessels into war with genocidal, highly trained soldiers who hated our kind, and normal, everyday humans who didn't even know about dragons. And there was a large distinction between attacking heavily armed and armored humans and those sleeping peacefully in their beds. That community hadn't stood a chance. They hadn't even known what hit them before they were dead. What will Ember think of this? What will she think of you? I smiled grimly. I knew what Ember would think. She would be horrified, appalled. She would call me all kinds of terrible names, and she would be right. I had chosen this course, for the good of our race and our people. She would never believe it, but I was still doing this for her, for all of us. And though I would never admit it out loud, I was doing it for myself. I was almost there. I was closer to my goal than ever before, but I wasn't there yet. Just one more step, I told myself. One more step to the top, and then the thing I desired most. Freedom. Silently, I made note of everything in the box, recording it all carefully onto my tablet. More would be arriving soon. More containers full of burned clothes, blood, ashes, and death. I would inspect them as well before they made their final journey to the vault. But I had seen all I needed. Now I had to wait and trust the Elder Worm, as I always had. We would make our race powerful again. Together, we would not only bring our species back from the edge of extinction, we would make certain neither St. George nor any other humans ever threatened our survival again, by any means necessary. The rest of the day passed in a blur of cataloging, meetings, phone calls, and more meetings. I deliberately kept busy, using work as a shield against my own thoughts. The only annoying thing was the aura of fear and tension that continued to linger throughout the day, putting everyone around me on edge. Still, I remained past business hours, staying at my desk when most other employees had gone home. By the time I made the final call to Talon HQ and hung up the phone, the sun had set and the offices were empty. With a sigh, I leaned back in my chair and looked at the clock on the wall, both relieved and dreading that the day was almost done. My 2 bodyguards hovered close, silent and protective, even though there was no one else around. I spared them a glance and frowned slightly, realizing I didn't even know their names. "Time to go, sir?" one of them asked. I let out a long breath and stood, rubbing tired eyes. "Yes," I answered simply. "Call for the car. Tell it to wait for us in the parking garage." "Of course, sir." We walked back through the empty building, down silent, deserted hallways, and took the elevator. The doors opened into the underground garage, mostly empty, but for a few cars still parked in the reserved spaces. I spotted our vehicle and began a brisk walk toward it. Shadows closed around us, and my shoes knocked quietly against the concrete, echoing the sudden thud of my heart. I held my breath, but we reached the car without incident, making me slump with relief. One bodyguard opened the passenger side door, and I slid into the back seat as the door closed behind me. "Hello, Dante." My heart stood still. Ember sat across from me, her eyes glowing a hard green in the shadows of the car. As I stiffened, the locks slammed into place with a loud click, and my sibling raised a black handgun and pointed it at my face.
Part 2. The Worm Turns.
Dante. Last summer. Ember, when did your parents die, and what was the cause of death? I could feel Ember's impatience from the other side of the seat, in the way she reluctantly tore herself from the window, in the annoyed look she shot our escort, Mr. Ramsay. Even with my headphones on, I knew what she was thinking. She was dying to get out, practically bursting at the seams with eagerness. "Ember, did you hear me? Answer the question, please." Ember sighed. "Joseph and Kate Hill were killed in a car accident when we were 7 years old," she said, sounding like she was reciting a line from a play. I suppressed a wince at how stiff and flat her voice was, but Mr. Ramsay didn't seem to notice. "Go on." "They were going to see a Broadway musical, West Side Story, and were struck by a drunk driver on the way home." Ember continued in that same bored monotone. "My brother and I went to live with our grandparents until Grandpa Bill developed lung cancer and could no longer take care of us." She kept talking, but her gaze strayed out the window again, at the ocean just beyond the glass. I knew it was killing her, being this close, yet not able to touch it. "Hang in there, sis. We're almost there." "Dante," Mr. Ramsay's attention shifted to me, as I'd known it would. "What is your real objective while in Crescent Beach?" I pulled the buds out of my ear and hit pause on my iPhone to give the human my full attention. Ember might be so distracted that she could barely think, but I hadn't forgotten the real reason we were here. "Observe and blend in," I answered calmly. "Learn how to engage with humans, how to be human." assimilate into their social structure and make them believe we are one of them. Ember rolled her eyes, mocking my perfect dedication as she usually did. I gave a small shrug. I didn't mind. One of us had to keep us grounded. The rest of the ride passed in silence, and we were soon pulling into a small subdivision of neat white villas and tidy yards. I watched the houses roll by, seeing the many humans walking, jogging, or riding their bikes down the sidewalk. They looked so carefree, I thought. Carefree and ignorant. Completely unaware that two dragons were watching them from the back seat of a car. Ember was going to love it here. We pulled into the driveway of one of the many villas along the road, and after a brief introduction to our guardians, Mr. Ramsay left, and our appointed aunt showed us to our rooms. After closing the door, I set my suitcase on the bed and gazed around, taking everything in. This was it. Assimilation had officially begun. From here on out, everything I'd learned, all my training, would come into play. When Talon called for me at the end of the summer, I would be ready for whatever they required of me. If I could keep my reckless, impulsive twin from doing anything crazy. Easier said than done, Dante. Quickly, I changed, then headed toward Ember's room, knowing she would be leaving the house as soon as she could. I hadn't even knocked on her door when it swung open and my twin slammed into me from the other side. Oof! I staggered back, wincing. Ow! Well, I was going to ask if you wanted to go check out the beach together, where I can keep an eye on you. Make sure you don't shift and fly off into the sunset, or lose your temper around a human and char them to ash. But it looks like you beat me to it. Ember grinned. That same wicked, defiant grin she challenged me with when we'd still competed with each other in everything. Not realizing she was always the favored one, and that I competed because winning was the only way I could make them see me. Race you to the water, she challenged. Come on, sis. We're not in training any— But she was already past me, flying down the stairs, and I scrambled to catch up. Later, after dunking each other in the ocean and getting it out of our systems, Ember and I wandered down the beach, checking out our new home. Ember seemed especially fascinated by the surfers farther out in deep water, gliding down the waves on their colorful boards, and that was mildly concerning, knowing she would want to try it sometime. Swimming was one lesson we hadn't gotten a lot of in the Mojave Desert. As we continued down the strip, Ember's eyes were huge, looking at everything, but I was searching for something specific. I found it a couple minutes later, a group of human teens playing volleyball in the sand. I observed them carefully as we approached. Most of them were attractive, for humans, athletic, obviously well off. Perfect. I nudged Ember's shoulder. Come on, I said, and began walking toward the group. She followed hesitantly, frowning. What are we doing? I gave her a wink. Fitting in. What, right now? She eyed the humans. I mean, you're just going to walk up to a bunch of mortals and talk to them? What are you going to say? I grinned at her and ambled toward the net. My sister, who had never backed down a day in her life, was shy. I figured I'd start with hi. Warily, she followed. As if on cue, one of the humans dove wildly for the ball and sent it bouncing right for me. Instinctively, I caught it, and 5 pairs of eyes turned in my direction. Hey! I looked at one of the girls and offered my most charming smile, the one that could make my teachers believe whatever I wanted. Need a couple extra players? The girl nearly fell over from staring at me, but one of the guys gave me a shrug. Sure, dude. He was, I noticed, looking at Ember, even as he spoke to me. "The more the merrier. Come on in and pick a side." I smiled and joined them, even as I bit down a snort. Too easy. Lexi and Calvin were pretty cool for humans, despite Calvin's promise that he would teach Ember to surf when she asked about it. And Lexi talked a lot, even more than Ember, which was saying something. And then I saw him. We were hanging out at the Smoothie Hut, a place that sold what our teachers referred to as junk food, when a weird shiver went up my spine. I turned from Calvin and gazed at the parking lot, just as a guy pulled up on a motorcycle and stared at us for a few seconds. He wore a leather jacket, and his black hair was messy and windblown. He met my stare, and one corner of his mouth curled up in a smirk, even as his eyes glinted yellow. Definitely not human. Another dragon. A rogue. I didn't know how I knew he was a rogue. Maybe because no dragon from Talon would randomly show up in a place where there were already 2 hatchlings. Maybe it was his eyes, gleaming and dangerous, or that defiant smirk that said he knew exactly what we were and pitied us for it. "Gorgeous biker boy," Lexi sighed in response to something Ember said. I felt a kick to my shins from below and jumped. Ember was giving me a worried look, and I realized that I'd been staring back at the rogue, the echo of a growl rumbling in my chest. "What are you doing, Dante? Get a hold of yourself." Quickly, I excused the both of us, saying that our guardians wanted us home early tonight. I expected Ember to protest, but she only nodded and followed me back down the beach. When we were out of sight of the 2 humans, however, she jogged up and lightly smacked my arm. "Hey," she demanded, "what's with you? You nearly went psychopathic lizard on me, right in front of 2 very normal humans. What's the deal?" "I know," I rasped. "I'm sorry. It's just—" I raked a hand through my hair. Still keyed up. "Do you know what that was? In the parking lot just now?" "You mean the other dragon? Yeah, I kinda noticed." "Ember." I gave her a solemn look, willing her to understand. "That wasn't anyone from Talon. That was a rogue. I'd bet my life on it." She blinked at me. I saw nervousness and alarm cross her face at the realization, but also something that raised the hairs on my neck. Curiosity. And anticipation. The rogue intrigued her, and that, more than anything, made me realize I had to act. Before my twin did something unforgivable, something Talon could not overlook, and ruined the future for both of us. Back in my room, I turned on my computer and went into my email account. The cursor blinked in the address bar, waiting as I sat there trying to decide what to do. Finally, I put my fingers on the keys and typed in the one address I was supposed to use only in an emergency. The one my teachers had given me, and only me, because they knew I would inform Talon if anything was amiss in the area, because they knew I would take my mission seriously, even if it meant we might be pulled out. I hesitated a moment more, typed "Rogue in Crescent Beach" into the subject line, then began composing a brief, to-the-point message. I didn't know what this meant for us once Talon received the information. I knew what would happen to the rogue, and I wasn't sure I wanted to be in town when the Vipers came for him. I did know this was my duty, not only to Talon, but to my sister. I would protect her and our future with the organization from any and all threats, even if the greatest threat was from Ember herself.
Ember. Dante froze, his eyes going wide as he stared at me. As soon as the door closed and the locks engaged, a shout came through the tinted windows as something slammed into his bodyguard outside. Dante jumped, his attention going to the window, where Garrett had just hit the guard from behind. There were brief scuffles on both sides of the car as Riley emerged from the darkness and tackled the second guard, making the vehicle rock as the dragon slammed into it. It didn't last long. We had the element of surprise on our side, and the guards had been caught with their figurative pants down. After a few more grunts, shouts, and bodies being slammed into metal and glass, the fight was over, and silence descended once more. Dante slowly turned back to me as Garrett and Riley dragged the bodies into the darkness. His eyes glinted angrily as he faced me down over the gun barrel. "Ember," he said, his voice calm. "How did you get in here?" "Wasn't hard." I was relieved when my voice came out mostly steady. "We saw you arrive this morning and made note of the car's license plate. When the car came back a few minutes ago, I knew you were coming down. This place only has one security guard." I jerked my head toward the garage entrance, though I kept the gun trained on Dante. "Once we got past him, the rest was easy." "I see." His voice was hostile. It made a knot form in my stomach, and at the same time, anger flooded my veins. He had no right to be angry, not with the crap he'd put us through. "So what are you going to do with me, Ember?" he went on. "Kill me? Are you going to shoot your own brother right here?" "Maybe I will," I shot back, and raised the pistol, making him tense. "You certainly had no qualms about giving the order to take me out." "What are you talking about?" "Come on," I sneered, angry that he would lie, that he would try to play it off. "Mist and Faith? The whole debacle in Vegas? That setup was all you, Dante. You told me that yourself. You admitted that you were the one to send them after me." "Yes, I did." Dante's eyes narrowed. "To bring you back to Talon. They never had orders to take you out. I wouldn't do that to you." He's lying. Faith told you she had orders to kill, and those orders came from Dante. But my resolve wavered. I didn't want to believe my brother would actually try to kill me. "Ember." Abruptly, Dante closed his eyes, shaking his head. "This isn't how I wanted our reunion to go," he almost whispered. "I don't want to fight you, sis. I never did." Opening his eyes, he gave me a sad, almost pleading look. "I just want you to come home." "Talon isn't my home," I said softly. "Not anymore." The locks released, and the front passenger door clicked as someone opened it from the outside and slid into the seat. "The famous Dante Hill," Riley stated, giving him a slightly dangerous smile as the door closed behind him. A pistol appeared in his other hand, casually resting against the seats as he draped an elbow over the chair backs. "You've caused me quite a bit of trouble these past few weeks." Dante stared at him, and for a moment his eyes glittered with pure, unbridled loathing. A chill went through me, but then Dante smiled, and all emotions vanished behind a civil mask as he nodded at the other dragon. "Not quite as famous as you, Mr. Cobalt," Dante replied in a voice of chilly politeness. And suddenly, he wasn't Dante anymore, but a chameleon, the kind Riley had warned me about. The sick feeling in my gut spread to my whole body as I realized I didn't recognize him now. That brief glimpse of my brother, the twin who'd looked out for me my whole life, had vanished, leaving only the chameleon behind, the thing Talon had turned him into. Settling comfortably against the cushions, as if this was a perfectly normal meeting, he crossed his legs and smiled. "Where are my guards and my driver, if you don't mind my asking?" "Taking a nap."
And will they wake up again? I don't think they're the ones you need to worry about right now, Riley said as a shadow emerged from beside the car. Garrett leaned against the front door and crossed his arms, doing the whole on-watch thing. But if you're asking if I killed them, no, I didn't. I'm not quite the monster Talon would have you believe. His smirk widened. Actually, I find that kind of ironic, considering the circumstances. I'm afraid I don't know what you mean. I'm sure you don't. Dante shook his head. Well, this is getting us nowhere. He turned away from Riley, as if dismissing him, and looked at me. You obviously went through a lot to get to me, so I assume you want something. What can I do for you? I swallowed. The town in Arkansas, I began. We know Talon was involved, and we know that story about the plane crash is a cover-up. We also know that the evidence collected at the site was sent here. To you. No change in Dante's expression. He regarded me with a practiced, blank, pleasant expression that gave no hint to his thoughts or feelings. Why did Talon attack that community? I asked in a harder voice. Why did they kill all those people? What are they planning now? Ember, Dante said in a reasonable tone. Listen to yourself. I don't know where you got your information, but you've obviously jumped to the wrong conclusion. You're accusing Talon of murdering an entire town, dozens of people, when for centuries, everything we have done has been to remain hidden and avoid detection. Why would we risk that kind of discovery? He laced his fingers together on his knee, giving me a slight frown. I assume you witnessed Miranda on the news. She was only there to make certain the humans would not discover our existence. It's a standard precaution. But why would she need to be there at all? I demanded. Why would Talon need to cover something up if they weren't involved? There was a Talon agent on the plane that crashed, Dante explained calmly. The plane was one of ours, and it was carrying jet fuel to one of Talon's bases on the eastern coast. Sadly, the agent on board was killed in the explosion with the rest of the community, but we still needed to send Miranda to investigate and remove any evidence that could point to us. Again, standard precaution. Talon is protecting its interests and covering the truth of our existence, as they have always done. I hesitated. His explanation sounded perfectly reasonable, though I knew I shouldn't believe him. Dante's serene expression didn't change. Think about it, Ember, he continued. Our agents are stretched thin as it is. We don't have the numbers for the type of operation you're talking about, even if we wanted to expose ourselves like that. What you saw was Talon trying to cover its tracks, and the evidence was sent here, to me, before it goes on to the vault. Well, Riley broke in, wouldn't I feel silly if that wasn't the biggest line of bullshit I've ever heard. He leveled the pistol at Dante's face. Did you forget who you were talking to, hatchling? I was a basilisk, remember? I know it's left behind after a large explosion. He narrowed his eyes, staring Dante down. We went to that site. There was no plane, no debris, no crash. Nothing exploded in that town, but things did mysteriously catch fire. And funniest thing, there were these odd gouges in the floors that looked exactly like dragon claws. So cut the crap. I've heard your shit before, and you're not fooling anyone. Dante regarded the rogue with a patient, almost amused look that suggested Riley was being unreasonable, but didn't dispute his claims. He was lying, I realized. He had just lied right to my face, and I'd considered believing him. Angry now, I clenched a fist on my leg. Dante was a chameleon, I reminded myself. I couldn't trust anything he said. Stop lying to us, I growled. What really happened there, Dante? We know Talon is planning something, and you're a part of it. What's going on? Even if I did know, Dante answered coolly, What makes you think I would tell you anything? Because if you don't, Riley said in a tone of dark warning, we're going for a little ride. We're going to spend some quality time together, the four of us, and you're not going back to Talon until you tell us what we want to know. How long it takes doesn't matter. I can be very patient. Riley smiled, raising the gun very slightly off the chair back. So decide, chameleon. You can tell us now or later. Your choice. Dante paled. Just a little. He hit it well, but his skin turned ashen all the same. Look, I don't know what happened at the crash site, he insisted. The evidence and the reports came in late this afternoon, but I haven't had the chance to look at them yet. And where are these reports? Riley asked. Back in my office. Dante crossed his arms. But you'll never get there. Not without tripping the alarms or running into security. If you try to force your way in, you'll have the police swarming this place in a matter of minutes. Riley was silent for a long time. I could see him thinking, see the indecision in his eyes as he struggled with what to do next. Finally, he opened his door, slammed it behind him, and stalked around to our side. Wrenching open the passenger side, he pointed his weapon at Dante. Get out. Stone-faced, Dante complied. Quickly, I opened my own door and scrambled out, while Garrett watched the proceedings warily, a hand on his own weapon. What are we doing, Riley? I asked, coming around to their side. Dante stared at me, his gaze shadowed and dark, making my insides twist. We're going inside, Riley said, and Dante here is going to escort us. My stomach dropped. Inside? But this is a Talon office. Guards, security, alarms, traps. Isn't that what you told me? Why are we going to risk going in? What else are we going to do, Firebrand? Riley gave me a weary look. We've come all this way. Everything we've done until now will be for nothing if we don't figure this out. Yeah, I know, it's Talon. It'll be a risk either way. But at least if we have the boss with us, no one will try anything. Isn't that right, Mr. Hill? Riley turned, giving Dante a dangerous grin. I'm sure you know your way around the office and past the security, he said as Dante stiffened. So this is how it's going to work. You're going to get us through the doors, past the cameras and all the alarms. If we run into anyone, you're going to convince them that absolutely nothing is wrong, or you'll be down one less employee. His eyes narrowed, his voice turning cold and hard. If the police or anyone from Talon shows up, I have no problem using you as a hostage, or a meat shield. You get me, chameleon? Dante glared at him, then gave a tight nod. Good. Riley gestured him forward with his gun. After you, then. We started across the parking garage, Dante leading, Riley close at his back. Garrett and I trailed close behind. I saw a pair of legs behind a pillar. Dante's guards, I guessed, but beyond them and us, the garage was empty. The office building, too, seemed unnaturally dark and still. Dante let us in through the garage door, using a key card to get in, and said nothing as he led us to an elevator at the end of the hall. A uniformed guard sitting behind a desk straightened quickly as we approached. I saw Riley tense, his hand straying toward the gun hidden beneath his shirt. But Dante strode up without hesitation. Good evening, sir. The guard gave Dante a pleasant smile, then eyed the rest of us over his shoulder. Everything all right? Dante nodded. Just giving some friends a tour of the building, he said, sounding perfectly at ease. I held my breath, knowing how we must look, a trio of vagrant-looking young people trailing another teen in a very expensive suit. But the man behind the desk immediately nodded. Of course, sir. I'll let security know. He waved us through. We passed the desk and entered the elevator at the end of the hall. When the elevator doors closed, Riley suddenly pushed Dante into the wall, the gun beneath his chin. That, he growled as I flinched at his brutality, was entirely too easy. No one in Talon lets 3 strangers waltz in off the street. What are you playing at, chameleon? Who do you think you're dealing with? Dante's voice was equally as hard, and he glared back at Riley with cold green eyes. Some low-level computer monkey? I own this place. Everyone here answers to me. Stunned, I stared at him. I'd always known Dante was ambitious. He had rarely talked about his plans for when he finally got into Talon, but I knew he had them. But an executive? A corporate partner? How had he risen so far in such a short time? He was 16, same as me. Either his chameleon talents were nothing short of miraculous, or there was something else going on. Either way, I didn't like it, and neither did either of the boys. Garrett's posture was tense, his eyes shifting between Dante and the glowing numbers above the door, climbing steadily upward. Riley, still pinning Dante against the wall, gave me a grim smile. Just remember, Mr. Hill, he warned, pressing the gun to his chest. I expect you to get us in with no problems. Any alarms mysteriously go off, or if we run into any trouble, I'm putting a hole through you first. I clenched my jaw at Riley's threat, but didn't say anything. Dante wasn't our friend, I reminded myself. He was a chameleon. I couldn't think of him as my brother right now, though it still made me slightly ill seeing him like this. I wished it could be different, but Dante didn't seem inclined to leave Talon, no matter what I said to convince him otherwise. The elevator stopped, and as the doors slid open, we all tensed, half expecting a line of guards on the other side, taking aim with their guns. The dark, empty corridor that greeted us didn't make me any less nervous. Dante stepped forward, but Riley reached out and grabbed his shoulder, pressing the gun into his ribs. Slowly, he growled. Don't get too far, chameleon. Like you said, you're just giving us a tour. Yes, Dante said in a tight voice, and they're certainly not going to expect anything if I go creeping through the halls with you, hostage style. Riley chuckled darkly and released him. Just remember, I can shoot faster than you can run. Let's go. We entered the floor. Past the elevators was an open floor of cubicles and desks, all empty and dark except for the flicker of computer screens. Dante led us across the room, our shoes clicking against the tile, and down another corridor with individual offices lining the hall. These two sat vacant and still, large glass windows showing off the night sky and the blinking cityscape below. I don't like this, I whispered to Garrett. It's too empty. I thought Talon would have more security, or alarms, or something. This is too easy. Agreed, was the low reply. Stay on your guard. My office is through here, Dante explained as we reached a door in the middle of the hall. The reports are logged into my computer. One moment while I unlock the door. He slid his card into a key slot, then pushed the door back to reveal an empty, darkened room. Riley gestured at him with his gun. After you. As we stepped through the door together, Dante turned, as if to throw the light switch. Suddenly, his arm shot out, something small cupped in his palm, striking Riley in the ribs. There was an electric flash of white, the buzz of static, and Riley snarled, jerking as if he'd been stung. The lights came on, revealing half a dozen armored humans in the room, pointing their guns right at us.
Riley. Well, shit. We'd walked nose first into a trap. Still reeling from being tased, I didn't move fast enough, and Dante slipped out of reach. He was smiling as he backed toward the desk, and the trio of guards standing there with their guns aimed at my middle. St. George already had his weapon out, pointed back at them, but it was too late. Damn it, this was bad. I'd known the devious little bastard had been up to something, but it was worse than I'd thought. This was more than bad luck or bad timing, and it wasn't coincidence that everything, Miranda, the evidence, and Dante, had pointed us here. I knew a setup when I saw one. We'd been played. "Did you really think we had no idea you were coming?" Dante asked, a pleased smile curling his lips as he confirmed my suspicions. He met my glare and shook his head. "Did you really believe your presence went unnoticed at the crash site? Why do you think Miranda was on television to begin with? Because we knew you would recognize her, and if you did, you would come snooping around. We had her giving press interviews on every news station for 3 days straight to make sure you saw her." He circled the desk and stood behind it, 2 guards flanking him like attack dogs. "The evidence would lead you here, as we knew it would, and everything else just fell into place." That arrogant smile turned sharp as he gazed at me, eyes glittering with hatred. "I will admit I'm going to enjoy watching you die, Cobalt. For everything you've done, all the grief you've caused me and Talon. I hope it's painful. A quick death is more than you deserve." I smiled coldly back. "You think you can take me down, hatchling? Do your worst." "Dante!" Ember stepped forward, prompting half the guards to level their guns at her. The heat inside flared as Cobalt surged up, making my skin feel tight. Ember ignored the guards and their weapons, keeping her gaze on Dante. "Don't do this," she pleaded. "Please, you can still walk away. Look at what Talon is doing. They destroyed an entire town, killed every human there. That can't be what you wanted. My brother was never a killer." "You don't know me anymore, Ember." Dante's voice was weary. "You don't know what I've done, what I'm willing to sacrifice for our race. I know what Talon is planning. It's far too late for me to go back." He raised his chin, his voice becoming defiant. "I gave the order to wipe out that town. No witnesses, no survivors. And I would do it again if that's what Talon wanted." Damn it. I spared a glance at the soldier as they were talking. He was tense, pistol drawn and ready, his body coiled to spring into action. He caught my gaze and gave me a tiny nod. I returned my attention to the twins as the air in my lungs started to boil. "You gave the order," Ember repeated softly. "But why? How could you do that?" "You don't understand now," Dante said, "but you will. Once you come back with me, you'll understand everything, I promise." His voice softened, turning almost gentle. "We belong with Talon, Ember. It's our destiny. Once you come back, you'll see why." His attention shifted to the guards standing around the room. "Bring me the girl," he ordered, taking a step back. "Kill the rest." I exploded into Cobalt, surging up with a roar as the guards opened fire. Bullets tore past me, a couple sparking off my chest plates and several punching through my wing membranes. I sent a cone of fire at the nearest guard, and he reeled back, blazing like a torch. At the same time, Ember pounced on another, changing into a dragon mid-lunge, and St. George closed with a third, grabbing his weapon arm and forcing the muzzle away. 2 pistol shots rang out, and the guard crumpled to the ground. Growling, I turned on the last 2 guards, who had converged behind the desk and were raising their weapons to fire. Dante was nowhere to be seen, but the open door behind them told me where he'd escaped to. "Dante!" With a snarl, Ember reared back and sent a fireball at the desk, where it exploded in a burst of light and heat, causing the guards to reel away and crumple to the floor. Without hesitation, she leaped over the desk and bounded through the door after her twin. "Damn it, Firebrand, wait!" With a curse, I followed her, St. George right behind me. The door opened in a narrow hallway, and I hurried to keep up with the red dragon, my talons clicking against the tile. We burst through the final door into a room much different than the one we'd just left. The ceiling was vast and soaring. A mezzanine ran the length of the opposite wall, a veranda stretching corner to corner 20 or so feet overhead. Directly below the railing, an elevator door slid shut, indicating where the little snitch had disappeared to, but getting to him might be challenging. At least a dozen humans stood in the shadows of the mezzanine, staring at us as we came in. They were armed with pistols, all pointed in our direction, and wore identical gray uniforms. But that wasn't what made my skin crawl. There was something else, something wrong about them. I just couldn't put my finger on it. It hit me, and a jolt of shock zipped up my spine. The bastards weren't just wearing identical clothing. They looked exactly the same. They had the same shaved heads, the same faces, and blank, empty eyes. They gazed at us, 2 dragons and an armed human, with absolutely no emotion. No surprise, fear, wonder, or anything. "What in the world?" Ember growled, stopping as we faced the line of identical humans. "What is this?" "Ember!" Dante appeared on the mezzanine, a pair of creepy twin humans flanking him, and gazed down at us imperiously. "I was hoping it wouldn't come to this," he said as Ember tensed at the sight of him. "I've sealed this floor," he added, making me tense. "None of you are getting out. Ember, I'll give you one last chance to surrender without violence. Return to Talon and I swear you won't be punished. We can be together again, as it should be. But if you stay with that rogue, I can't protect you from what's to come. Please." He gripped the railing, his gaze only for the red dragon. "Come back to Talon with me," he said, his voice quietly desperate. "You don't know what's coming. And if you're on the other side when it hits," he shook his head, "you'll be swallowed whole with everyone else." "What's coming, Dante?" Ember called as something cold settled in my gut, making me shiver. "What is Talon planning?" "I can't tell you that," was the answer. "Not here. Once you return to the organization, though, you'll understand everything." "And what about Riley and Garrett?" Even from here, I saw the gleam of hatred as the other hatchling looked at me. "Cobalt is the most wanted criminal in the organization," he said, venom dripping from his words. "And the other is a soldier of St. George. I cannot imagine how you think Talon would spare either of them." "But," he added before either Ember or I could speak. He took a deep breath, letting it out slowly, and looked at Ember once more. "If you promise to come back with me tonight," he said in a grave voice, "they can go. They can walk out of this building at least. I can't promise anything beyond that." "Don't strain yourself, chameleon," I sneered, unable to simply stand there and take his insults. "What would Talon say if they discovered you let the infamous Cobalt slip right through your slimy fingers?" "They wouldn't be happy," Dante replied, not to me but to Ember. "But bringing you home is more important. Nothing matters more than that." A pause, and then he added, in an even softer voice, "I miss you, sis. I want things to be like they were before. You don't know. You have no idea how important you are. Not just to me, but to all of Talon. It's not my place to explain it, but you and I are special, and not just because we're siblings. Come back with me and you can see for yourself." "Dante," Ember said in a strangled voice. She had crouched down, tail and wings pressed tight to her body, and was trembling. You don't belong with them, Dante insisted. You belong with Talon. It can be how it was before. We can be a family again. Ember hesitated a heartbeat more, then raised her head, glaring at her brother. No, she said, in a firm, clear voice. I have a family, right here. You and I are siblings, but the brother I knew wouldn't slaughter a whole town of humans just for the good of our race. You've changed, Dante. You're not my brother anymore. And if you want to kill Riley or Garrett or anyone I care about, you'll have to fight me too. For a moment, the chameleon stared at her, disbelieving. Then his eyes glowed with anger, and he took a step back. If that's your decision. His voice had gone cold and slimy again, and he raised a hand, sweeping it over the humans below. Then you leave me no choice. You will see the power of Talon, and why our enemies stand no chance against us. Vessels, he called, and the row of identical humans raised their heads. Initiate! The humans started to change, to shift. Almost as one, they swelled, stretching and growing as wings tore through their backs and scales covered their bodies. In the space of a heartbeat, over a dozen identical metallic gray dragons stood where a human mob had been moments before. My spines bristled as I stumbled back a step. What the hell? This was even worse than the humans. They were all dragons, hatchlings judging by their relatively small size, but they stared at us with that same blank, emotionless gaze that made my insides recoil. Soulless. The word popped into my head, and I shivered. They look soulless, completely empty. There's nothing behind their gazes, nothing at all. They look like machines, like fucking robots. Dante? Ember's voice was a horrified whisper as well, as she cringed back from the row of blank-eyed dragons. What is this? What have you done? This is the future, Dante said, raising both arms as if to embrace them. This is what's going to save us from extinction. Don't you see what they represent, Ember? This is our hope. We can finally turn the tide against the Order. You've created soldiers. This was from St. George, the first thing he'd said in a while, and he sounded just as quietly horrified as the rest of us. These have been bred for war and nothing else. He narrowed his eyes at Dante. How many has Talon created? More than enough, Dante said. He smiled coldly as the clones continued to watch us with empty, pale eyes. Enough for our race to crush our enemies. Enough for dragons to return from the brink of extinction and never to be forced back. Not by St. George. Not by anyone. This is wrong, Dante, Ember said, gazing up at him. Can't you see what Talon is doing? Don't you know what this means? Yes, Dante replied. It means Talon will save our race, that St. George will fall, and you will return to the organization with me tonight, whether you want to or not. Vessels, he called, and the dragons straightened to attention. Attack! Kill the male dragon and the human, but leave the female alive. Restrain her if you have to, but bring her to me. As one, the line of dragons surged forward. There were no snarls, no roars or bellows or shrieking battle cries. They were as silent as death as they came at us, a terrifying gray tide. I snarled my own battle cry, but before I could move, St. George stepped forward with a sharp, "Look away!" and hurled something into the room, A small round object sailed through the air and landed in front of the approaching clones. They slowed, blinking at the object, just as I realized what it was and quickly turned my head. The flashbang exploded in a brilliant burst of light, flaring white through my closed lids, and the shockwave knocked me back a step. Now the clones screamed, hissing with alarm and fury, making my blood chill, but for a split second, they were frozen in shock. "Run!" I snarled to the others, and we fled, bounding back into the corridor. Gunshots echoed behind us as St. George fired shots into the stunned clones before he slammed the door and hurried after us. "Where are we going?" Ember called as we entered the room where Dante had sprung his first trap. The humans were still sprawled motionless on the floor, but the room had changed. Steel walls covered the windows to the outside, blocking any escape by flying through the glass. I snarled a curse and looked around for another way out, but there were only the two doors into the room. The one we first came in with Dante, and the one that led back toward the army of clones. St. George slammed the door to the hall and turned to Ember, beckoning her to the still smoldering desk in the corner. "Ember, can you shove that against the door?" The red dragon nodded, bounded to the desk, and slammed her horns against the side. I hurried to join her, and the heavy piece of furniture groaned as we pushed it across the floor and shoved it in front of the door. Not that it would do much good against a fire-breathing dragon, even a small one, but it might slow them down a few seconds. "What now?" Ember panted as we backed off, just as a heavy thud echoed from the hall beyond, and the door rattled on its hinges. I winced. "We have to find a way off this floor," I growled, glancing at the barricaded windows. Damn it, the slimy little bastard sure had screwed us over royally. If I knew Talon at all, every window and exit to the outside would be similarly blocked, but we had to try. "All the exits will be sealed off," I said. "But if we can get to another floor, we might have a chance. They can't have sealed the whole building. I hope." The door rattled again, and a trio of claws curled around the edge, raking gouges across the wood. A pale, slitted eye glared at me through the crack, making my blood run cold. "Come on," St. George said, and we fled the room, heading back the way we came in. We passed more rooms in the same state. Steel curtains covered the windows, preventing not only an easy way out, but blocking all views from the outside as well. Bursting into another room, I muttered a curse, gazing around frantically. This one was a cubicle hell open floor, with desks and computers sectioned off into identical workstations that covered the room like a maze. On the opposite wall, a glowing exit sign beckoned enticingly, and I bounded in that direction. We came to the fire escape at the end of the hall, but of course the metal door was firmly locked. St. George slammed his shoulder into it a couple times, to no avail. "Stand back, St. George," I growled after a few moments of watching the humans slam into the barrier. "Let's see how well it holds up to dragon claws." "Riley!" Ember gasped. I turned to see a dozen pale, shining eyes floating in the dark, moving toward us through the cubicle maze. St. George fired off several rounds, and though I heard bullets striking scales and horns alike, none of the clones made a sound as they advanced. If they could feel pain, they didn't show it. "The elevator shafts!" Ember hissed as we scrambled away from the exit, trying to lose the clones in the labyrinth. "Even if Dante cut the power, we can climb down the cables." "Good thinking, Firebrand," I whispered, ducking around cubicles. "Let's hope your brother hadn't thought the same." All around us, I heard the click of talons over tile, the flutter of wings, and the hiss of tails as they brushed against walls and corners. The clone things had spread out and were combing the floor for us. And though I'd done this thing before with both Talon and the Order, it was a surreal feeling, being hunted by your own kind. I wondered how nasty these things were in a fight, because I had the sinking suspicion that we were going to find out sooner or later. "Elevators," Ember whispered, coming to a stop at the edge of the cubicle. They sat against the far wall, out in the open, of course. I stifled a groan and peeked out of cover, seeing a long gray tail slink around a cubicle disturbingly close. "We'll have to make a run for it," I whispered, pulling back. "St. George, once we reach the elevators, I'll have to shift back, so I'll need that change of clothes quick. I won't be able to climb elevator shafts in dragon form, and I'd rather not do it naked." The soldier nodded and unshouldered the backpack. "I'd rather you not do it naked either," he muttered. I ignored that. "Ready?" I asked. But at that moment, something lean and scaly leaped atop the cubicle wall. It spotted us and gave a hiss of discovery, baring its fangs, and I winced. "Go!" We ran for the elevators, hearing the rest of the clone dragons give chase from wherever they were in the room. I didn't dare look back to see how many were coming or how close they were. St. George reached the elevators first and slammed his shoulder into the doors, prying them open. I had just enough time to see the metal box through the widening crack before something slammed into me from the side and knocked me off my feet. Snarling, I rolled to my back, lashing out with my hind claws as my attacker pounced, making no noise as its jaws went for my throat. My back legs caught it in the armored stomach, stopping the lethal fangs from snapping in my face. I shoved it off and lunged to my feet as another clone hit me from behind. This time, I felt claws score my back and sides as curved talons ripped through my scales and sank into the flesh beneath. With a roar, I spun, trying to dislodge the thing that clung to me like a leech, seeing the rest of the pack closing in. Gunshots rang out behind me, and one of the clones staggered and went down. But that didn't stop the rest of them, and I snarled in both fury and frustration, trying to loosen the dragon's death grip on my back. Ember hit us hard, striking the clone full on with her horns, knocking him away. Spreading her wings, she stepped in front of me and let out a roar that shook the walls, and amazingly, the clones hesitated. "Riley!" St. George snapped as the dragons blinked and surged forward again. Ember and I scrambled for the elevators as the soldier pried the doors open and disappeared through the crack. "Get the hatch open!" he told me as we squeezed into the small metal box. It was a tight fit. 2 dragons and a soldier definitely wouldn't have fit, but thankfully Ember had already changed back into human form, her black viper suit covering her body like paint. Unfortunately, that left her virtually defenseless against the mob of dragons on the other side of the doors. A clone followed us, sticking its head through the crack, baring its fangs. St. George bashed it in the side of the head with his pistol, rocking its head to the side, and it retreated with a hiss. Gritting my teeth, I reared onto my hind legs, ignoring the stab of pain that went through my side, and pushed against the square hatch on the ceiling. It was sealed, or stuck, because it didn't move. I shoved on it harder, and it rattled, raining dust into my eyes. It still didn't open. A flurry of gunshots echoed inside the elevator box, making my ears ring. The clones had crowded the opening, eyes and teeth shining as they surged against the doors and were starting to push through. They flinched away from the bullets as St. George continued to fire, but there were so many, and they would soon force their way inside. With a snarl, I rammed my horns into the metal hatch as hard as I could, and the trap door finally flew open. "Ember!" I called, dropping back to the floor. She glanced up, and I positioned myself so she could use me as a step stool. "Go!" The girl darted from behind the soldier, took 2 steps and launched herself off my shoulder, reaching for the open hatch. Her arms hooked the edge of the opening, and she slid through as gracefully as any gymnast. "St. George!" I snapped, but the soldier was already moving, dodging a dragon's talons as he hurried to my side and leaped for the top of the elevator. I whispered a curse, watching his legs vanish through the opening. Too small for me to go through in my present form. I was going to have to shift. Sorry, Firebrand, I thought, and forced myself back to human form. There's no time for modesty now. You're just going to have to deal for a few minutes. A clone wriggled its way into the box and snarled at me just as I sprang for the trap door. Scrambling onto the roof, I caught a split-second glimpse of the elevator filled with hissing, pale-eyed dragons before St. George slammed the hatch door shut and locked it. I collapsed on the roof for a second, panting. My side throbbed. Nothing felt broken, but blood was seeping down my skin and dripping to the metal in small puddles. The gashes I'd taken along my back and ribs burned like someone had poured acid in them. "Are you all right?" Ember hovered a few steps away in her black viper suit. Though her voice was concerned, her face was as red as a beet in the darkness, and she didn't look directly at me. Any other time it would have been adorable. "You're bleeding pretty bad." "I'm fine," I gritted out, heaving myself upright. "A few holes in my hide aren't going to kill me." "Can you climb?" St. George asked. He had already yanked open the backpack and was pulling out a change of clothes. His demeanor was calm and practical. We had to climb down the elevator cables to get to the bottom floor, and then we had to get out of the building and escape into the city, all of which would be difficult to do in the nude. Damn it, I really need to think about stealing a viper suit one day. A thud echoed below us, and the hatch door rattled. "Don't think I have much of a choice," I said, and snatched the articles of clothing the soldier tossed at me. "You two get going. I'll be right behind you." "Riley," Ember began. "No arguments, Firebrand. Unless, of course, you want to see me run naked through the streets." That got her moving. With one last worried look, she turned and made the short leap onto the rusty service ladder against the wall. St. George watched her descend until the top of her head vanished from sight, then turned to me. "Hurry," he said calmly. "I'll cover you." I scowled at him as I yanked on the pair of jeans. "I'm fine, St. George. You don't have to stay here and babysit." The elevator hatch burst open, and a scaly gray head lunged out, hissing. I jumped, and St. George instantly raised his weapon and shot it twice in the head and neck. It screeched and dropped away, and the soldier lowered the pistol, backing away with a steely expression. "That's it. I'm out," he announced, as clones began clawing their way through the opening, hissing and snarling. "Move!" I went, leaping from the roof and grabbing the rungs as I came down, wincing as my back and ribs protested the sudden stop. I shimmied down a few feet and felt the ladder shake as the soldier landed on it as well. The elevator shaft echoed with the snarls and hisses of the dragons above us, but either they were unable to climb down after us, or shifting into human form to pursue hadn't occurred to them yet. Though that did give me a rather morbid realization. "You know," I panted, seeing Ember below me, moving swiftly down the rungs, "those things are dragons. If they wanted to kill us, what's to stop them from filling this entire shaft with fire and burning us to a crisp while we're human?" "Not helpful, Riley," came Ember's voice from somewhere below. "They don't want to kill us," St. George replied. "At least, not all of us. They want Ember alive to take back to Talon. That's what Dante said." "Yeah, well, good luck with that," Ember said defiantly, her feet thumping on the rungs as she climbed down the shaft. "I can't believe Dante would set us up like this. Again." She sighed. "Damn it, who am I kidding?" she whispered, her voice nearly inaudible in the darkness. "If Dante knew we were coming here, he'd know I would want to talk to him. He made sure that I would see him just to lure us in here. So this is my fault." "Stop it, Firebrand," I growled down at her. "We all agreed to do this. We all wanted to know what Talon was up to, if they were planning anything shady. I think we sure as hell got our answer." A shriek rang out somewhere overhead, and I shivered. So now the question becomes, what can Talon do with an army of soulless clone dragons? And what's that going to mean for the rest of us? Nothing good, St. George muttered above me. I couldn't argue with him there. We continued down the shaft in silence until we reached the last floor. Swinging myself onto the ledge between the drop-off and elevator doors, my legs nearly buckled and I staggered. Ember quickly grabbed my arm, pulling me back from the edge. "We need to bandage those," she whispered, her gaze going to my shirt, where I could feel the bloody fabric sticking to my skin. "Let's get out of here first," I muttered back as St. George joined us on the ledge, also giving me a concerned look. I stepped away from them and wedged my fingers into the crack between the elevator doors. "We'll call Wes, get back to the safe house, and then decide if we need to build a giant underground shelter to wait out the next 50 years while Talon unleashes the dragon apocalypse. St. George, grab the other door, would you?" He did, and together we pried them open, though I had to bite my lip to stifle a grunt of pain as we slid them back. The soldier leaned out and peered into the darkness beyond. "I don't see anyone," he murmured. "Looks clear." Silently, we slid out of the elevator and crept down the hall, which opened up into a spacious lobby with high ceilings, a large front desk, and a few chairs and sofas placed strategically over the floor. To the right, an escalator led up to a second-floor balcony that overlooked the lobby, and straight ahead, maybe 50 feet away, were the front doors that represented freedom. "Almost there," Ember whispered, and I bounded forward. We sprinted for the doors, but before we were halfway across the floor, Dante's voice cracked like a whip in the silence. "Ember, stop!" I looked back, and my heart sank. The lobby behind us was full of dragons. Not just a dozen or so. A massive flood of iron-gray clones crept from the shadows along the walls, hissing as they came into the light. They slithered over the tables and sofas, leaped atop the welcome desk on the back wall, crowded forward in a mass of scales, wings, and teeth. More identical humans appeared on the balcony overhead, raised their assault rifles and pointed them down at us. Standing between them, glaring down at us in triumph, was Dante. We hit the front doors, Ember slamming her body into them with a crash, but they held. I reached them and drove my foot into the barrier between us and freedom, but they didn't even shake. Sealed, I realized, staring at the thick metal barriers in dismay. Nothing short of an explosive or a speeding dump truck was getting through them tonight. I slumped and slowly turned to face the army at our backs. "End of the line, Riley." I was wounded. St. George was out of ammo, and we were backed into a corner with a sea of dragons closing in from all sides. "Wes," I thought, "I'm glad you're not here. Sorry to bail on you like this, but take care of my underground for me." I took a deep breath, glanced at St. George, and smirked. "You take the 100 on the left, I take the 100 on the right?" He gave me the grim smile of someone who was prepared to go down fighting. "Meet you on the other side." "No!" Ember cried, her voice ringing through the lobby, and lunged forward.
Ember. I stepped forward, putting myself between the clones, Garrett, and Riley. Instantly, the dragons tensed, muscles coiling to spring at me. Ignoring them, I raised my head, seeking the lone figure on the balcony. "Call them off, Dante! Tell them to stand down! I want to talk to you!" "Hold!" Dante barked, his voice barely audible over the hissing of the clones. They froze immediately, becoming as still and silent as rocks, but they were still just a lunge away from us. A chilling, unmoving wave, blank eyes glittering in the darkness. I took a deep breath and stepped forward, glaring up at my twin. I have a proposal for you.
Ember.
Garrett's voice echoed at my back, soft and wary, making my stomach tighten. He could guess what I was about to do.
Don't.
Ignoring him, I closed my eyes, gathering my resolve, then looked up at my brother again. Let them go, I said firmly. You win, Dante, but I'm setting the terms now. No one dies. That's my proposal. You want me to come back to Talon? I gestured behind me. Swear to me that you'll let them live, and I'll go with you tonight.
Ember,
Riley snarled, and I spun on him, furious. Let me do this, Riley, I snapped, desperate to convince him. We can't win this one. Even if we fight, they're just going to kill you and take me back anyway. At least this way, I'll know you're alive. You and Garrett both. Please. My gaze went to the soldier, standing rigidly beside him. Don't fight them, I whispered, lowering my voice, so only Garrett and Riley could hear. Don't throw your life away. There's too much at stake now. Look around you. I made a tiny gesture at the army of dragons at my back. Someone has to fight this. Someone has to warn the rest of our world what Talon has done. The underground, St. George, everyone will be affected. Who knows how many of these things Talon has? Garrett came forward. His expression was tormented as he stared at me, but he didn't argue. He knew, just as I did, that we couldn't win.
And what about you?
I'll be all right, I whispered. They're not going to kill me. Not with all the trouble they've gone through to take me alive. I don't know why they want me so badly, but if I have to go back, I'm damn sure going to get something out of it. Stepping close, I put a hand on his cheek, gazing into his eyes. I can't watch you die, I whispered. Not when there's something I can do to stop it. At least this way, you'll still be free. If Talon wants me to come back, I continued, raising my voice again, making certain Dante could hear every word, they're going to let you go. If not, if they try to kill you here, I swear I will fight this army to my last breath, and I will take down as many dragons as I can. They're going to have to kill me to get me to stop. I turned then, facing my brother, who still watched imperiously from the balcony. I'll come back with you, I said, but only if you let Garrett and Riley go. That's my bargain, Dante. Either we all leave this room alive and unharmed, or none of us do. Dante was silent a moment, considering. Around us, the clones were also motionless, waiting. I could feel Garrett and Riley at my back, tense and ready to explode into action. But I couldn't look at either of them. I knew they would fight without hesitation. Even vastly outnumbered and outgunned, I knew they would struggle as long as they were still breathing, and they would die bravely defending what they loved. But they would still die. We couldn't stand against Talon's new army, this mass of chilling dragon clones who stared at us with eyes like empty mirrors. Even if I went back to Talon, if Riley and Garrett were still alive, there was hope. Very well. Dante's voice drifted down from the balcony. If that is what it takes to get you to come back, Ember, then you have a deal. I promise I won't kill them. That's not good enough. An annoyed look crossed his face, and I narrowed my eyes. They walk out, right now, before I go anywhere with you. I want to see them go. And I swear, Dante, if I surrender and you double-cross me, you will never get my cooperation. I'll fight you and Talon every step of the way for the rest of my life, until you kill me. I know you will, Dante replied, frowning. I know you're stubborn enough to do it. And I don't want that, Ember. Believe what you want, but hurting you is the last thing I set out to do. He sighed, running a hand over his head. All right, he finally said. You have a deal, Ember. The soldier and the rogue can leave, and I won't try to stop them. I crossed my arms. Prove it, I ordered, making his jaw tighten. I'm not taking a step until I know you're serious. Open this door right now and let them go." Dante's eyes flashed green with anger, but he turned and pulled out his phone, tapping the screen several times. A moment later, there was a beep behind us, and the metal barrier in front of the door slid up. Raising his head, Dante addressed the army of dragons below him. "Vessels," he called. "Stand down, now." The horde of dragons rippled back, sinking to their haunches or bellies, but still watching us with flat, silvery eyes. They didn't move, but their bodies were like tightly coiled springs, ready to attack with a word. I caught Riley's gaze, watching me from against the doorframe. He was breathing hard, one side of his shirt stained dark red. I could see Cobalt just below the surface, wanting to burst out and fling himself at his enemies, numbers and consequences be damned. But there was also weary resignation in his eyes. He knew there were too many to fight, that we would die if we made our final stand here. I could tell he was thinking about his hatchlings, his network and his underground, because they were never far from his mind. I swallowed hard and peeked back at Garrett. He stared down at me, his gaze intense, metallic eyes stony with determination. "Ember," he whispered, and his voice was anguished. I put a hand on his chest. "Go, soldier boy," I told him. "Get out of here. You know we can't win this one. Walk out and live to fight another day." Footsteps thumped behind us. A pair of guards approached, weapons raised menacingly, to flank me on either side. Garrett retreated a few steps, backing up until he stood with Riley, the open door at their backs. Riley pushed himself off the frame, his gaze dangerous as he met my eyes. "We'll find you," he promised, his eyes glowing as he took one step back toward the open door. "We'll get you out again. I swear it." "I know," I whispered, memorizing their faces before I jerked my head at the door. "Go! Get the hell out of here before Dante changes his mind! Go!" Their jaws tightened, and they went, both of them, slipping through the door and out of sight. Not 2 seconds after they cleared the frame, the metal barrier slid back with a clang, cutting us off from each other and trapping me in the room with the clones. I swallowed the terror threatening to overwhelm me and turned to face Dante, alone. The soldiers closed in. One of them took my arms and slapped a pair of thick metal cuffs around my wrists. They were heavier than normal handcuffs, solid bands of steel nearly 2 inches wide. I didn't know what good they would do if I decided to turn into a dragon, but my stomach dropped all the same. Without speaking, the guards motioned me forward. I spared a last look at the door Garrett and Riley had gone through, hoping they were running as fast as they could from this place, before taking a deep breath and stepping into the dark. Back to Talon. Like a delinquent runaway, only I knew my punishment would be far worse than anything the humans could think of. What would Talon do to me? I wondered. Lock me up for the rest of my life? That seemed rather pointless, considering all the trouble they went through to find me. Would they torture me for information about Riley's network and Garrett's knowledge of St. George? Or, and my stomach heaved at this thought, would they ship me off to the facility, where I would become a breeder like the rest of Talon's disgraced female dragons? Garrett and Riley are free, I told myself, as my stomach threatened to crawl up my throat. That's all that matters. They're alive, and as long as they're out there, they'll be fighting to get me away from Talon. I just have to endure until then, and not give Talon anything they want. Shaking, I followed my captors single file through the room, passing dozens of metallic gray dragons who watched me with pale, empty eyes. The guards led me into an elevator, which opened up onto the balcony overlooking the main floor. From up here, the sea of clones looked even more ominous, a glittering mass of scales, horns, and wings. Dante stood with his back to me and both hands on the railing, gazing out over the clones. He glanced at me over his shoulder as I approached with the guards. "I didn't want it to be like this, Ember," he said, as they drew me to a stop a few feet away. "I didn't want to use force. Once we get back to Talon, you'll see what we're really trying to do." I raised my cuffed hands. "Seems pretty obvious to me." His face tightened, but he didn't order them removed. "You're a danger to yourself, Ember," he said, turning from the railing. "I want to trust you, but you've been with that rogue too long, listening to his lies. Please understand, this isn't forever, but until we return to the organization, I can't take any chances. I'm sorry." He raised his hand, gesturing someone forward. A woman stepped out from the shadows, not a clone, but a human in a white lab suit. The suit itself made me nervous, but the syringe glittering in one gloved hand made me even more jumpy. "What is that?" I growled as she stepped toward me, smiling in a way that I guessed was supposed to be calming, but it just made me want to bite her. "Dractopromazine," Dante answered. "A mild sedative. It won't hurt you. It will just make it impossible to shift for the next few hours. Hold her still." The guards took my arms, immobilizing me as the woman stepped up and smoothly sunk the needle into my skin. I clenched my jaw at the stinging pain, remembering what Riley had told me about the drug, which was not a mild sedative, but a very powerful tranquilizer that worked on our dragon half. Talon had developed it to further control and threaten the dragons in the organization, because not being able to shift was one of the most frightening things that could happen to us. Almost immediately after the needle was removed, I began to feel drowsy, my limbs heavy and unresponsive. I shook my head, fighting to stay alert, as Dante watched me with somber green eyes. I curled a lip at him. "I suppose Talon told you that drugging your sister was necessary as well," I said scathingly. "No," Dante's brow furrowed. "But I know you, Ember. I know how you'll react, and I can't risk anything happening to you, even if I have to prevent you from hurting yourself." His words sent a chill through me as I realized what he meant, that he was about to do something I wouldn't like. Dante gave the human in the lab coat a quick glance. "Has the drug taken effect?" he asked. "Yes, sir. It should be at full strength now." "Good." He turned from me, pulling out his phone and placing it to his ear. "Squad 2, he said quietly. "Initiate. Take the rogue and the human. Alive." "What?" I snarled and lunged forward, but the guards grabbed my arms, holding me back. Instinctively, I tried to shift, but there was no response from the dragon, making me furious and terrified all at once. "Dante, you lying, two-faced bastard!" I raged, struggling against my captors. "You said you would let them go!" "I did not. I said I would let them live." Dante's expression was hard as he watched me, knowing I had tried to change just then. "Cobalt is the worst traitor Talon has seen in centuries," he went on. "I will not return to the organization, having let him slip through my fingers." He shook his head. "No, I will keep my word and not kill him, as I originally planned. But you all will be returning to Talon tonight." His eyes narrowed, and he gave a small, chilling smile. "The Elder Worm is expecting us."
Part 3. Fang and Fire.
Riley. I groaned and opened my eyes, then immediately wished I hadn't. "Shit," I growled, pressing a hand to my forehead. My skull throbbed, probably from the whack I'd taken, courtesy of a rifle butt to the side of the head. The motion also revealed another fun discovery. Thick metal cuffs were locked around my wrists, heavy-duty manacles made for gorillas and Frankenstein's monster. Blearily, I lowered my arms, waiting for the cobwebs in my brain to clear out. How I got here was kind of fuzzy. I remembered being surrounded by an army of robot-like dragons, feeling utterly helpless as Ember bargained with her slimy brother for all our lives. I remembered the look on her face as she watched us leave, unable to stop her or save her, knowing there was no way in hell that Talon would just let me go. Turns out I was right. The soldier and I hadn't gone 100 yards when a squad of a dozen armed clones appeared from nowhere, surrounding us. While half of them pointed assault rifles at our faces, one pair had dragged me forward and shoved me against a brick wall. I was already injured, furious at the betrayal, and didn't exactly appreciate being manhandled by two soulless humans, so I might have snarled and elbowed one in the face as hard as I could. Which might not have been the brightest of ideas, as the other had instantly responded by clocking me in the temple with the butt of his gun. That was the last thing I remembered. "You awake?" came a familiar voice in the corner. "Yeah," I muttered, raising my head to peer at my surroundings. Unsurprisingly, I was sitting on the floor of a small, dark cell. The walls were made of steel. There were no windows, and the heavy barred door at the front looked like it could stop a charging buffalo. A pair of cots were set into one wall, bunk bed style, but both were empty. St. George sat against the opposite wall watching me, manacled hands resting on his knees. How long was I out? I rasped. Hard to tell. At least a few hours, and most of that was the drive. We haven't been in here very long. His gaze narrowed. They stuck you with a needle while you were unconscious, he told me, making my stomach churn. I'm guessing it's something that prevents you from shifting. Dractylpromazine, I exhaled, and leaned my head against the wall. Yeah, I'll be stuck in human form for several hours at least, and they'll probably keep dosing me with that crap to keep it that way. Or at least until they have no interest in keeping us alive anymore. On impulse, I gingerly pulled up my shirt, hard to accomplish in shackles, to reveal strips of gauze and bandages wrapped around my ribs. Oh, well, look at that. The bastards want me alive and healthy for a little while longer at least. Can't have me dying on the interrogation table, I guess. I lowered the fabric, grimacing. Where's Ember? I haven't seen her, the soldier said darkly. We weren't in the same vehicle, and they blindfolded me when they brought us in, so I'm not even sure where here is. Well, I craned my head to look up at the ceiling. I'd say we're underground, though I have no idea where. Could be in a city, could be out in the wilderness, but deep enough that no one outside of Talon knows we're here. The organization likes to do their dirty business where no one can see it. St. George glanced at the barred door and the guards flanking either side. Why haven't they killed us yet? He muttered, his eyes dark. If they can't get what they want from us, why are they keeping us alive? We know too much. We've seen that dragon army. He turned, frowning in my direction. They don't need us. Talon has been hunting you for years, and I'm still a soldier of St. George in their eyes. Dante would have killed us if Ember hadn't stepped in. What are they waiting for? That's easy, I said. It's not about us, St. George. We're leverage. To get Ember to do what they want. You saw what happened with that twin of hers. His eyes widened, then hardened in fury. I gave a tired nod. Our lives aren't important. For some reason, it's always been about her. As long as we're alive, she's not going to do anything that will put us in danger. If she doesn't cooperate with them, they'll threaten to kill us or torture us or something equally awful and blackmailish. That's how Talon works. And of course Ember, being Ember, will do whatever they say to save our lives. St. George clenched his fists. "We have to get out of here," he said in a low voice. "You've escaped Talon before, right?" "Yeah, but I wasn't exactly in the middle of an armed Talon facility," I answered. "They know who we are, and they're not taking any chances. Maybe if I could somehow get to a computer and contact Wes. But I wouldn't expect him to storm this place to rescue us. And I sure as hell wouldn't want any of the hatchlings to try it. Best I could do is warn him about Talon's new clone minions and tell him to keep the underground as safe as he can." I sighed, shaking my head. There's also another reason for Talon to keep us alive. One that's probably not going to be pleasant for either of us. "They want information," St. George muttered. I nodded. "Yeah, and you can guess how they're going to try to extract it. From both of us. I've been trained to withstand torture," the soldier said in a calm voice. He glanced at me again, his expression grim. "I won't betray your network." "Appreciate it, St. George," I said, more grateful than I'd realized. "But I don't think we're going to have much of a choice in the end. Not if we're stuck here for a while. Talon always gets what they want eventually." The creak of the door interrupted us. St. George stood quickly, but I stayed where I was, watching as the heavy iron barrier groaned and swung back, revealing 4 emotionless, identical humans with large guns. I smirked at them from against the wall. "Hey, guys, I'd get up, but, my head kinda hurts. You understand, right?" The clones didn't answer. As one, they stepped aside, parting like elevator doors, and a smaller figure walked through the gap to stand in the frame. St. George tensed, and I stiffened as 2 bright crystal blue eyes met mine across the room. "Hello, Cobalt," Mist said, smiling. "Ready for round 2?
Ember. I paced the floor of my room, unable to sit still. It was a fairly standard bedroom, with a twin bed in the corner, a desk and a bookshelf, a separate bathroom, even a television on the wall, nicely furnished for a prison cell. There were no windows, of course, and I knew the heavy metal door would be locked, even without turning the handle. And the large 2-way mirror on the wall wasn't fooling anyone. At least the cuffs were gone, and it had been a few hours, so the dractopromazine might have worn off. The door beeped, making me jerk my head toward it, and a few seconds later a human clone opened it and stepped aside as Dante came into the room. I clenched my fists, fighting the urge to fly across the floor and grab my twin by his 2-timing neck. His clone bodyguards made that impossible, however, even if I was able to turn into a dragon. Besides, I had bigger questions I wanted answers to. "Where are Garrett and Riley?" I demanded, as soon as Dante stepped through the frame. His brow furrowed before smoothing out again. "Alive," was the cool, infuriating answer. "And they'll remain that way, as long as you cooperate." "You're a real piece of work, Dante," I snarled. "Do you even hear yourself? What kind of soulless bastard makes threats like that?" Dante stared at me, expressionless, before turning to his guards. "Leave us," he ordered quietly. "Lock the door and stand guard, but don't return until I call for you. Go." Without hesitation, the clones turned and left the room. The door clicked shut, and my brother turned back to me. "All right, Ember," Dante said, walking forward with his arms slightly raised. "Here I am. No guards, no one to stop you. Do your worst." I punched him in the jaw as hard as I could, landing a solid right hook across his chin. He staggered back and nearly fell, one hand going to his face. For a few seconds, he stood braced against the wall, cradling his jaw in stunned silence. Finally he straightened and pulled his hand down to gaze at the blood on his fingertips before turning to me. "Feel better?" "No," I whispered as my eyes started to burn. "Damn you, Dante! How could you turn on me like this? You were my best friend. We used to do everything together. And now look at you." I stepped back, shaking my head. "You're one of them." "I turned on you?" Dante sounded genuinely shocked. "You're the one who left. Ran off with that traitor and went rogue. You walked out, not me. I've done nothing but try to bring you back to Talon." "Against my will." "If I didn't bring you home, they were going to kill you." "Hello? Doesn't that bother you?" I cried, throwing up my arms. "If I didn't do what they wanted, they would kill me. If dragons don't conform to Talon, they get vipers sent after them. How is that freedom? How is that for the good of our race?" "It's for our survival," Dante answered stonily. "We can't have everything we want. Not if we're going to exist in this world. If you haven't noticed, there's a war out there. We're being pushed toward extinction, Ember. Sometimes sacrifices have to be made. Dragons who break away from Talon are a danger to us all." "How do you know?" I challenged. "You haven't even met any rogues besides me. All you know is what Talon preaches at you." He gave me an exasperated look, as if I were the unreasonable one, and it made me want to pull my hair out. "Damn it, open your eyes, Dante. Talon doesn't have our best interests at heart. They're not who they say they are." "Ugh, we're having the same argument we had in Crescent Beach," Dante said, making a hopeless gesture. "And nothing has changed. Look, sis, just come with me, all right?" His expression became hopeful, pleading. "There's someone you have to meet. When you do, you'll see why we belong with Talon. You'll see why we're special." He took a step back, holding out a hand. "No more arguing. Just come with me. Please." "Do I have a choice?" I thought that might irritate him, but he only shook his head. "No," he murmured almost sadly. "You don't." He took a short breath, as if he were nervous on my behalf. "The Elder Worm has called for you, Ember. It's time you met the leader of Talon, face to face." The elevator came to a stop, and the doors slid open. Dante stepped out, followed by his bodyguards, and glanced back at me. "Come on, sis," he urged, as I hung back in the box. The elevator had opened onto a short hall with a pair of massive wooden doors at the end. "We're expected. You don't want to keep the Elder Worm waiting." I took a furtive breath and stepped through the frame to join Dante in the hallway. Another pair of guards stood at the entrance, and they gave Dante short nods as they pulled back the doors. I followed my brother into a massive office, stark and cold for all its elegance, everything colored in black, white, and gray. A chill hung in the air that had nothing to do with the air conditioning, and I shivered. The desk was empty, but a figure stood at the windows, gazing out on the city below. When she turned, it was like watching a giant, a mountain, turn to stare at you, crushing you under the weight of its gaze. The breath left my lungs in a rush, and I suddenly couldn't move, frozen like a mouse under the stare of the most powerful dragon in the world. "Ember Hill," the Elder Worm smiled, and it was somehow even more terrifying than if she'd roared and spit fire at me. "We meet at last. Nothing to say?" the Elder Worm asked after a moment of silence, as I tried to convince myself not to cringe in terror. My hands were shaking, my eyes fixed to a spot on the carpet, unwilling to stare directly at the woman in front of me. The Elder Worm's voice was quietly amused as I stood there, trembling. "Your brother says you are opinionated and quite verbose. especially when it comes to my organization. Well, speak then, Ember Hill. Do not fear. There will be no repercussions for speaking your mind. I simply wish to know your thoughts. I had to force myself to breathe. In and out, Ember. In and out. She's not going to kill you. At least, not yet. I don't really know why I'm here, I managed. The elder worm gave me a puzzled look, raising her brows. I swallowed the fear screaming at me to be silent and continued. I mean, I don't know what you think you're going to convince me of, I went on. You went through a lot of trouble to bring me back, so you must want something from me. But I've seen what Talon does, both to the humans and our own kind. And I know you're hoping that I'll just fall in line like everyone else, but I'm not going to change. That is where you are mistaken, I'm afraid. I stared at her, heart pounding. Her voice was calm, certain, as if she had complete confidence in what she was saying. The elder worm smiled again, those hard green eyes appraising me like a sculptor would a block of marble, seeing how he would have to break it down to achieve the final masterpiece. You don't know who you are, Ember Hill, the elder worm stated. You have no idea why you are so important to Talon. You must have wondered why we would go through all this trouble to bring you back, instead of simply letting Lilith deal with you, to correct her mistake, as she wanted. A shiver went through me at the mention of my old trainer. I thought it was because of Dante, I said, deliberately not looking at my brother, who still stood motionless behind the elder worm, with his hands clasped in front of him. The elder worm chuckled. Dante has no sway over the organization? Not yet. Soon, perhaps. She spared him a brief glance over her shoulder, a chilling glint of satisfaction in her eyes. Dante gazed straight ahead, statue-like, as the elder worm turned back to me. Which is why you are so important to Talon, Ember, she continued. You and your brother both. You see, 20 years ago, I made a decision. This organization, this empire, has been my whole life. I have watched it grow, flourish, even in the face of St. George and everything they do to rip it apart. For hundreds of years I have guided Talon, and I have watched our numbers grow from a mere dozen dragons to the global power we are now. And yet, it is not enough. I have seen nations rise and fall, lived through countless wars, watched the birth of many new and wonderful things. I have built this empire from nothing, and I intend for it to endure until the end of time. But I know I cannot live forever. The elder worm turned from me to stare out the window again. Her expression, reflected in the glass, was solemn. 20 years ago, she continued, her voice becoming distant, I decided I needed an heir. I built Talon from nothing. I refused to leave it in the hands of a stranger. Even the best-intentioned dragons would not concede to my wishes. They would try to make Talon their own. They would change everything and destroy my vision in the process. I did not want to leave my company to someone not of my blood. My heart had started pounding again as I realized where this was going. You'll understand soon, Dante had whispered to me right before we came here. You'll see why we're special. I clenched my fists. No, I thought, disbelieving. It can't be true. The elder worm turned from the window, her eyes piercing as they stared at me. So you see, Ember, she said, you are more important to Talon than you know. You and your brother were destined from the beginning. You are my blood, the true heirs of the organization, and I need you to continue my work after I am gone. Dante has already accepted his role. She gestured to my brother, though her gaze stayed on me. It is time to stop playing these foolish games and take your place in Talon, where you belong. I swallowed hard, still staggered from the revelation. I was the daughter of the Elder Worm, the most powerful dragon in the world, the heir to Talon, and everything it offered. I told you, sis. Dante's voice was low, triumphant. This is where we belong. Think of what we could do together. He stepped forward, smiling in a way I'd never seen before, chilling and intense. You always wanted a family, he said, but you've always had one right here. And now, we can be the most powerful family in the world. For just a moment, I hesitated. The organization was right at my fingertips. Talon could be mine in the future. What could I do with that much power? My stomach turned, and I staggered away from him. No, I whispered, shaking my head. I don't want this. I won't be part of Talon, whether it's at the bottom or the top. All the power in the world isn't worth what I would have to pay. What are you talking about? Dante glared at me, anger and disbelief written across his face. Ember, you don't get it, do you? No one will challenge us at the top. We can finally be free. True freedom, without having to run from anything. Isn't that what you've always wanted? At what price? I snapped back at him. What will I have to do to stay at the top? Massacre another town? Slaughter a group of hatchlings in cold blood? I shook my head, feeling my stomach roil. There was a time when you wouldn't even think of doing that. And now you'll commit whatever atrocity they want. Enough. Both of you. The Elder Worm's expression was calm as she raised her hand, and 2 guards stepped forward to flank me. Dante fell silent, stepping back to glower at me as the Elder Worm shook her head. Well, I am disappointed that you feel that way, she said as the guards took my arms. But no matter. There are other avenues for negotiation that we haven't explored. I'm sure we can find something we agree on. Don't waste your time, I told her. I won't be part of this, of whatever you're planning. I'd rather die than be enslaved to Talon forever. Such dramatics. The Elder Worm smiled in a way that chilled my blood. My legs shook, and I had to fight to remain upright, to not sink to the floor under the weight of her stare. And you have much to learn in the way of business. You see, everything has a price. Even the most stubborn, passionate souls have a breaking point. And we have a millennia of experience in finding that one thing someone can't live without. She gestured, and as the guards turned me away, her final words became an echo of dread in my ears. Make no mistake, you will serve Talon, one way or another. We just have to find that breaking point.
Dante. I watched as the guards led Ember away, a furious, roaring buzz in my ears. Had she really just done that? Stood before the Elder Worm, the oldest, most powerful dragon in the world, and defied her. Told her flat out that she wouldn't cooperate, that she wouldn't take her destined place in Talon, because the rogue had showed her differently? Damn it, Ember. I clenched my fists. How could she be so pointlessly stubborn? She was the Elder Worm's heir. We both were. I'd really believed that once she knew who she was, she would realize the enormous potential staring her in the face. Together we could change Talon, and the whole world. But she didn't see that. She saw only what she wanted, what Cobalt had told her. He had blinded her with his lies, turned her against me. Everything she'd done, everything that had come between us, began the moment she had met the rogue in Crescent Beach. Well, the Elder Worm mused as the doors to the office closed once more. Her voice wasn't angry or surprised or remotely disturbed. That could have gone better. I took a breath to calm the fear and anger roiling within. My sister refused to bend. What would happen to her now? You did not defy the elder worm without consequences. I desperately wanted to ask, but at the same time I knew that would be a breach of protocol. The elder worm was not to be questioned. Her word was law. If she thought you needed to know something, she would tell you. Dante, the elder worm said, making everything inside me go still. I turned out of habit, the calm, blank mask hiding the turmoil within. The CEO of Talon wasn't looking at me, however. She was still gazing at the door through which Ember had disappeared. "You will leave tomorrow," she said, and my stomach dropped to my toes. "Go to our main laboratory and prepare the vessels and their handlers for the upcoming mission. The first stage of the plan is nearly upon us. I want you to lead it." "Of course," I said, though my voice came out a little choked. "Right away. But—" The "but" was out of my mouth before I could stop it, and I winced. It was a tremendous honor to be chosen for this assignment. This was the most important task I had ever been given. The first step in finally ending the war with St. George, and the elder worm was entrusting it to me. I knew I should be grateful, excited, terrified. But if I left now, would I ever see my sister alive again? The elder worm turned then, raising an elegant silver eyebrow. "But," she repeated, her voice lethally soft. I shivered, but there was no going back now. "What of Ember?" I asked, almost dreading the answer. "I mean, what does Talon plan to do with her now that she refuses to cooperate?" "You needn't worry, Dante." The elder worm gave a faint smile, not fooled in the slightest. "She may be uncooperative now, but we have ways of making even the most stubborn see reason. Often, all it takes is time. Now that she is here, back where she belongs, I am positive that she will come to accept her place in Talon." She met my eyes, solemn and terrifying, and I instantly dropped my gaze. "Rest assured, I have no intention of killing your sister. You have my word on that. Now, go." She turned and walked back to her desk, brusque and businesslike again. "You are no longer needed here. Ember is home, and now we must turn our sights to the future." The elder worm sat down and folded her hands on the surface of the desk, her eyes piercing. "Our greatest moment is at hand, Dante," she said, her voice sending shivers up my spine. "All the pieces are in place, poised for that final move, the final checkmate, and you are the one who will bring it to pass. I await word of your success." I left the elder worm's office, feeling torn in several directions at once. Of course I had to obey the elder worm. There was no doubt in my mind. Once the leader of Talon gave you an order, you had to carry it through. And this was our most important project to date. Our entire future hung in the balance. I knew it was a great honor, being chosen to carry it out. But at the same time, I was loath to leave. Ember was finally home. I wanted to talk to her, if not to convince her to join us, then to attempt to understand why she was being so stubborn. How could she not see the huge potential staring her in the face? We were the offspring of the elder worm. Why couldn't she think about what we could do together? once we both ruled Talon. I needed someone to keep an eye on her while I was gone, to make sure she was all right, and that she wouldn't somehow sneak off again. The guards were competent, I supposed, but they didn't have a vested interest in my sister. And Ember, as I'd seen time and time again, was just stubborn and crafty enough to be dangerous. Even if she couldn't shift, she might be too much for them to handle. I didn't trust any of the humans in this place to keep my sister safe, to be competent enough to deal with her. But there was someone who could. Making my decision, I headed for the elevator.
Garrett. Well, Riley sighed at my back. Today is going to be loads of fun. Ready for this, St. George? Don't have much of a choice, do I? I muttered, mentally steeling myself for what I knew was coming. I sat in a chair with my hands cuffed behind the metal back, a spotlight shining in my face. To my left sat a table laid out with instruments and needles that glinted under the light. It wasn't hard to guess what they would be used for. Behind me, Riley snorted. "Try not to scream like a little girl too much," he said. "My perception of you isn't that great to begin with." The door opened, and a girl entered the room, followed by two men in white suits. Riley turned his head, and I felt his smirk even without seeing it. "Missed," he drawled. "We just keep meeting like this. What's the matter? Didn't get enough of me last time?" The girl ignored him, but the men picked up a pair of syringes from the table, walked over and smoothly sank the needle into my neck. It burned as it entered my skin, and I clenched my jaw. Some sort of truth serum, if I had to guess. That would make resisting difficult, but I could not break and tell them what they wanted to know. Too many people depended on us. If Talon discovered them, they would all be in danger. Everyone I knew, Wes, Jade, Tristan, all the dragons in Riley's underground. Talon wouldn't spare any of them. And somewhere in this place, maybe close by, Ember was being held against her will. Ember, I thought, and closed my eyes. Where are you? Are you going through the same hell we are? The thought of her strapped to a chair with a spotlight in her eyes, being prodded and tortured for information, was more painful than anything they could do to me. I'll find you. Somehow. I promise. Please, hang on. Are we ready? Mist's soft, cool voice made my heart pound, and I took a furtive breath, cementing my determination. I'm ready, I told myself, opening my eyes. Let's get this over with. I'm surprised Talon let you do this again, Mist, Riley said behind me. It went so well for you last time, though I am a little hurt. I thought we had something special. His voice, though starting to slur, was heavy with sarcasm. He shifted in his chair, jerking his head back toward me. But I don't know why you decided to drag this poor bastard into it. If you think you're going to get more out of him because he's human, you're sadly mistaken. You think I'd share my network's secrets with a weak-willed mortal? Riley sneered, his tone cutting. You're wasting your breath. He doesn't know anything. Why are you protecting me? I wondered, but then I realized. No, he's trying to protect his underground. He doesn't think I can take this, that I might talk. Mist walked around to observe me with appraising blue eyes. I met her stare, careful to give nothing away, to not let on that my eyelids were growing heavy and the room was starting to ripple at the edges. Or perhaps the opposite is true, she said, watching my face intently. Perhaps, against all your better judgment, you have let a soldier of St. George into your inner sanctum, and now he knows far too much about you and your underground and all of Talon. Her eyes narrowed, shrewd and calculating. There are rumors that the Patriarch, the leader of the Order, is deceased, and that a single soldier was able to defeat him. My gut nodded, but I kept my expression vacant. Mist raised an eyebrow and smiled. I think there is more to this human than you're letting on, Cobalt. And you are trying to protect both him and what he knows.
Hey!
The sneer in Riley's voice sounded completely legitimate.
If you want to browbeat the kid until he wets himself and confesses that he still sucks his thumb at night, you go right ahead. I'll be happy to share the attention.
No matter. You will both talk soon enough.
The faint smile lingered on the girl's face as she walked back to the table.
Leave us,
she told the two men, who straightened quickly.
You're not needed. I'll take it from here.
They nodded, but before they could go, the door swung open again, and a figure walked into the room. This time, it was Mist who straightened quickly.
Mr. Hill,
she exclaimed, as Dante walked across the floor to stand before us.
I wasn't expecting you.
Dante. Do we need to stop the procedure? Mist asked as I walked into the room. A few feet from her, Cobalt and the soldier of St. George sat back to back, hands cuffed behind them, a spotlight shining into their faces. I would admit I felt a flicker of both relief and vindictive satisfaction to see Cobalt like that. Talon's most infamous criminal would finally be brought to justice. And I was the one who had captured him. No, Miss Anderson, I said. I apologize for the interruption, but there is something I need you to do for me. Come to finally take your shots, Dante? The rogue asked. His expression twisted into a smirk. It's a lot easier to be brave when the guy can't hit you back. I am not here for you, traitor, I said calmly, refusing to glance at him. You are no longer of any consequence. Miss Anderson, if you would please come with me, I need to speak to you in private. Her brow furrowed. But what of the prisoners? She asked. I have orders to question both Cobalt and the soldier, and the truth serum should be taking effect now. Don't worry, Miss Anderson. I spared a quick glance at the rogue, keeping my voice professional, not letting the satisfaction leak into my tone. I've assigned someone to take over. They should be here any moment now. A flicker of emotion went through her cold blue eyes. Was it worry? Irritation? Defiance? I wasn't sure, for it was gone in the space of a blink. Of course, sir, Mist said, coolly polite as always. If that is what you desire. Dante, the soldier of St. George called before we could step out. I gave him a look of amused surprise. I expected Cobalt to throw out a few parting insults, but the human, from the little I remembered of him in Crescent Beach, had always seemed reserved. Of course, he was still a soldier of St. George, a human who hated our kind, and who, very likely, had been in Crescent Beach to kill us both. Where is Ember? The soldier asked. Is she all right? What have you done to her? I'm afraid you don't get to know that, St. George, I stated, though the genuine concern in his voice surprised me. I am certainly not going to share my sister's whereabouts with you. Ember is too important to Talon to risk. Rest assured, she is safe, and she is out of your reach. Neither of you will ever see her again. The door opened again, and another dragon stepped through. A young adult, with slicked black hair and beady black eyes. Mist saw him, and a fleeting look of disgust crossed her face, before it was neutral once more. Mr. Luther will take over the interrogation, I said, nodding to the other basilisk. I understand he has a knack for this type of procedure, so you needn't worry about your orders, Miss Anderson. They have been taken care of. Luther glanced at the prisoners, then back at Mist, smiling. Have the subjects been prepared? he asked in a thin, high-pitched voice. Yes, Mist replied with cool disdain. They've been given the truth serum, though I must warn you. I've dealt with Cobalt before. He is highly resistant to questioning, even if he has been drugged. I think you're going to find this task challenging. Oh, don't worry, Miss Anderson, Luther said, rubbing his hands together. I enjoy a challenge, and forgive me for saying so. But you are far too nice for this. If the drugs won't do it, there are other ways of making them talk. Mist's gaze hardened at the other dragon's words, but she simply nodded. Of course, she replied, gesturing toward the prisoners with a distant, have-at-it motion. They're all yours. Well, I said, a strange sense of guilt stealing over me. This was Cobalt, I reminded myself. The rogue who had stolen Ember away and turned her against me. He was getting exactly what he deserved for all the trouble he'd caused Talon and myself. We'll leave you to it, Mr. Luther. Miss Anderson, if you would come with me, please. She followed me out of the room, down several hallways where guards and humans in white coats nodded to us respectfully, until we stepped into the elevator and the doors closed behind us. I suppose you are going to inform me why you pulled me away from my job, Mr. Hill? Mist asked, as the box began to ascend. I am. And I suppose the reason could not wait until after I had completed my interrogation of Cobalt and the soldier? No. I gave her a hard look. Mist had never openly challenged me, though I had often caught hints of skepticism or disapproval whenever we spoke. She had always been coolly professional. Now she seemed almost irritated that I had stopped her from questioning the rogue and the soldier. I remembered that Cobalt had bested her before, in a very similar situation. Mist had tried to get information out of him, and had not only failed to do so, but had let him escape in the process. I knew she had returned to the organization and had been reassigned. I didn't know if she had been disgraced by her failure, or if Talon had blamed the rogue. Maybe her attitude was about revenge, I mused, or perhaps her wish to redeem herself for that past failure. In any case, it didn't matter. I needed her for something else. I'm leaving today, I told her, by order of the Elder Worm. My car's on the way now. But before I go, I need you to do something for me, Mist. She raised an elegant silver eyebrow. And what is that, Mr. Hill? She asked coolly. I want you to keep an eye on Ember, I said, making her blink. Make sure nothing happens to her, and that she doesn't try to escape. I paused, then shook my head. Actually, I'm sure she'll try, but make sure she doesn't succeed. I need to know she'll be safe, and there's no one else I can trust to do this. You don't need to guard her door 24/7. Just know where she is and what she's doing. I'll feel a lot better about leaving if I know you are looking out for her. I see. Mist's voice was flat. And if Miss Hill does get into some kind of trouble, what am I supposed to do? Stop her, I said, however you can, without doing permanent harm. And inform me right away. Just remember, Ember is very important to the Elder Worm. Stop her from doing anything foolish, but if she comes to any harm, I'm not the one you need to worry about. The basilisk sighed. As you wish, Mr. Hill. I will keep an eye on your sister for you, and inform you if anything is amiss. Is there anything else you need me to do? One more thing, I said, as the elevator stopped and the doors opened. The Elder Worm has decreed that we do not need Cobalt or the soldier anymore. When Luther is finished with the interrogation, no matter the outcome, kill them both.
Ember. The door to my room clicked and swung open. I looked up warily from the bed as 3 armed guards entered the room, flanking a human in a white coat. Dante was not among them this time. "Where are Garrett and Riley?" I asked, sliding off the bed. I didn't know how long it had been since I'd seen the rogue and the soldier, and my worry for them was a constant gnawing ache in my stomach. I knew Talon would never let me see them, and it was driving me insane. "I don't need to know exactly where they are," I told the human. "Just tell me if they're all right."
"They're alive," the human said in a slightly threatening voice, "and they will continue to remain so as long
as I cooperate. Yeah, you've told me that before. I get it." His lips thinned.
"Hold her still," he told the guards,
who walked forward and took my arms. The scientist reached into his coat pocket and pulled out a syringe, the needle glinting ominously under the lights, and my heart sank. Another dose of dractylpromazine. Fear and despair rose up, threatening to crush me. I forced them down. How were we going to get out of this? I'd been racking my brain to come up with an escape plan that didn't leave one or more of us dead, but it seemed that Talon had countered our every move. I thought about attacking and fighting my way out, but I couldn't shift yet, and I had no doubt that Talon would happily kill Riley and Garrett if they felt they no longer needed them. And Talon was counting on that. They knew I wouldn't risk the lives of the rogue and the soldier. My attachments, as Lilith would say, were my greatest weakness. Garrett, I thought, swallowing the tightness in my throat. Riley, I hope you're all right. Where were they now? What was happening to them? Imagining the awful things Talon might do to the infamous rogue and the soldier of St. George made my stomach hurt. Hang in there, both of you. We'll find a way out of here, somehow. The needle slid into my skin, a brief stab of pain followed by a feeling of drowsiness. Briefly, I wondered where Dante was, and the Elder Worm, and which of them was responsible for what was happening now.
"Take her to Lab Station 2,
I heard the human say, as the world started to go dark.
"And for God's sake, be careful. We don't want her damaged before she reaches the Elder Worm."
That was the last thing I heard. I flinched and opened my eyes. I was lying on my back, gazing up at a sterile white ceiling. My head spun. There was a weird, bitter chemical taste in my mouth, and the light overhead was hazy. I blinked several times, clearing my vision, and my blood turned to ice. The Elder Worm loomed over me, regarding me impassively, though her massive presence filled the entire chamber. I jerked, and realized I couldn't move. My wrists and ankles had been tied down with leather cuffs, and there were straps across my waist and chest, holding me immobile. Instinctively, I tried to shift, to break free of the restraints, but my dragon wouldn't respond at all. Panicked, I thrashed against the bindings, feeling the enormous power of the Elder Worm pressing down on me from all sides. "It's easier if you don't resist," the Elder Worm said. Panting, I glared up at her, and she gazed back. "Stop fighting. It is useless. You cannot shift. There are a half-dozen vessels guarding this room, and only a select few know where you are. I would rather not have to sedate you, but I will not risk you injuring yourself. Calm down, before I have someone do it for you." "What do you want with me?" I growled. The Elder Worm regarded me another moment. A chilling smile crossed her face, making me shrink down in terror. "Everything." "I won't talk," I said, though my heart was pounding and my breath was coming in short gasps. Riley had said Talon had no problem torturing people for information. If you had something they wanted, they wouldn't stop until they acquired it, by whatever means necessary. Apparently, Not even the daughter of the Elder Worm was exempt. Talk, the Elder Worm repeated, and raised a brow. You think you are here to be interrogated, she mused, and gave a soft chuckle. No, Ember Hill, you have no information that I want. I don't care about Cobalt's network of traitors and runaways. The secrets of St. George mean nothing to me. I am not even concerned about the Eastern Dragon that followed you over from China. Soon, none of that will matter. Why am I here, then? You have no idea what you really are, the Elder Worm went on, or why you are special. To the dragons of Talon, you are my daughter, the heir to the Empire along with Dante. They don't know your true purpose. None of them have figured it out, not even your very clever brother. You see, Ember, she smiled again, no less frightening than before. Dante is the backup plan. You were always the chosen one. I don't understand, I whispered, heart pounding as she drew closer, looming over me. Dante and I were raised together, and he's always been loyal to Talon. A thought came to me then, making my breath catch. So, that story you told us in your office, was any of it true? Is Dante related to me at all? Are we even siblings? The sudden realization that Dante might not be my brother after all hit me like a punch in the stomach. Even with all our differences, the times he'd betrayed me, stabbed me in the back, and sided with Talon, he was still my twin. To think that he might be just some stranger, some random dragon that had been raised alongside me, it seemed wrong. Like my brother had died after all. You don't understand. The Elder Worm shook her head. Dante is of my blood, she continued, making me slump in relief. As are you, though not in the way you would expect. As far as Talon is concerned, you and Dante are my offspring, the blood of the Elder Worm. That is all that matters. How you were created is something only a few know. I stared at her, the world spinning around me as I finally got it. We were clones, I whispered. Dante and I were like the vessels, or whatever you call them. No, said the Elder Worm firmly. You are not like the vessels. The vessels were created to be mindless, programmed to obey commands and little else. They are a perfect army, but they exist to serve a single purpose. They have no individuality, no thoughts of their own. You, however. Her gaze roamed my body, as if seeing what lay beneath the sheets, scrutinizing it. It made my skin crawl. You and your brother were engineered for perfection. You might have begun life in a vat, but I wanted you and Dante to develop normally, to reach your full potential. You were genetically constructed to be superior, but I needed your growth to be natural, untampered with. That was essential. Why? For a moment, in that tiny room, the Elder Worm just stared at me, her eyes distant and dark. In that gaze, I felt the weight of 1,000 years, someone who had watched worlds rise and fall, who had seen so much death, atrocity, chaos, and evil that nothing affected her anymore. I am old, the Elder Worm said, and her voice seemed to echo all around me. Older than you know. Older than any living creature on this planet. I have spent the past few centuries building this empire from nothing, and it has become exactly what I envisioned. But there is still so much to do. and I haven't much time left. Even dragons cannot live forever. So that's why you need us, I guessed. You wanted an heir to take over Talon, someone who would share your ideals and do exactly what you wanted. Not exactly. The elder worm stepped forward, her eyes glowing green in the shadows, making me want to sink into the mattress. That is what the rest of Talon thinks. They know I would never leave my organization in the hands of just any dragon, even one that is loyal to the organization. An older dragon would ignore my wishes and attempt to make Talon their own, to tear down my ideals and replace them with their own desires. And I have worked too hard to relinquish that control. I wanted someone of my blood, someone I could shape and mold, who would continue my work should I fall. Dante is exactly what I need in an heir. I have no doubt he will do exactly as I wish and honor my will, if I am ever gone. But that is not why I created you. You are the perfect replica of me, the elder worm went on. We share the same blood, the same DNA, but it is more than that. You were specifically engineered to house my memories, my essence, if you will. In the shadow cast by the overhead lights, her eyes glinted. You are my vessel, Ember Hill, she told me, the envelope of my soul. Once I am programmed into your brain, I will live for another 1,000 years. I have not come this far and built so much to abandon it to something as trivial as death. But I was having trouble breathing. This felt like a nightmare, a paralyzing, horrific nightmare, something that couldn't be real. What about the other vessels? I asked, my voice coming out small and desperate. Can't you use one of them? No. The vessels were created for one purpose only, and that is war. Because their growth rate was so rapidly accelerated, their brains did not develop fully. They are able to accept simple programming, anything more complex, and there are complications. The elder worm made a vague, disgusted gesture. For a time, we experimented with implanting the memories of a runaway hatchling or rogue into a vessel. But something always happened. The vessels went mad or became catatonic, and we would have to destroy them and the donor dragon. She said this calmly, like she was discussing a TV sitcom, not casually admitting the experimental mind rape and murder of numerous dragons. The vessels are unsuitable for memory transfer, the elder worm continued. They excel at what they were bred for, which is obeying orders and dying for our cause. But they cannot imprint memories or personality. For my objective to work, I needed a daughter, someone who shared my blood and my DNA, who had the chance to grow up, to learn and develop normally, even as she rebelled against everything we stand for. One elegant white hand rose to frame my face. Her nails lightly scraped my cheek before I flinched away. The elder worm smiled. You will be my vessel, Ember Hill, she said, and though her touch was light, her eyes were cold, as if she was inspecting an outfit for flaws. My new body, in which I will live forever. But I scrambled for a response, a way out, anything to stop this horrific reality from going forward. You don't know if this procedure will work. You just said so yourself. The vessels can't imprint memories or personality. What if you get into my head and we both go nuts? Oh, my dear. The elder worm chuckled again and shook her head. What makes you think you and Dante are the only children I created? My heart seemed to stop. But you said... I said the vessels are unsuited for memory transfer. Of course I would not risk myself if the procedure had not been perfected. The elder worm shook her head at me, smiling. You are not the first daughter of mine, Emberhill, nor the second, nor the third. You are simply the youngest. There were others, many others before you. The first experiments were quite dismal. Many were lost to madness, deformities, or other failures. But we kept trying, knowing that with every clone we put down, we learned something new. We learned that the brain must have the chance to fully develop, to experience memory, emotion, personality, and all the things that cannot be artificially emulated. So you see, daughter, the elder worm smiled her coldest, most terrifying smile yet. The secret of immortality is within my grasp, and it will be mine, alone. And what happened to all the other clones? I whispered. My sisters, the siblings I had never known. The elder worm's terrifying expression didn't change. They were destroyed. Straightening, she took a step back. Unfortunately, before my memories can be implanted, we will have to remove yours, she said. 2 personalities in one mind will certainly cause complications. I will no doubt have my hands full trying to adjust to my new body without having to fight your presence for control. Better that no trace of your personality remains when I settle in. Horror threatened to choke me. You can't do that, I whispered. Of course we can, the elder worm said. Humans have been doing similar things for years, even without old magic. Brainwashing, hypnotism, forced amnesia. The mind is a curious thing. She stepped back, watching as I forced myself to breathe, to not panic, though I felt that, if I opened my mouth, I would start screaming and not be able to stop. Sacrifice has always been necessary for the survival of our race, Ember, the elder worm said. I know it means little now, but this will ensure that Talon never falls, and dragons are one step closer to ruling the world, as it should be. Why now? I asked desperately. If this was what you were planning all along, why the charade? What was all that about having me take my place in Talon with Dante? That was for Dante's benefit, the elder worm replied. He is still disturbingly loyal to you, and would not take the truth of your creation well. I allowed him to think he could save you, because a willing heir is much easier to work with. Which is why I sent him away for a time. I knew you would never agree to conform to Talon. From what I have seen and heard, you have been corrupted thoroughly by Cobalt. There are ways to get you to do what we want, of course, ways to leverage your cooperation. For instance, it is hard to be willful when your friends are screaming in pain on the other side of the glass. I closed my eyes, feeling my stomach turn inside out with the realization. I'd never had a chance here. Talon knew exactly what to do to get me to cooperate. If I saw Garrett and Riley in pain, if the choice was between killing for Talon and letting either of them die, I would probably agree to whatever they wanted. But that is unnecessary, the elder worm went on. Your cooperation is not needed, Emberhill. The timing is perfect. I have my army. I have my heir. Everything is in place. The only thing I require now is immortality. A human in a white coat appeared, his head bowed in respect as he approached the elder worm. Ma'am, we're ready to begin. Excellent. The elder worm's predatory stare settled on the human. And you are certain the procedure will be complete before the night of fang and fire?
Yes, ma'am. The elder worm gave a brusque nod, and the scientist walked to the head of the gurney and grasped the sides.
I'm afraid this is the last time we will see each other, she said, as he began pulling me away. Apparently, the process of removing your memories is an involved procedure, and will take time to fully complete. If you accept the process and do not fight it, it will be much easier for you.
She gave me an amused look as the scientist paused at a door, pulling it open.
Of course, I realize that would be like telling a fish not to swim. You do remind me of myself when I was your age, though that was a long, long time ago. I've almost forgotten what it was like to be young. Her smile widened, becoming almost wistful. I must admit, I am looking forward to having another 1,000 years. Then the gurney was pushed through the frame, the door closed behind us, and the elder worm was gone. As the gurney rolled forward, I thrashed against the restraints, trying desperately to shift, to summon the strength to ignore whatever drugs they'd stuck me with. But I felt nothing but a cold sluggishness within, and despair settled heavily in my chest, joining the anger and fear. A man waited in the room beyond, another scientist type in a long white lab coat, smiling at me as I was rolled forward.
"Ah, here she is," he exclaimed, peering at me through his glasses. "Ember Hill, what a pleasure it is to meet you. You must be terribly excited. After 16 years, your true purpose is finally being fulfilled. To be the Elder Worm's chosen vessel. What a tremendous honor."
"Yeah, I don't really see it like that," I growled at him.
He chuckled. "Nonsense. This is what you were created for. Just think, if immortality can actually be achieved, what will that mean for both dragons and the entire human race? I, for one, am eager to see all my hard work finally come to fruition. Now then, let's get a look at you."
The scientist pulled the stethoscope from around his neck and put it to my chest.
Heartbeat is abnormally fast," he muttered, and I glared at him.
"Oh, really? I wonder why that is."
My voice shook, and I had to force myself to breathe calmly.
"You're just brainwashing and turning me into a zombie so that the elder worm can move into my head. Nothing evil there."
"Brainwashing? Oh, no. This is nothing so crude."
The scientist put the stethoscope back around his neck and smiled at me fondly.
"Brainwashing involves high levels of trauma, either physical or mental, to break down a subject's personality, beliefs, and sense of self, so that they can be replaced with a new set of ideals. The process can take months, or longer, and the subject still retains who he is at his core. His memories have not been erased, merely suppressed."
He paused as two other scientists converged on me, tightening straps, pulling my eyelids down to shine a light into them, swabbing my skin with something that stung my nostrils.
"What we are going to do is a complete mind wipe," he went on when there was a lull in the ministrations. "We are going to extract your memories and all the emotion, knowledge, and skills attached to them, so that your brain will be fully receptive to new memory, skills, and personality. Think of it as erasing your computer's hard drive, removing all files and data, destroying any harmful information or viruses it might have picked up, and completely starting over."
"And what will happen to me?" I asked. I tried once more to shift, to burst into my true form and burn my way out of this laboratory of horrors. But the dragon refused to stir. The scientist continued to smile and speak casually, as if he was explaining to a child why the needle wouldn't hurt.
"Well, for the procedure at least,
Your memory will be electronically stored," he replied, nodding to something off to the side of the gurney. I craned my neck around to see what looked like a large computer bank with several men in white coats hovering around the screens. "We've had fairly good success with saving individual memories," the scientist went on, "though eventually they do break down and are lost. But ultimately, it will be up to the Elder Worm to decide what to do with yours. If she wants to keep you,